Introducing Pubcoin. Pubcoin is the rewards program for pub sports contributors. Regular chat contributors share their play of the day, POD, in the YouTube chat, including the phrase POD in their message. At the end of the week, the amount of units earned are converted into Pubcoins. Pubcoin can be used as reward points for prizes, shop discounts, and contests.
Hey, what's going on, y'all? It's Mills here, Pub Sports Radio. Do you guys want to challenge the personalities here at Pub Sports Radio? Do you guys think you're better than them at entering in your MMA predictions and picks? Would you want to get paid for it? $100? Here's how you do it, man. You sign up right here at the link below. It's just this easy. PubSportsRadio.com. Enter your email. Pick your weekly picks. That's it. Oh, and you get bonus points if you can predict how they're going to win in what round. Every single week, a new winner's getting crowned. So every Saturday on Pub Sports Radio. So come on and check us out. You can win $100 just for signing up. Only thing you need to do is see if you can beat us here at Pub Sports Radio by entering your UFC predictions and picks weekly. Do it. I dare you. See you guys soon.
Your membership to Gold, you will be automatically entered in every horse race, every Wednesday and Friday. It is time to race horses. We are racing camels today.
Shout out to the Gold members. We're racing in San Antonio immediately here. And we're off. 2 minutes, 74 canals on this racetrack. It's wide. We're racing in San Antonio.
Pat Wally moving forwardly. Jeff Slaughter in the mix as well. And as is Randall Sheffield, who's put that beautiful nose out front.
But it's actually real grass here, Jimmy. Maybe Kentucky bluegrass. Oldie, no! There he goes. There he goes. Oldie in the lead now. K. Wolf falls back. The horses love it. Sometimes they stop and eat it on the way to the finish line. That's why your horses start so far in the back. Here. Oh, look at Nussflush Allen bursting out here. J-Dub in the mix. Rude Boy up here as well. Jimmy, take it away.
There's Oldie. Oldie is moving to the front. We are past the halfway mark in our 2 mile. And there's Ricky Levy.
Oh my goodness, he's in the mix here. Jimmy, take it home. This is our first dog race ever.
19 seconds left in the horse race here. It's Fernando Mendoza trying to find the wire. 14 seconds left. Can Fernando Mendoza take this home? Here comes Kenny Can. Kenny Can wants a piece of the pie. Put his schnoz up front. Ricky Bobby, 9 seconds left. Can Donut Silks make a run? Can Res Mall make a run to be $50?
You son of a bitch!
Here comes Tori Coker. Kenny Can, Smoke and Mirrors, Director 97. Home. That is a way. Here comes Jason Meyer, the Eldorado custodian. Billy Friedrich. Jones all coming down the advantage.
Coin! Nowhere!
Oh no! Fanatical Jim!
From the corporate Peter Low Shack, legendary sports handicapper, more dapper than a dawn. For the young phenom known as Jimmy, who declared one day that the bag was here to stay. Information like a PSA when we all PSR Pub Sports Radio is all. Is a man named Slaughter and he flipped the script. No competition in this but they quit the trip. But we say we be pubbing, better with the bag and you love it. We want a top 10, we above it.
What up, cappers, gamblers, punters, hustlers, low baggers? We have first pitch. First pitch in St. Louis Cardinals, Atlanta Braves, Truist Park in Atlanta, Georgia in 13 minutes. We will give you guys the welcoming that you deserve as soon as we've capped this one game. We're going to start with the 5 MLB afternoon games. So let's get started by welcoming my co-host, the star Say Hey Plays, Mr. Jose Bouquet, to the program. Jose, how are you, my friend?
Doing well. Let's get into it.
let's get into it. We have TJ backstage. I don't know. We just lost him. I'm sure he's going to be back any second, and we'll include him immediately. I believe he has moved on this game as well, and that is true. He is on Miles Michaelis in the St. Louis Cardinals. So we're going to do the copy and pasting and the welcome to all of you guys here, which you all deserve. Thank you guys for joining us. It means a ton, but we got to get right to work immediately. So let's get started. Jose, 12:15 p.m. Eastern with the St. Louis Cardinals 10-14, 2-10 on the road at the Atlanta Braves, 9-14, 7-3 at home. We're at Truist Park in Atlanta, Georgia. Let's get right into the weather here again. The first pitch in 12 minutes. 12 minutes to first pitch, and our expert here rocking with us for all these 5 afternoon games is backstage ready to rock. So without further ado, please welcome our friend TJ to the telecast. TJ, how are you, my man?
Good. What's up, everybody? Let's get to this first game and then we can chat.
It is great to see you, TJ. 72 Fahrenheit, 4.5 miles per hour in, gets up to 5.4 miles per hour. It's a tiny bit warmer, feels like, than the actual temperature, but beautiful weather at Truist Park in Atlanta. Let's get right into the line history here, and TJ has moved on this game, so we'll let him go first on this one. Let's start with this total. It is a 9.5. It opened up at 9, juice to the under, and actually dropped. It actually dropped to 8.5 before it started climbing. When it first got up to 9.5, it was when, our old time slot, right around 11 a.m. And then it went back to 9. So it's not at a 9.5. I got to refresh this. Sorry, this has been up for a while. So we still have a 17-cent move to the over. But we are back at 9. I just refreshed that here. Let's get into the money line. Again, we are 10 minutes till first pitch. We have Miles Michaelis and the St. Louis Cardinals at plus 141, opened up at plus 148. So a slight move towards the Cardinals and away from the Braves. Braves gone 165, minus 165 to minus 154. Miles Michaelis has looked terrible for a while now. This year he's 0-2, 7.64 ERA, 1.58 whip, 11 Ks, 7 walks, but he's not allowed a home run in 17 2/3. He's coming off a 5-4 loss at the Mets. He went 4 2/3, 5 hits, 2 earned runs, no homers, 1 K, and 2 walks. Lefties are hitting him very hard this year. 353 averaging an 862 OPS. Last year, both lefties and righties smashed him. This year, it's the lefties that are getting after him. And Bryce Elder is the opposite. And Bryce Elder have very different statistics than he had last year. He's not looked good early in the season. He's throwing 15 innings with 10 Ks, 5 walks. He's allowed 5 home runs in 15 innings. His last start, 5 innings, 6 hits, 4 earned runs, 1 homer, 3 Ks, 3 walks, and a 6-4 win at home versus the Twins. Righties are hitting 364 with a 1.036 OPS against them. The interesting part of all this was it was the last year that it was the lefties that destroyed them. Now we have righties hitting them very hard. Cards are hitting righties 269, 748 OPS. Braves are hitting 244, 729. They're both hitting righties well to start the year, and both bullpens are in the bottom half of the league. Cards bullpen 4.80 ERA, 1.38 whip. Braves bullpen 4.59, 1.24 whip. Coin telling us that on odds logic, 37% of the tickets and 44% of the cash is on St. Louis money line. The line is moving towards him. Big Scott's on the Braves. First 5 team total over 2.5. Kong's clip says over. And Troy Torrance is on the first 5 over. Wine Time small play on the over 9. AM is on the over 8.5. Take it away, TJ. You've moved on this first game. What's your plan? We have you. We don't have you synced up. Let's get you. Maybe you're not mute. Let's figure out what do you think's the problem here, Jose? Because we got to work quickly.
Yeah, I think it just needs to reset real quick.
Okay, so why don't you do that? TJ is on the Cardinals, though. Jose Bouquet, take it away.
Yeah, I've got nothing on this game. I can see everyone's leaning towards the over, but I just don't want to be on like a super public over or something that everyone thinks is going to happen, I guess. So I'm off.
Yes. Troy Torrance talking about all of the unders yesterday. 9 legacy on the Cardinals money line as well. So we have 7 minutes still until first pitch. We've gone over the cash flow from Odds Logic. Let's see what the Action Network has for us here in this one very quickly. If we want to say it feels like there's sharp action on the St. Louis Cardinals, I mean, the Action Network is telling us that 28% of the tickets, 27% of the cash, and this line's moving slightly towards them. I understand that. It's just not how I want to start my day, personally. 82% of tickets, 90% of cash on the over. I think if it was such an easy over, then this would have stayed at 9.5. I also feel like Bryce Elder's statistics are a bit of a mess. The sample. I've waited until today to use the righties, the splits for each pitcher when I think it's worth noting. And Elder is the only one basically on the card who's got complete polar opposite splits from last year, which means I don't think you can trust them. Coin says 48% of tickets and 51% of cash is on that Atlanta over. So, yeah, I mean, I don't want to get there here to start the day. I don't feel comfortable. Let's just do a quick bullpen update, Jose, and then I will touch on the batter versus pitcher statistics. Give us a quick bullpen update.
Sure. For the Cardinals, only Hensley and Kyle Leahy threw yesterday, so I'd be a little surprised if Hensley didn't go today as well if they needed him. He threw 22 pitches, though, so be aware there. And for the Braves on their side here, pretty used up. Scott Blewett, De Los Santos, and Bummer all threw a bunch yesterday, as well as Rafael Montero and Dylan Lee. Only guys that didn't throw were Iglesias, who threw 25 on Monday, Pierce Johnson, and Dansby Hernandez. So pretty tired bullpen for the Braves there as well.
Well, we got TJ in, who is moving on this game. So let's bring him back and see if we got everything set up here, Jose. TJ, let's hear you.
Nah, just now your audio is not working.
You want to get your audio back?
I think we should.
Okay, you're in business now. Okay, TJ, still 5 minutes till first pitch. Take it away. Your feelings on the Cardinals here.
Yeah, so you already said I moved on the Cardinals. This is more of a play against Elder and the bullpen, and back in the Cardinals offense than it is so much back in Michaelis, because I think he might get touched here too. I don't mind an overplay early on, but Braves on their last game of a 6-game homestand. They've been good as home favorites, 7-3, but the bullpen has been bad and it's gassed, as Jose just talked about. They haven't been as good against right-handed pitching, but Elder's game score is, sitting at an average of 40 or below, which is, 50 for a game score is an average starting pitch outing. And so, the last start was the Twins. He was exposed, 5 innings, 6 hits, 4 runs. Last year, the lefties got to him. This year, everyone's kind of getting to him. Cardinals, haven't been good as a road dog. So that's one red flag there. They're only 2-2 as a road dog. Games are going over on the road, but their bullpen's been real good, and their offense, it cooled off, got a little hot the last couple games again. They went through a tough stretch there for a little bit, but the overall numbers are good. Michaelis, his home starts are okay. The Braves do get to him. They're batting .319 with a .983 OPS and 120 plate appearances. But last year he pitched to Atlanta once and pitched well. 6 innings, 7 hits, 2 runs. He's been better on the road, last year, and he's been real unlucky this year when it comes to runners left on base. Lowest on the slate, only 43%. That's usually up in the 70s to 80s for most guys. So I expect some positive regression for him. He's not letting this year he's walking some people, but I expect that to come back to normal. He's usually not a pitcher that walks a lot of guys. So I think we have a little bit positive regression for Michaelis, downward trend for Elder, and a play against the Braves bullpen.
And with everybody here in the chat on the over, the three of us not, what is keeping you off of this over?
Like you said, everybody's kind of on it. I've seen it around Twitter today. Everyone's on the over. I find that when everyone's on something, we don't hear anything the other way. It's kind of like Pittsburgh last night, Colorado +1.5 in first 5 run lines. It's just stuff that I was on that nobody else is on. I tend to do better with instead of riding with everyone sometimes. So if everyone likes the over and it seems obvious, my model has it right at where it's at. So
I also think that if we do get, I have been higher on Elder in his career. You've known that over the last few years. If we do get positive progression from Michaelis and we get a decent few inning start from Elder, is it a live over that we look to move on here while we're on the show?
I mean, I'd be more interested in live St. Louis if it's close early. I'd prefer them in the second half of the game today
because of the exhaustion of the Braves bullpen.
Yep, and it's their last game on a homestand. Sometimes your mind's a little bit elsewhere.
We have a lot of action from cappers here in the chat. We're going to give you guys all a what up here. We have Stacks play today, Pig Milk play today, the Gamma Ray play today from the Nuke Worker. Sir Mackey Loves Pie is on the Braves -1.5. Spenny Penny Bombs is on Alec Burleson home run in this game here that pops off in 1 minute at +650, RBI +175, Ozuna home run at +350, and the RBI at +150. Then we have the over 8.5, as I said, for AM. Mo Harris is on the Cardinals money line. Big Scott is on the Braves first 5 team total over 2.5. Hope all is well. Big Scott with you. Love the birthday glory with the Tampa Bay Yankees under. I think they scored a run in that one. Kong says over. And I'm not moving on this game pregame. This is not how I want to start pre-flop. Thank you guys so much for joining us. We got Fat Wally in the house. Wally, of course, being given us glorious winner after winner here in NASCAR. He's going to have his Talladega picks in the chat on Friday. 4 outright winners for him so far. There's Oz B. We cashed so goddamn easily on the Minnesota Wild last night. So easily. I'm just pretty adamant about these 2 teams that everybody believes in that I do not think are tough enough. Vegas and Colorado. And we'll talk more about that with Mr. Gogster. They are not tough enough. A Braves team total over 4.5 here for Justin McKelvey as well. Let's get this all copied and pasted. We got afternoon action, and that's what we're starting on here. Old E's got the Cards team total over 3.5 here. And my guy AM says, won the last 2 overs between these 2. If I lose this one, I don't care. You guys know I hate that mentality so much because it's not the house's money. It's your fucking money. And I've got kids outside. I can't talk about it. But, I love capping with you. And we all can take different routes. But it's not the house's money. That shit just, God. Whew. But also, I can't sleep right now. I don't know if it's Operation Garcia, if it's baseball, the numbers within baseball, but I'm a mess. Jose knows when I don't sleep, I'm very close to being emotional. So I'll try very hard not to be just fucking mess here during the show. A Black Thor King in the house. We got Slats. He says, just stopping by from Las Vegas. Got to see Wild and Kaprizov play last night. What a night. He's on the over 5.5 for the Habs and the Capitals. Let's copy and paste all that here so we are ready to go. And then we will move on here. So let's roll on to our next spot on the board. So we have Cardinals for our guy TJ. And what did you get the Cardinals at, TJ?
Plus 140. Well, right now the best is plus 139. So we'll do that for the show.
Cardinals plus 139. AM, that's. I wish you had said that. AM said, I bet at mass volume. I don't mind losses at all. As long as I win more than I lose, I'm happy. I wish that's what you said. Just because we are all trying to become better gamblers together here on the show. And there's no such thing as the house's money. It's your fucking money. Let's roll on here. Cardinals plus 139 here for TJ. We move on to our next game. Now, all of these games are 53 minutes till first pitch. We're going to hit them all before we get into the National Hockey League. And this is the next spot for TJ on this card. Cincinnati Reds 11-13, 5-7 on the road. At the Miami Marlins 11-12, 8-7 at home. We're at Lone Depot Park in Miami, Florida. Again, very difficult unless you have your friends down there driving past the stadium to tell us whether the roof will be open. It's pretty beautiful weather. I imagine that it would be. 80 Fahrenheit, 9.8 miles per hour in, feels like 81. I imagine this would be. And we have Reds plus 115 here for Justin McKelvey and AM on the over 8.5. Let's get both of these copied and pasted here. And TJ also moving on this game. So we'll switch back. We'll switch back to our guy Jose after this one, but we'll let TJ start this one off. Again, for those of you here joining us and don't know TJ, who's on screen, 63% with us in Major League Baseball last season, and we didn't get to finish it off. You know, we got about 70 games in and didn't get to finish it off. It feels like we've unfinished business. I'm looking forward to watch TJ work all season long here. Let's go. We have Brady Singer versus Sandy Alcantara. Alcantara. I used to say his name wrong all the time. Alcantara. Let's get into the line history and the cash flow for this one. We have the Fish at minus 106. They opened up at minus 124. We have a massive move to Brady Singer and the Cincinnati Reds. This makes a lot of sense to me. From a total perspective, we have an 8. It's minus 112 to the over. This has spent a lot of time at 8.5, but it's an 8 right now. It did open at 8, so we're back at 8. We've had a 1 cent move towards the under. When we get to the cash flow here, we have the 83% of the tickets in cash on the over. Again, this is from Action. We are starting our transition towards odds logic. Some quicker than others, but the transition is in play. 71% of the tickets and 82% of cash on the Cincinnati Reds here in a big move. So Brady Singer, 3-0, 3.80 ERA, 1.27 whip, 21 and a third, 24 Ks, 9 walks, and 2 home runs. I was surprised that he wasn't going to be one of the young pitchers that stuck with this Royals, as they had all these very high draft picks. His last start was pretty ugly. 11-7 extra inning loss at home versus the Mariners. That was, of course, the Emerson Hancock game when I was defending Emerson Hancock against a bunch of you guys. And Brady Singer did not look good. Lefties are hitting 244 with a 749 OPS against them, and he's shutting down all righties, 200, 520 OPS. So, of course, the importance is, are there lefties in the Marlins lineup that we think that can get to Brady Singer? The same thing happened to him in 2024. Lefties hit 291 with an 855 OPS, and he shut down righties all year long, 208, 563 OPS. We have Sandy Alcantara here, and he didn't have extreme splits in 2023. We didn't see him in 2024, and lefties are destroying him in 2025. 267 with an 828 OPS, but he is shutting down all righties, 176, 488 OPS. Now, he's looked bad. He's coming off a horrible start at the Phillies. This, we assume, is a much easier situation for him. Reds are hitting 260, 739 OPS versus righties, while the Marlins are hitting 249, 708 OPS. The Reds bullpen's been very good this year, 3.59 ERA, 1.22 whip, while the Marlins bullpen is 4.28 ERA, 1.44 whip. Silent Bob says Miami team total under first 5 looks nice. We have Spenny Pennybombs looking at Heimer Candelario for the RBI. Lex Steele on the Marlins money line. Coin has 37% of the tickets and 78% of cash on Miami over. TJ, take it away, your plan of attack here.
Yeah, I got this one in early. I got plus 110, but for the show, we're going to give it out the best number now, which I see minus 103 over at Heritage. So we'll do that for the show purposes. But I'm concerned about Alcantara, however you want to say it. There was a lot of preseason hype that he's healthy, he looked good in spring training, came out, did well in that first start. But you know what I'm seeing on his last few starts are just slow regression. You know, slowly backing down to the guy that he was when he was injured. I don't think he's ever going to be the same guy he was again. Miami was hoping he would go out there and shove and hopefully get him off their team in a couple months and get some kids for him to trade him to a team that has hope. But I don't think that's going to work out. I could see going on the IL before that happens. But yeah, Cincinnati heads off to Colorado after this game, 6-9 on the road. They have lost 5 of 7. That's a little bit concerning. They had the one blowout game, so you got to take their offensive number in strides a little bit. But I do like their bullpen. I do think it's overperforming, but it's much better than Miami's. Everyone but Ashcraft should be available today. But other than that 24-run blowout, they are averaging 5.6 runs a game in the other 8 of their last 9 if you took that one out. Both teams kind of have the same issue with right-handed pitching. They have good batting averages, not a lot of power. I do trust the bats of Cincinnati to provide that power more than I would from Miami. Only 2 players on this team have faced Singer, 6 total at bats. And his advanced numbers are lining up with what we're seeing so far. So 26% Ks, 3.38 ERA, 3.38 xERA, Sierra 3.69. And where he's getting in trouble is the fly ball. And that's not much of a concern against Miami offense that can't hit for power. They got a weak starting lineup in there today. They got Mervis, their DH batting cleanup. Hicks, Simon, and Pauly are all in off the bench today. So Miami's got a weaker lineup, which is why I think we saw the most recent line move here. It looks like Cincinnati is going to be favored here in a minute. But, it's their last game of a little short 3-game homestand. And then they head to Seattle. Bender probably won't be able to go for Miami, which is one of their better relievers. He's been used in 3 out of the last 4 games. Offense has been good, but again, no power. So I'm just kind of basing all of this on I trust Cincinnati's bats more. I trust Singer more to be able to work through a weak offense, especially this lineup today. And Alcantara is going to get touched for a few, I think.
Yeah, and we're looking at what are the left-handed bats on each side that scare us. And I think, we have the switch hitters in Dela Cruz and Candelario. I think it's fair to say that they might be the most dynamic left-handed bats between either team. You have Friedel, Lux, and Fraley, also lefties for the Reds. For the Marlins, Sanchez, Mervis, Stowers, Hicks, and Pauly, with Ronnie Simon and Edwards on the top line being switch hitters. So there's only 2 righties in the lineup for the Marlins, which may, lead us to expect runs to be scored here. Jose, take it away. Your plan of attack.
Yeah, you guys said a lot, so I'm not going to say much on this one either, if I'm being honest. I want to move on the Reds. It's just a little bit too, public underdog-ish for me, I guess, but it's like TJ said, it's going to be a favorite. I won't be surprised if the Reds win. I know we don't look at the days previous, but the Marlins won the first 2 games in the series. Are we going to expect a 3-game sweep of the Reds here? I don't. So no thanks. I'm off this game.
Off of this spot here. Well, why don't you then, Jose, go ahead and set up Yankees Guardians because I would like to move on this spot. Were you interested in the over in this, TJ, or the travel day kept you off of it?
Yeah, usually travel day, early start. I think we've seen this season, and it'll flip eventually, but all these early games are staying low early. That's all those first 3 unders. A lot of first couple innings, no runs. So I don't like to go overs in these early games, at least early in the season.
I agree. I'm going to move on this one right now with you guys on the Cincinnati Reds. While I'm doing that, Jose, set up Yankees Guardians, hand it over to TJ, and then I'll come in third.
Sure. Yankees Guardians here. Look, Rodon versus Luis L. Ortiz. Rodon, after a good start, 6 shutout innings, 2 hits, 9 Ks, 4 walks against the aforementioned Tampa Bay Rays at the Rays there. Impressive to do that at the Rays here, depending on what time of day it was. For Luis Ortiz here, Luis L. Ortiz for the record books there at Cincinnati, or at Pittsburgh last time out, I should say. 5 innings, 4 hits, 2 earned runs on a home run, 8 Ks, 3 walks. Before that, went 5 2/3, 1 earned run, 1 hit on the home run, 10 Ks, 2 walks against the Royals, pitching pretty well in his last 2 appearances. Rodon, by the way, before that shutout from Tampa Bay, he went 5 2/3, 3 hits, 4 earned runs against the San Francisco Giants on 2 home runs there. Markets in this game, let's talk about that here. We've got 80% of the bets and money on the over, according to Action Coin. Let us know what you have here. And for the money line here, 80% of the bets, 85% of the money on the New York Yankees here. I've seen this line open up at minus 130, it seems. I'm going to double check here at Heritage as well. Heritage opening it at minus 130, quickly going up to minus 140 at 4 a.m. and at 5 a.m. going to 65 now is what it is. Minus 165 for the Yankees here. So line has skyrocketed up pretty quickly where we used to play poker at. It even has it at minus 140. Total has stayed pretty similar. It's gone from minus 110 each way. It's now juiced towards the under there, minus 120 towards the under. Again, Coin, shout out to you for dropping the odds logics numbers in there. He's saying 80% of the tickets, 74% of the money, are on the Cleveland Guardians under here. Troy also mentioning that he likes the 8.5 under here. Market efficiency database says it is the best spot on the board here. So that's very interesting. I'd probably agree with that under look here as well. Let's check out how the Guardians are doing against lefties full season and this month here. 98 weighted runs created plus 242 plate appearances full season, while this month Cleveland is at 20th, 83 weighted runs created plus and 168 plate appearances there. So that's fascinating stuff. Last thing before I pass it off to our guy TJ here, I want to quickly look and see if Rodon has a lot of history versus the Cleveland Guardians. And correct me if I'm wrong, guys, believe it was Luis L. Ortiz on the Pirates, or was he on I forget what team now he was before this because of how many Luis Ortizes there are, but you guys let me know in the chat.
This is the Pirates Ortiz, right?
I believe so. Like I said, there's Luis L and Luis F, so I get them a little confused, obviously. So Rodon, his last start against the Guardians was in 2022, so I'm not particularly worried about those numbers. I will say Carlos Santana hits him well. But I think that's an old Carlos Santana that I'm not going to be particularly worried about here. TJ, let us know.
Pirates Ortiz.
Okay, cool. Thank you. TJ, let us know what you think about this game. It's minus 160. I think it's a little juiced up, but I'd rather bet under if I had to bet anything gun to head in this game. What do you think?
Yeah, it's tough because Cleveland, I kind of want to take them. It's just all this money and the books reacting. If it gets up to like 160, I'll probably be on Cleveland for a little bit here. But Ortiz, he did get lit up in his first start in San Diego. Pitched okay against the Angels, but he did look really good against Casey in Pittsburgh. Now that's Casey in Pittsburgh. Offenses are terrible, so you have to take it in stride. His numbers indicate that he's better than what his ERA is, his 3.8 Sierra. Gaddis probably isn't going to be available. He's pitched 3 out of the last 4. Otherwise, I don't mind the Guardians bullpen. Their last 7 games, they've been slightly above average at the plate, but not hitting for power. And the same can be said for the Yankees. They've been above average at the plate, but their OPS and ISO numbers are just kind of mid right now. They are well above average versus the righties all year long, but coming down a bit. The Yankees are. And they are 14-7 as a favorite, 6-4 as a road favorite. Kind of just want to watch this one and see. It might have some live action. But again, if this gets to plus 160, I think I will make a move on Cleveland. I'll let you know if I do that.
We had a 7-cent move 2 minutes ago to the Cleveland Guardians. So it's now back to 144 for the Guardians. I don't think that first off, I'm starting to see and feel what Troy is talking about here. I think it's very tricky to judge Carlos Rodon's statistics this year with the small sample size. Righties are hitting 139, 554 against him. Lefties 231, 747, and he had opposite splits last year.
Yeah.
So I don't want to get too tied into that, but I do think that 6-inning 2-hit, no run, 9K performance against the Rays last out was a sign of what is to come. Luis Ortiz has 18 strikeouts in his last 2 starts. Throughout his career, lefties hit him harder than righties. And, that's – I don't think that's a problem. I mean, Look, Ben Rice, Bellinger, Chisholm, Austin Wells, and you have Dominguez and Cabrera switch hitters. I really don't find that too big of a deal. And look what Ortiz has done in these last 2 starts. They've been impressive. And that start at Pittsburgh was not easy for him. You know, he was jettisoned by that baseball team, and he struck out 8. As I said, 18 Ks in his last 2 starts. These bullpens are trustworthy. I think the Gaddis issue is real. We have Justin McKelvey looking at that over 4.5. This total's gone from 8 to 8.5. I don't think I want to get in the way of that, even though I kind of lean towards it.
Yeah, and it's not like the Yankees have been, scoring a lot of runs. They're only averaging 4.1 over their last 10, 3.75 over their last 16. They started real hot, and it is the last game of a 7-game road trip for them. That's usually kind of a lackluster offensive performance type of day, historically.
Oh, Wager Detective says regression for Ortiz here. Honestly, I think progression continues for Ortiz. He got the season off to a terrible start with his new club, and now he's showing, I think, his worth. He's somebody got up. He's someone who would always get up for big games. He got too emotional on the mound. He's going to get up for the Yankees here. Billy Friedrich says, back-to-back starts last season. Rodon beat the Guards once, and Yankees won both games 5-2. He allowed 3 runs, 8 hits, 15 Ks, and 1 walk. AM very confident on the over 8. And I guess when it comes down to, for me, TJ and Jose, but the TJ especially, why would I want to go up against this market that's moved it to 8.5 and say that that's wrong?
It's tough. I think, I think 8's probably the right number, at least from what I have here. So I can't play it because of the juice on the 8.5. Early under, first 3, first inning, no run.
Yeah, I thought about that too. But I don't have now. Troy Torrance can trust his database to go up against these spots, as AM. Now the AM, obviously the market's going with AM spots, but AM can trust his model, to go up against certain spots. I'm not going to go up against it, but I do think these pitchers pitch well, and I get why Mal's on the first 5 under. So nothing for us here. What was the line that you got on the Reds, though, TJ, for record keeping?
Minus 103.
Minus 103. We have Sharpie in the house. Yes, jump on because we're on the Phillies game right this second, Sharpie. So Jose will send you a link and come on right away. This game starts in 36 minutes. Philadelphia Phillies 13-11, 4-7 on the road at the New York Mets 17-7, 11-1 at home. Imagine what their record will look like when Soto starts hitting Citi Field in Queens, New York. We have Zach Wheeler going up against David Peterson, the lefty. Zach Wheeler, 2-1, 3.73 ERA, 0.99 whip, 41 strikeouts and 31 in the third with just 6 walks, but he has allowed 5 home runs, which is a little more than usual. Coming off a 7-2 victory at home, he went 7 innings, 5 hits, 2 earned runs, 1 homer, 13 Ks, and no walks. The sample size is small right now, so I don't want to get too into it. But he's looked phenomenal at home, and he's looked very pedestrian on the road. 2-0, 1.93 ERA. Opponents hitting 163 against him at home. 0-1, 5.19 ERA. Opponents hitting 258 against him on the road. Spreadsheet play of the day for Ron Crawford is Philly, and he is not alone. By the way, Coin moved on the under 8.5 in the Cleveland game. We have Phillies Mets under 7.5 here. Line time on Mets money line in the under 7.5. And we have Philly Eagle Flyer on the Tide after 2. Zach Wheeler right now is shutting down all lefties, and righties are hitting him with an 848. Righties are hitting with an 848 OPS. The Mets have Lindor, who will be batting right for this, Pete Alonso, Mark Vientos, Taylor, and then Senger, the catcher, will be the righty. The lefties will be Soto, Nemo, Winker, and Beatty. David Peterson is being getting hit very hard by righties and shutting down all lefties. That does hurt that top of the lineup that starts righty, lefty, Turner, Harper, and Schwarber. And then it's just righties. Those are the only two lefties in the confirmed lineup. Again, lefties hitting 488 against David Peterson, while righties 286, 811. Peterson's looked good this year. He's looked good since he came up. Skipped AAA and just was ready to go. 3.27 ERA, 1.36 whip, 26 Ks in 22 innings, 8 walks, and 2 home runs. Both pitchers strike K to walk ratio is very impressive. Always Wheeler's is. And that last start for Peterson, a 5-4 win at home versus Cardinals, 5 1/3, 7 hits, 3 earned runs, 9 Ks, no walks. We have consecutive starts at home. Phillies are hitting 273 with a 756 OPS versus lefties, hitting them hard. And Mets are hitting righties with not enough power, 232, 713 OPS. This Phillies bullpen looks bad, 5.70 ERA, 1.53, while the Mets bullpen, 2.47 ERA, 1.02 whip. Derek Parra in the house. Great to see you. LJ from H-Town says Lindor's on fire, 2+ bases, 7 out of the last 10 games. Coin saying from Odds Logic, 71% of the tickets and 57% of the cash is on the under. 53% of the tickets and 56% of the cash is on Phillies money line. He is on the under 7.5. Oh, the under was just the lean in the Cleveland game. Okay, so under 7.5. So let's just set up a couple more things here and then bring on Sharpie and hear from our cappers on screen. 68 Fahrenheit feels like 63, 4.5 miles per hour in. It stays in. It becomes more left to right after a couple hours, but it gets up to 6.3 miles per hour. Line history wise, we have a 7.5. It's minus 109 to the under. It's much more expensive to the under at other books. There was just a 6-cent move towards the over. In fact, this is moving very quickly towards the over in the last 30 minutes. You could have got the over 7 at minus 121. Now it's a 7.5 at minus 103. That last move was 18 minutes ago towards the over. We get to the money line here for this one. We have the Mets at plus 102. They opened up at plus 105. So very, very little movement here. That is the setup. Let's bring on our good friend, who we've not seen enough of, star of the Odds Bunch YouTube channel. Please welcome Sharpie to the telecast. Sharpie, how are you?
A family. What's up, fuckers? How y'all been? Gotta pop up when we can. The problem is there's never lineups out this early, or my motherfucking ass gotta go to my 9 to 5, and we got lineups today. I got action today.
Let's hear it. Take it away. Your plan for Phillies Mets.
All right, let's get it. I got nothing typed out, but it's pretty simple reading all my notes. Now, I'll talk both sides because both these guys are in my book, and I'm going to talk UK props pretty much, strikeouts. That's what I like to bet. That's what I'm going to bet. If we're going to look at Wheeler and the Mets, so much fucking past history, it's disgusting. It's in the 240s of times that people have seen him, and he's got a whopping 20.5% strikeout percentage versus this lineup. So when I bet strikeout props, you've got to pass the keys before I even go to your pitch mix. And when we look at Wheeler's metrics, he struggles with chase contact. It's been his bugaboo over the years. So when we run this projected lineup, or it's the lineup now, when we run this lineup, whether it be this year or last year, it both points to the under. This year, on their metrics, these Mets are 6-3 in this lineup, are better than league average at chase contact, and chase contact is what I use with Zach Wheeler's prop. So if I was to bet him, the key says under, the past history says under. I'm just not really an under strikeout better. What I am, though, is an over strikeout better. And what I'm going to bet today is I got a unit on David Peterson minus 115 over 5.5 strikeouts. When we look at the Phillies numbers over their last 200 plate appearances, they are walking at a decent clip, striking out 23.5% of the time with a middle of the pack ISO. One thing I'm always tell you after reading those numbers, guys, is who the fuck have they seen? Who have you seen in that time span? Because the only guy that I would bet on, and I did bet on, was Robbie Ray, who had 8 strikeouts versus this Philadelphia team, well, walking 5 sons of bitches that night. If he doesn't walk 5, how many did he end with? That's what I really wanted to know. But you cashed me, and we're looking at David Peterson. The keys on David Peterson for me is zone contact, with the bonus being chase. And whether I run this lineup on this year's numbers or last year's numbers, we got 5 of the 4 worse than league average at zone contact. with the chase being 6-3, 5-4 to the over, depending on this year or last. So when I run this pitch mix, guys, and they took out some people that I thought was going to be in the lineup. And if you hear me talking betting, I like to talk my wiggle room. I'd like to project a guy for more than 1.5 in case if shit goes sideways. Then shit happens, we still cash. I've got David Peterson for 8 on a bad day. You're giving me a 5.5. You took out the guys that were actually tough to strike out, like Stott was not going to strike out to him. Granted, he's a lefty. Wasn't going to happen. The only guy I got for a flat 0 is Baum, and they've got him in the 6 hole. So you give me this, which they did, and they had to force my hand. Like, I really didn't even want to fucking bet today after losing one. I just lost a unit yesterday, but I really didn't want to fucking bet. And then I do the math, I do the work, and everything screams to the over right here for Peterson, and I'm in there.
Peterson over 5.5 Ks at -115 for our friend Sharpie in Phillies Mets. I like it. Jose, we are 26 minutes away from first pitch here. Jose Bouquet, your plan for Phillies Mets.
Yeah, we have a lot of bodies in here, so I'm trying to keep my breakdowns a little shorter. I want you guys, I'm here every day, so shout out to you guys for being up here. I'd like to hear your breakdowns, obviously. Sharpie, great breakdown as always. I liked the Mets coming into this game. I thought this was a pretty short line. On the screen, I had it -125. If you look now, it's like -110. I think that's just kind of an indicator. And what's funny, it opened up seemingly around -110, -112. I just saw it at the highest watermark, apparently. Got up to -127, -120, now down to -111, -110 again. I think it's low for a reason. Sharpie mentioned history with Wheeler and these Mets. He's obviously faced them plenty of times before. 7 innings, 7 hits, 2 earned runs, and a loss. 7 innings, 8 hits, 5 runs, 3 of them earned. 5 1/3, 9 hits, 5 earned runs. 5 1/3, 5 hits, 4 earned runs. Those are just his last 4 starts. I'm dating back a few years now, but I just think the Mets, seemingly see him pretty well. So give me Mets money line here. I've got it at +102 for me.
You didn't use your favorite word, bro. I left that there. So I left it on the table and didn't even say it, bro. The Ravenga spot, or bro. Come on. Zach Wheeler was kicked out the fucking building by the Mets. Let's just be real. Kicked out the building. So maybe he just gets too jacked up for that spot, but something to look at.
What a big move towards this over 7.5. Or sorry, the over 7 has moved 16 cents in the last 30 minutes. The over 7 in this game. It's too bad. I wish we opened with this game. God, that over 7 at -121, I would bet immediately.
What does scare me is they do have Peterson's earned runs at a very bettable under 2.5. This dude's been dominant. They're saying he gives up 3 runs today. Now, runs do not equate to strikeouts. You can give up 3 runs, and that's still a quality start. Let's just hope it's later on in the game and not the first inning. But yeah, they do have him giving up 3 today.
Jose, what did you get on the Mets?
+102.
+102. TJ, Phillies Mets, take it away.
I'm betting the Mets right now. I'm going to take that +102 also. +103 Heritage. Sorry. That's what I'll take. So after hearing his breakdown, Sharpie's breakdown, Jose's breakdown, it's kind of the what I needed to get me over the bump here. I'm not going against the Mets at home. 11-1 at home. They've won every game on this homestand. They're only allowing 2.3 runs per game on the homestand. The bullpen's been solid. Nobody's on a back-to-back. Soto hasn't even gotten as hot as he's going to get. He hasn't even gotten going. Last 7 offensively, they're all in the top third. Philly, some guys have gotten to Peterson, but overall, they don't hit him hard. 257 batting average, but a 731 OPS. Harper rakes him. Castellanos, he's got to be careful with a couple of those guys. But his advanced numbers and his metrics tell us this guy's a good quality starter. I mean, his game scores are above 50. He's pitching good ball, and I think he's exactly what the Mets need here. And I just like the Mets to pull off this sweep. Philly's bullpen is just Wheeler's got to go 7, and he probably will. But if he only makes it 5 2/3 or 6, I will take the Mets against that Philly bullpen all day. So
Yeah,
give me the Mets as a dog at home. I mean,
agree.
Make it too easy.
Jordan Romano fucking sucks back there.
Jesus. Give him a more than a few weeks. So I was like, fuck.
You didn't like him in freaking Toronto, though, did you?
I didn't hate him.
Okay.
I fucking hated him. This is a recurring topic. He's horrible. By the way, the only thing I'm worried about here, David Peterson, last 6 starts against the Mets or against the Phillies, has not won. So hope he breaks that trend today.
All right. I feel like a juice clown a bit, but I'm going to take the 7. I'm going to bet the 7. It's very expensive. It's minus 135 here at 365. It's minus 137 offshore. I'm going to bet. I want the push and play, which I know is a safe way of handling things. I'm going to have to bet this right now. Sharpie, great to have you rocking with us here for Phillies Mets, my friend. Where can everybody watching get your action?
Man, hopefully the baseball gods keep it going for us, man. As always, you'll hear me say I shouldn't bet the first 2 weeks of baseball. I do. I like to donate. I love to donate. But after the numbers come, we do what we do. I'm 10-4 since April 11th. Slow volume sniping, baby. And may the baseball gods be on our side. If you don't know where to find me, I'll pop up. That's all you need to know. I'll pop up. This is my old home. This is my home. So I can always come back home, motherfucker.
Absolutely.
So, until next time, have a good one and let's cash the money.
See, Sharpie, good work on your show, man. I enjoy it.
Yeah, it's a great show. Our friend Sharpie in the house. All right, let's roll into this final afternoon game here, 1:10 p.m. Eastern. And I still have to bet this and send it out. I still have, for the last game, I have 21 minutes. But I do want to talk about this game because I had planned on either taking the Tigers first 5 minus a half or Detroit to score first last night. The market, obviously got me off of it, which I'm fine with. Now, I haven't looked at the market now, and I don't know. I got up at 5 this morning, so I haven't looked. I'm a fucking lack of sleep mess right now, so I haven't looked at the market since about 5:30 in the morning. Let's review the situation here for us. These Detroit. Usually I'm like this, and Jose can talk about it when I'm losing. When I'm winning, this is all fucked up. 72 Fahrenheit at first pitch, feels like 68. 6.3 miles per hour, right to left slightly, and stays at 6.3 for the duration. We get to the line history here. Also, the matchups. Get all this set up. We have Kyle Hart going up against Reese Olson. We have and you guys know I'm high on Reese Olson, and I know he pitches well at home, but this is some weird market movement here. We've come back. This opened up at minus 154. It got down to minus 149 around midnight. It came back up to minus 163, but then it went back, at 6 a.m. to minus 148. So there was, a legitimate move towards Kyle Hart at that point. Now there isn't. Now there's a tightening of VIG. It's basically not moved. We get to the total here for this one. We have a total of 8.5 minus 116 to the under. This opened up at 8, moved up to 8.5, and then came back to 8 again at 8:40 in the morning. It's been bouncing since then, back and forth. We have an 8.5 right now, minus 116 to the under. You can take the under 8.5 juiced, or you can take the over 8 juiced, depending on what you would prefer. Sancho in the house. Nice to see you, Sancho. Let's get that cash today, my man. We have stacks play today, number 1 here, and it is Spencer Torkelson. It is the Torkster for our guy, Justin McKelvey, over 1.5 bases at plus 115. We got afternoon stacks from our guy, Justin.
Stacks, 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 stacks.
According to the Action Network, 72% of tickets, 73% of cash on the over. And on the money line, we have 54% of tickets and 59% of cash on the Detroit Tigers. We have the journeyman Kyle Hart. Again, we have a very low sample size on this guy, and I don't want to get too into it. His last start, 6-4 loss at the Astros. He's only faced 14 left-handed bats. Obviously, they know what he was doing before he came to the league. 51 at-bats versus righties. I imagine when we look at the lineup, it's going to be all righties. And that they have Riley Green and McKinstry and Sweeney. So it's not all righties. Lefties are hitting righties are hitting 333 with a 1.053 OPS. Lefties haven't touched them in 14 at bats, 143 OPS. You have Reese Olson on the other side. This guy, the splits are a non-issue to him. He's got consecutive home starts. He's coming off a 6-1 win at home where he finally had a good start. 5 innings, 5 Ks, 2 walks, no earned runs, 4 hits. Look, the Padres are raking right now. 281, 770 OPS versus righties. The Tigers are 247, 706 OPS. Padres have the best bullpen in the league. Tigers aren't far behind. And the market believing in Kyle Hart. Now, maybe you could tell me they're believing in the Padres. I need more info on this one. TJ, it's been great having you for afternoon action. Take it away, Padres, Tigers.
Yeah, I think it's more of the market just saying, hey, the minus 160 is a bit much on Detroit. Probably minus 140 is around fair. My numbers, there's a little value on San Diego here, but it's a very comfortable spot for Detroit. It's the 7th game of a 10-game homestand. And, games 6, 7, and 8 on a 10-game homestand are just usually smash spots. You're very comfortable. All your stuff at home's figured out. You still got a few days before you got to go. Wife and kids are happy. It's just a very comfortable spot. They're 7-2 as a home favorite, 9-3 as a favorite overall. So the market's got a good read on Detroit when they're placed as favorites. They're winning games. And I think the big thing there is it's set, like you said, it's his 2nd straight home start, and he got a lot of confidence after that last one. Olson's a good pitcher. I expect good things from him today. I just don't know what the market's telling me. But what my model's telling me is that Detroit isn't going to get to Hart. So I don't have enough value here to pull the trigger on the Padres. I don't think they're as good of a team as what they've shown us, but that bullpen is solid. So is Detroit's. If anything here, I lean under, but I have no play.
The move that caught me, there's only a few books that I could look at the move. Where we used to play poker was one of them, was first 5. How in the world did it? So it opens up at minus 147 at midnight, gets up to minus 165, and then there's buyback. It's different depending on what book you look at. If I use, there's certain offshores that I like the best, and let's take one. This is probably my second favorite offshore for line tracking. This opened up at 8:25 this morning at minus 167 for the Tigers' first 5. In 16 minutes, there was a 17-cent move. It was basically a tightening of VIG, though. You know what? That's just more of them just tightening up that fucking VIG in it. But it did go from minus 167 to minus 150, which threw me for a loop. Jose Bouquet, take it away.
Yeah, no action in this game, but I'll lean under. I'll lean under in this game. It's kind of just surviving the Kyle Hart innings for me. I don't think he's very good. I have, rose-colored glasses, was a former Red Sox and was horrible, goes to Japan, figures his shit out apparently, but I don't think he's very good still. I don't want anything to do with this game, but you have the 2 best bullpens in baseball. Suarez and Adam threw yesterday, but I think they threw a little amount of pitches so they can go again today if they need to. So I'd lean under, but there's nothing in this game that interests me.
Yeah, Jimmy, I'm showing first 5s moving to Detroit, not the opposite way.
Now, yeah.
Opening, well, as of this morning, yeah. But that first move, which we can assume. I know that there's limits, but we can assume that those are pretty sharp bettors if it's moving. It doesn't work for me when I get that U-shaped movement. Yeah.
The Tigers to score first were minus 110 earlier. Now I'm getting minus 115. I think that's where I would like to focus. I just need Reese Olson to get through those opening batters. You have to think that these 110 starts for these specific West Coast teams are not easy for them. And I think I'm going to move on that. While I'm making this decision here, TJ, review your action here.
Yeah, so I got three in action. Came into the show with 2, put on one more. St. Louis money line. Looks like they're up 1-0, so that's a good start. I don't have the game on because I didn't want to lag.
That's progress, TJ.
That's progress, we're seeking progress, not perfection. Cincinnati money line minus 103, and then I'm going to take the Mets money line. I did just bet it plus 103, taking the hot home team. And if you got to ride streaks in baseball sometimes, and I feel like that's what you're doing there. You're getting a good number because of Wheeler. So good luck, everybody. I got a bounce. Looks like Cincinnati is going to close as favorites here, and I will check back in a little bit.
I love it. Thank you for rocking with us, TJ, my man. It's great. Love capping with him. Coin moving on over 8.5 Miami game. Mets under 7.5. Detroit double result for early action here. Jose, please. And guess what? I'm getting a plus 102, 17 cents better offshore than what 365 is offering for that first run. Jose, let us know your action, my friend.
Yeah, just the Mets, plus 102. I got bottom mouth yesterday, so I'm trying to take it a little more cautious, I guess. I mean, it was just a frustrating day of the right teams and the wrong bets. It was a frustrating day, but hopefully we can keep it going or keep some momentum from the one win I had yesterday with the fucking Cubs, and we'll roll it on to today. But thanks as always. Let's bring on Gogster because I'm very interested to hear what you have to say about these hockey games. Good hockey games coming up.
Very good hockey games coming up here. I'm just getting my action in for these last 2 games that pop off in 11 minutes. So while I'm doing that, please welcome to the show our friend from Bell Vegas, Ontario, who after yet another winning show with us last Wednesday, now sees his NHL record. Can I find it? At ROI, and this is over 201 bets of 6.68%, up 13.4 units, 13.42 units. Please welcome our friend, Mr. Gogster, to the telecast. Gogster, what's good, man? How are you?
Oh, doing good, Jim. I got as much time as you need today, so looking forward to capping the NHL playoff card with y'all.
Well, I'm just getting this action in here very quickly. While I'm doing that, talk to us about what you thought of last night's action.
Oh, the Leafs there look good first period. Montreal, Ottawa started to come back a little bit there. Good sign. Game 3, I could see Ottawa getting that one, but Leafs have looked really good. I wasn't able to stay up for that full 11 o'clock game for the Wild, but saw what Kaprizov and Boldy were doing. Look out for those two. 5-2 win. That was a big one. And then I was surprised what the Panthers did there. Time off, kind of might have hurt Tampa Bay with how well they're doing going into the playoffs. So game 2 is going to be a big one there, but surprised how well Florida looked. I guess I shouldn't be surprised just because of what these guys have done in the playoffs and the Stanley Cup champs. So the hockey, surprised at how high scoring they are kind of, but these games coming up, I think we got some good ones, especially this Dallas-Colorado series. We got some news here. So,
yes, I'm excited. Everybody being on the Lightning was astonishing to me. I do think it sets us up for Game 2 Lightning bet if we so desire.
Yeah.
But just disregarding the defending Stanley Cup champions, I mean, do that at your own peril.
Yeah, exactly right.
Kitchuk is just an absolute monster, so he doesn't need warm up time. But that's just one game. That's one game. I was on the Wild plus 190. Justin McKelvey said, that it helped his night. I was in bad shape, but I had 2 first 5s that lost. But of course, if I had just bet them full game, it would have cashed here. So let me just finish this very quickly, and then we will get into action here very shortly. And we're going to get right back into baseball here in a second as well. Yeah. And then the Tigers score first.
So Tigers?
I'm just taking them to score first.
To go.
Okay. All right, let's get to work in the National Hockey League. Jim Dewar says, nice effort by Vasilevsky.
Oh, geez. He got undressed there in a couple, but what are you going to do?
Yeah, he's a guy who has failed in the playoffs before and bounced back with a very impressive nature.
Especially at home.
Let's get to work. Now, I've made 2 bets on this card.
Okay.
For those of you who've been rolling with us for every NHL breakdown, know that I will be on overtime again in Dallas, Colorado for the 3rd time. That's 1-1 plus 2.2 units. Let's get to work here, though. We start at Capital One Arena, Washington, D.C., the East first round. Game 2, Washington, of course, up 1-0. We have Nate Dogg 420 on Montreal, Moneyline, Caulfield, Suzuki, and Line a 1+ point. What hit me was, we'll go over this, but obviously, and a lot of people have been talking about it, is how small the Montreal Canadiens are. They're very small. And we're also talking about a Capitals team that doesn't even have Alexei Protas, the 6'6" beast in the lineup. Josh Anderson is going to have to be much tougher than unfortunately he is. This is the Line Newhook Demidov line should never be allowed to be on the ice together again in the playoffs. This isn't beer league hockey. And I'm sure Marty St. Louis, if you hear him talk, I don't want to say he doesn't care if they win this series, but he just wants his young players to get a chance to play in this type of a series. Nate Dogg 420 says they're small but faster. That is true. That is true, my friend. Capital One Arena in Washington, D.C., we have Sammy Montembeault, who he is playing the part. 31-24. It says, Steve G says today's NHL doesn't need big players as much as the good old days. That's true. But I think that the general managers and the people who are building the rosters that don't care about that size, they don't win Stanley Cups. Sammy Montembeault, 902 save percentage, 4 shutouts, going up against Logan Thompson, who didn't look very good. He's still capable of looking very good, but he didn't look very good. Montreal power play over the regular season, 20.1%, penalty killing 72.4%. I will be giving you the playoff statistics here in a bit. Not quite yet. Sample size, just not enough. Washington power play, 23.5%, penalty killing 82%. Let's get into the line history here for this one, and then we will do some talk X's and O's and hear how Gogster is attacking this one. Right now, the Montreal Canadiens are at plus 160. They opened up at plus 164. They got the initial move was towards the Caps. The Habs got up to 167. Then there was a move on the Habs about 10 this morning. They got down to plus 152. Now they're at plus 160. Still a slight move towards the Montreal Canadiens. From a total standpoint, we have a 6. It's minus 113 to the under. This opened up at 6 minus 121 to the under, and then it hit 5.5. It hit 5.5 about 7 this morning. It stayed there until about 11 this morning. Capitals won game 1, of course, in overtime 3-2. Alexander Ovechkin. We're just lucky to watch him. Scored his first playoff overtime goal of his NHL career, game 45. The Capitals really, to me, now when you read the statistics, it doesn't look as bad, but when I was watching the game, it just felt like they were hitting and kind of bullying the Montreal Canadiens. Ovi said after the game, everybody was hitting. All our guys get involved in the physical game. When you see the greatest goal scorer in the history of our sport with 7 hits, well, you're going to take the body too. The Capitals had 42 hits. 14 of the 18 skaters got at least 1 hit. And, the Habs did get some hits of their own. The Habs didn't just curl into the corner. Look, they came back in the 3rd period. So if you think that I'm taking shots in the Habs, look, the Habs showed a lot of heart and character for the toddler-like bodies that they put out on the ice. 33 registered hits of their own. Now, there is truth to what Nate Dogg 420 is saying. I felt to me that, and look, Ovechkin scored 2 goals and an assist. He was awesome. But the most dangerous players on the ice to me are Suzuki and Caulfield. They are so dangerous, and Suzuki scores big goals. But the Habs look very inexperienced, especially on that final goal. The idea of having Newhook, Line and Demidov out there to start the first 2 minutes of overtime, are you kidding me?
Unreal.
Good God. Lane Hudson still has work to do on the defensive end. Thompson finished with 33 saves. It was his first game, since he got hit in the mask on April 2nd. Montembeault was very good. I expect him to be very good in this series. I think he's ready for this. 29 saves and 31 shots. I said that Protas's absence was noticeable. He could return at some point in this series against the Canadians, but if they don't need to, I don't know if they will. And remember, the thing about Protas was the reason why he wasn't in the NHL earlier was because of his skating. And that's what they've been working on him year after year after year. So will the foot injury slow him down? That is the question. Steve G says Montreal +1.5 cash it, and he's taking it again. Steve G says kind of don't like Line A lately. I've not liked Line A since his rookie season. Spenny on Line A for a point, Suzuki for a point, Caulfield for 3+ shots on goal. That's a +300 SGP. We got Big Daddy Boom, Leo Leon in the house. Nate Dogg with Anderson for an assist. And Spenny on Strome point, Dubois point, Wilson 3 shots on goal. That's a +325 spot. Jim Dewigger on the Caps first period over 1 at +135. Nate Dogg on the first period over. And now our guy Gogster, take it away.
Oh, what a breakdown there, Jim. Yeah, goaltending, you're right. They've both been goals saved above expected. They're both in the green there. Thompson 1.66. That third period, you're right there. They're starting to turn it on because that's I think it was Nasty that said it there, Nate Dogg. That's how they're going to win there. It's going to be their speed. They don't got Protas, but Washington's going to have to beat this team. I think though the third period they kind of got they got adjusted. At least that's what the medias are saying, and the team's kind of saying that they got more adjusted to the game as the third period went on, and it showed. But yeah, they're still defensively. I think they do have issues. Alexiev took a puck to the jibs. Went to the dentist, I guess, till 2:30 in the morning. So he's got no front jibs, just like got a 5-hole there. But he's back in the lineup. Should have the full cage. Protas is out. Ferravari, he's out. And then likely still no Xhekaj. Same lineups. That's what it looks like from Montreal's head coach there. St. Louis, no changes to the lineup. So it's going to be the same lineup. But I do think we're going to see some offense tonight. Goaltending wasn't huge on what I saw from Thompson, especially in the third period. Looked a little fish out of water. Montembeault was pretty steady. But defensively, I still think they're a little green. Montreal, just like Ottawa is. So I'm going with the both teams to score here, guys. +150 on Montreal. I didn't take that one. I took first period Montreal +135. But I do like both teams to score. But I did take +135 Montreal. As the game goes on, we'll see what happens. But I do think they come out strong leading from that third period. And I did take Montreal +150. A little bit of a shot here, just in case it's kind of the opposite. Maybe if Washington does come out, I do see Montreal. I'm kind of going back and forth there, but I do see Montreal giving this one a fight. I think they're skating. They're a young team. They're going to be able to, I think, give Washington a bit of a. They're going to have to keep up with them. Like the physicality, obviously, that's what they're going to want to do. But I think we'll see a much better game from Montreal. And I know Xhekaj, like I said there, but it's possible you get to see him throughout the series. Giveaways 17-13, a little too many giveaways from Montreal. Should clean her up. 1 for 2, both teams on the power play, so not a lot of penalties, which was a good sign to see. Expected goals 3.23 for Washington, 2.71 Montreal, but it did turn on in that third. And then faceoffs, Montreal won the faceoff battle too at 52% to 48. So I don't mind what I saw from Montreal. Jim, 3-2 close game. Like the momentum from that game one.
I thought the best opportunity to back the Habs was in game 1. You could argue that it'll be in game 3 or 4, and that would be a valid argument. I want to fade the Capitals, but I will wait to do that with the Carolina Hurricanes, and I will invest heavily into it. But here, I don't feel like I have an advantage. In fact, if Protas was in, I would probably switch over to the Capitals. But the Habs are going to get hurt in this series. And watching Lane Hudson with a couple defensive lapses, look, I remember seeing it from Quinn Hughes in his first year. My dad was all over it. He's like, he's got to step up defense. He's got to change his game. And Quinn Hughes did that. He did exactly that. And he became, him and Makar the best defensemen, since, I don't know, Ray Bork. They're probably better than Bork. But I mean, I don't, it's a different game. The people said that Cale Makar is the best defenseman since Bobby Orr. Well,
good player.
Then Quinn Hughes must be the second best defenseman since Bobby Orr. But I guess after watching game one, I think that I might move on the Caps.
I think it's gonna be a low scoring game too. Another lower scoring game. I know I'm back and forth here, but defensively, it's still not going to be easy to go to beat this Washington team. I do think Montreal does get up, and as the game goes on, it will be tougher for them to hold the lead. But just defensively, and how big this team is, it is going to be tough for Montreal. But that doesn't mean they're not going to be kind of like what Ottawa did, shots on goal. I could see them still leading shots on goal in this game, but and also high danger chances. Last game, 6 for Montreal, 5 for Washington. So it's just as the game goes on, I think it's going to be tough to beat this defensive core, and then get Alexiev back. I think it will be tough.
I think I've talked myself in the Capitals on the -1 line.
Yeah,
I'm surprised to say it. I will cheer on the Canadians, but I think I'm going to be moving on the Capitals -1. I'm going to have to sit with that longer. That was not part of the plan coming into the cap. We have Gogster on the Canadians first period at +135. Let's move on to the next spot on the board here. Game 2, 9:30 p.m. Eastern with the West first round. Oh, sorry, game 3, excuse me. Series tied 1-1, Stars, Avalanche. What a series we have here. Look, the Stars picked the right time to snap their 8-game losing streak. Obviously, that's not how you want to go into the playoffs. And I've had very confident futures on the Oilers and the Stars all year. So for the Stars, I got past the Heiskanen injury because Harley was playing very, very well. Now, Heiskanen is traveling with the team. Heiskanen could play tonight. I don't know if he will. And you know what? It's okay if he doesn't. I just love that he's traveling with the team. Mm-hmm. Then losing Robertson for the Stars and the Oilers losing Ekholm, it was like a punch to my gut. And it hurt. So Ottinger, I believe, is the better goalie than Blackwood. And Steve G saying Landy. It's very possible that Landeskog plays his first game.
I think so.
In 2 years, this is must-watch TV tonight.
Yeah, a good one.
And I will tell you that Colorado is not tough enough. Can they beat the Dallas Stars without Robertson and Heiskanen? Yeah. They're capable of it. But the longer this series goes on, the more physical battles they're going to lose. And I really, really mean that. And that's why I was on the Minnesota Wild last night.
Mm-hmm.
Look, Vegas can win that series. I'm just saying that these teams are not tough enough. The Colorado Avalanche and the Vegas Golden Knights are not tough enough. And I will invest heavily with that claim. Now, I was on the Stars in game 2, and I was on overtime in game 2. It was glorious. I haven't decided to move on the Stars here. And I don't know if I need to. Because if the Stars win game 3, I just don't feel like the investment makes any sense. Now, I told you guys I was going to bet overtime every single game. I still want to do that. And I tell you, I cannot wait to watch this fucking hockey game.
Fucking A.
Both power plays strong, both penalty killing units strong. We have, I believe, an advantage in net with Ottinger over Blackwood, but he better step up and do it. The Stars picked the right time, as I said, to snap that game losing streak. Colin Blackwell and players of that ilk stepping up for the Stars. I still think that the Dallas Stars can win the Stanley Cup. And I know that Colorado is huge favorites in this series. And, I don't care because I don't think they're tough enough. This total opened up at 6.5 minus 116 to the under. Now it's minus 110. We've had a slight move to the over 6.5. On the money line, the Colorado Avalanche are enormous favorites, minus 185. They did get up to minus 190. So it's come back a little bit, but this opened up at minus 164. Sharps are on the Avalanche. The public is on the Avalanche. I get it. Tyler Seguin looked great. Look at Matthew Tkachuk and Seguin. Look at these guys who haven't played for so long. I'm not a Seguin fan, but he looked great. Thomas Harley's a monster. Dodonov had a big goal. Seguin, in his third game since missing 58, 4.5 months because of left hip surgery. It's very, very, very impressive. Ottinger stopped 34 shots. Look, Blackwood stopped 35. McKinnon scored on the power play. He's just, look, McKinnon and Makar are the best players on the ice. Nobody is, and I'm on the Oilers to beat the Kings but I don't think the Kings are a tough hockey team. They're really good hockey team, but I'm on that series with the best players on the ice, but I'm not here. Obviously, I want to see Landeskog play. Losing Ross Colton is a big loss. Miles Wood is not as good. Robertson did not join the Stars for these games. He's not going to be in the lineup, but Heiskanen could be, and Landeskog will be. Take it away, Gogster, Stars Avalanche.
Yeah, no, good one there. Good points there, Jim. 1-0 Reds, though. Shout out to Justin on that one.
Mally! Yeah!
Let's go. 73 degrees in Queens. All right. Landeskog's taking it on the ice there. Will be the death of Dallas tonight from Steve G. Looks like a local fan there, but I agree. Should boost the team. They're going to be the first start for Landeskog. Looks like he's going to be in the lineup, Jim. They had coach on the on the radio this morning in Colorado, and he said, he looks very likely he's going to be in the lineup. So I just checked the lines there. They got him put in there on the third line right now with I just had Dallas there with Coyle and Kiviranta. So right now he looks like he's going to be going. But the goaltending, going into some goaltending stats for you guys, Ottinger does need to be a little bit better, Jim. The goals saved above expected. 2 games, he's minus 0.88, minus 0.78. High danger chances have been low for Colorado too. So they have been scoring on a lot of medium danger shots. Where on the other side, Dallas has 8 high danger shots in both of their 2 games. And Blackwood, 2.84 above goals saved above expected in game 1, then 0.95 to the plus. So he has been the better of the 2 goalies. Colorado does need to generate a little more offense. They're going to be at home getting the boost on Landeskog. I get why the line is getting up there, though, for a playoff game like this. But I do think they have a good shot here of coming back. Special teams, 1 for 3, 1 for 4, then vice versa in the game 2. So special teams have kind of been a wash, but face-offs advantage Colorado, 52% game 1, 54% game 2. And they got that win there after that after losing what I think it was 8 in a row. They do need to be a little bit. They're going to need Ottinger to be a lot better, and I don't know if he's going to be a lot better tonight. Like you said, still no Robo. Heiskanen is traveling, which will help. But yeah, and Colorado's pretty much healthy on the other side. So I went both teams to score in the first period in this game, plus 150. A little momentum again from Dallas coming off that win. But I do think Colorado, as the game goes on, guys, I do think they get her done. I have it teed up with a money line parlay, Jim, with an AHL game to close it out here. So stay tuned for that one. But Colorado money line is going to be in a 2-team parlay, guys, but taking both teams to score plus 150 in the first period for this Dallas-Colorado game. Do you like Colorado, though?
Gogster, both teams to score first period at plus 150. And Steve G, you're absolutely right. So I don't let me take anything from that. Look, the teammates are going to play so hard for Landeskog. The building is going to erupt. So, look, I'm not. I have just invested in the Dallas Stars, and I'm not going to sit here and play scared. And if I did feel that the Avalanche, if that Joe Sakic, whom I love, Burnaby Joe, if he had now it's very difficult to take care of toughness. Some players may not think it's as important as others.
Good points from the chat here. Sneaky spot for AM saying there Dallas does have the depth. Steve G saying, which I do agree there.
Incredible depth and size.
Size too, yeah. It's gonna be a hell of a series.
So I'm going to be on overtime again. I don't think this is a great game for overtime, honestly, but it's one of those bets that if you're planning on betting it every game, you have to bet it every game because So, and I'm very close to adding the Capitals -1 to my action here. Again, you guys look. I play hockey all my life. I got the highest levels that I would reach. I got the shit kicked out of me. People tried to bully me. I respect the importance of size. Jim Benning didn't get bullied like I did. And Jim Benning didn't respect toughness. You think Mike Bossy, with his back injuries and the bullying he took all his life, didn't respect toughness? Oh. So I think that Joe Sakic should have done a better job. So I will be on overtime. Let's move on to my action here. 2-0 Yanks. Steve G says speed over size. Well, then Steve, you're in the clear. The Avalanche will win the Stanley Cup, and you got nothing to worry about. And I disagree. Let's move on to 10 p.m. Eastern. Wait, then you're on the Habs tonight, right, Steve? You're definitely on the Habs then, right? Speed over size? You're on the Habs for sure, right, Steve? Okay, let's go. Look, Wager Detective says, what about Gretzky? Look up Dave Semenko. Wager Detective. West first round. Yeah, and Habs, yes. There we go, Steve. West first round game 2, Edmonton Oilers, LA Kings, Crypto.com Arena in Los Angeles, California. Yeah. Stuart Skinner versus Darcy Kemper. The real Darcy Kemper is standing up. The Darcy Kemper that we know so well. I asked, who got confidence from game 1? Who do you think got confidence, Mr. Gogster, from game 1? The Kings or the Oilers?
Neither. I don't think any of them really.
Oilers did.
Okay.
Down 4-0.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
With seconds left in the second period. Down 5-3 with 2.5 minutes left. McDavid goes into that room tonight going, oh, we can beat this hockey team. And we will beat this hockey team. Just like we've done the last 3 seasons. Let them have their one win. Now they'll win. They can win more than one. But the Oilers are an absolute must bet. Oh, no, Wager Detective. I mean it. Write in Dave Semenko. Gretzky's best buddy. Dave Semenko. We have Skinner versus Kemper. Edmonton's power play, which wasn't that good this year, going up against a weak Kings power play. Sure, it's looked a little better with Kuzmenko. Sure. Some bad news in that Reds Marlins game. Justin McCovey saying 2-1 Marlins. Now, lots of game left. We already cashed the Tigers score first. And JW says, size leaning on you wears you down. Look at these teams. Like the Broad Street Bullies changed the National Hockey League. Huh? When the Canucks had their most offensive talent, who else did we have? Donald Brashear, Gino Ojic, Craig Cox. All right, let's get into the line history here for this one. I moved on the Oilers, and the team totaled over 3 last night, and it's an absolute gift. Yeah. If you are really confident on an underdog and you're not dealing with the 6.5 juice to the over, you can get the team total over 3 using Ron Crawford's -1 calculator at plus money. I mean, I would go to battle with these 2 bets tonight. battle with these two bets. We have the Edmonton Oilers right now at plus 112. I got plus 119. 365 moved it to plus 105. This offshore moved it down to plus 108. Money coming back in on the Kings, the best home record in the National Hockey League. From a total standpoint, we have a 6. Some books have moved it to 5.5, juice to the over. The pickup of Kuzmenko was extremely important for the Kings because their power play was so weak this year. Quentin Byfield's not ready probably to be on it. Kopitar is so slow, but he's very talented and he can win faceoffs here. TJ says, do we wait till game time? Will the Kings take late money? I think that you just got to get in as soon as possible. TJ, personally. One good thing that's happening, though, is that the total is going down, which makes the Oilers team total wonderful. So the Kings have lost 3 straight first-round series to the Oilers. They opened game 1 with the 6-5 victory. They've not had home ice advantage in this series. So this is the 4th meeting. They come out flying in their arena. They have the NHL's best home record. The Oilers don't have their best defenseman, Matthias Ekholm. The Oilers have not been playing very good hockey. They've been trying to get Draisaitl and McDavid back healthy. Wow. And it was 4-0. It was also 5-3 with 2.5 minutes left. Look, Philip Deneau got a lucky bounce and scored a lucky winner. Quentin Byfield, Kevin Fiala, they're good hockey players. And Kuzmenko's added to Kempe. And, of course, Kopitar, who's been the mainstay. And Mike Anderson, you got Doughty on defense. And the Oilers badly miss Ekholm, who won't be back for the series. But the Kings are missing Tanner Jeannot. And what happened in that hockey game was McDavid had a goal and 3 assists. And he's going to do it again tonight. And he's going to keep doing it until the Oilers are in the Stanley Cup final. So I'm on the Oilers money line, and I'm on the Oilers team total over 3. And I expect it to be 1-1 going back to Edmonton. I think the Kings can win one in Edmonton. Look, I think this series is going 6 or 7 games. I'm not telling you that the Oilers are just going to destroy them because they're not at full peak yet. They're simply not. And I got the Oilers team total over 3 at plus 117. I got the money line at plus 119. Take it away, Gogster, my friend.
Yeah, I do like that team total over there. Spenny Bombs like his play there too. Kempe, I got him in our pool there, Jim, our fantasy thing. We're doing there at Pub Sports Radio right now, guys. Yeah, I think we're not doing too bad there, Jim. I think we're 9-10 right there. And then you got Low Shack, I think it's 11. So that's been fun. But yeah, no, Kempe, guys, he's playing good right now. Fiala too. This whole team, the offense for this goaltending. The goals, you want to talk about bad goals saved above expected? This has been the worst in Skinner and Kemper. -2, -2.6, -2.79. So both of them low, high danger chances too. So that's just how much offense is on this ice. And the defense has looked like it did struggle in that game. Expected goals were low. There's so many ways you could look at this game for the total wise, in my opinion. But I do think there will be goals. The momentum, I was more looking at the goaltending, I guess, when you said that. But yeah, the momentum would be in Edmonton's favor. Just like you said, that bad bounce went the Kings' way. But in this game, I do think, like I said, goals, both teams to score plus 165 first period, going another first period look. 2 for 5 on the power play. LA Kings were 0 for 2 for the Edmonton Oilers. Low giveaways, too, in this game. So I think, if anything, we might get some scoring early, and then it might slow down as the game goes on. But we got to see more to this goaltending, and I do think we probably see it out of Kemper at home. He's been solid at home all year, but you're going against McJesus and the Edmonton Oilers, so she won't be easy. But the sidewise, I do lean towards Edmonton. I was going to take Edmonton first period money line, but I do think the Kings, like you said, at home. This is just a tough team to play, especially with Kempe. Even Fiala right now, he's playing really good hocky. So yeah, give me a
really good hockey team.
Yeah, like the Kings are like they got some experience too. Like Deneau's got a lot of playoff experience. Yeah. Obviously Kopitar,
They win
Kempe's got a little
face-offs.
bit-
They
Pardon?
have size. They win face-offs. They have size. They have leadership.
Dowdy on the back end too. You got Kemper, who's won a Stanley Cup, so like they got a little more experience. Like Edmonton went deep last year, but this is going to be, like you said, 6-7 games. I could see that as well here. I would lean towards Edmonton. This is probably the toughest game for me to figure out. I'll be watching this one closely tonight, but I do think we'll see some goals early here. Both teams plus 165.
First period, both, and I'll answer a couple things in the chat here before we roll on. But Gogster is on first period, both teams to score at plus 165. Steve G says the Avs beat the big old Tampa Bay Lightning with big Nikita Kucherov and big old Steve Stamkos. What? You mean the Lightning, who have Victor Hedman at 6'6" on defense? And where's the other tough? They've not been a tough hockey team. I don't think they've ever been a tough big hockey team. Guillermo says, don't you think that the comeback will help the Kings refocus, stay on point? Look, the Kings don't need anything to refocus and stay on point. They've been taken out of the playoffs by the Oilers for 3 straight years. The Kings know exactly what they're going up against. They're a very good hockey team, and they're going to put out their best effort. Nobody's questioning whether the Kings won't step up and play their very best tonight. We know that they will. The thing is that the Oilers have never won. This group has never won the cup. This group just came back from 4-0 down in the first game of the playoffs, 5-3 with 2.5 minutes left.
And the problem too, like when you're playing Edmonton, even the Kings' problem is they're just closing them out. Like third period, that's when the Kings got to start playing their best period, because that's when the Oilers do. And like just looking here, you have 4 goals, almost 5 goals that late one in the second. So it's the third period where the Kings, if they look like they close the door in the third period, that's a good sign going to Edmonton. But that's where I'm a little skeptical with LA, is just in the third. But to start games, they've looked fine.
And here's another thing too. Like JW says, Kings win this, they win the series. I don't think so.
No, not till it goes
I
back.
think they could. I think the Kings could go up 2-0 and go back to Edmonton, and it could be 2-2. I also think this: the Kings could be up 3-1, going back to Los Angeles. We've seen great teams do that before. Win 3 straight games with 2 of them in enemy territory. Look, this is going to be a great series. And my being so adamant about the Oilers here is I don't want to take anything away from the Kings or disrespect them as a hockey team. It's just you're going up against the greatest hockey player we've ever seen before, who's never won.
Mm-hmm.
And we saw this. Now, look, when Michael Jordan went to his NBA Finals, he won. And you could say, well, McDavid, didn't. Went 7 games, he didn't. But they watched the Panthers celebrate. The Oilers are not near in peak form right now.
Yeah.
And
there are still a lot of guys leading into this.
Yeah. So I look, this is as fun as hockey gets. The problem is we do need to sleep at some point. Makes it very, very difficult. AM says, nah, if it's round going back to LA, Oilers are done respectfully. No, I hear you. And they said the same thing about my Vancouver Canucks. They said the same thing about my Canucks when we went all the way to the Game 7 Stanley Cup final. Came back against Calgary, in Calgary. We won Game 5 in Calgary. We then won Game 6 in Vancouver. And then we won Game 7 in Calgary with that Bure, the Jeff Brown, the Pavel Bure. I've seen it so many times. So respectfully, the best teams step up in the most important moments. This is a team sport. And I can't wait. So I can't wait. And also, when we don't agree with each other, it's part of the fun. And I don't mean when I'm dealing with insomnia and I can't sleep, if I get a little heavy on my angles and a little too emotional, I don't mean to,
just passion.
And Big Show Pick says 4 p.m. We have the MMA Price is Right members only video drops today at 4 p.m. Shout out to Big Show Picks. You have been, yes, Wage Detective McDavid, Game 7 of last year's finals. That team came back from 3-0 down. It's pretty impressive shit. Gogster, you've been phenomenal this season. Great work. Thank you for delivering that great work for all of us. 6.68% ROI over 201 bets. It's better than professional. So keep up the great work, Gogster, my friend. I'm the Pop Gogster's X handle in the chat. Please support our guy, Mr. Gogster. We're going to get back to Major League Baseball. There might be live betting situations. I know somebody was asking of whether we think the Reds live would be a good spot. Again, I'm so in hockey mode right now. I think it's better to talk to someone. Somebody. Oh, yeah. Gogster's going to add the parlay in with the Avalanche right now, and he can talk golf picks as well. Then we'll get back to Major League Baseball. It's not just Jose Bouquet. We also have Wine Time Sports joining us for the rest of the MLB card and the basketball card with, of course, Billy Brisbane once we get there. And Gogster, tell us your parlay and golf picks. I'll put your X handle in the chat, my friend.
All right, let's rock and roll. Just before that, my old man there just sent me his picks there. That's the guy who's taught me everything. So might as well get these ones in quick. The old man picks here. Washington. He's on Colorado and Edmonton. So we'll see how those ones go. All favorites, of course, that takes those. But the AHL tonight, guys, we're starting off the Calder Cup. Had one yesterday. I believe it was 3-0 Coachella. Beat Calgary, the Wranglers. But now we're starting off here. East Coast games, the ones I'm focusing on. And I'll get right to the parlay here. Shout out to, I think it was Swaggy. I don't know what he's doing here. I don't know if he's got my spreadsheet or what, but he nailed it. It's Providence money line and Colorado money line plus 134. This team just got the much better goaltender here. I think he was allowed only two. He's on 3 goals and only 2 of the last 10 games. On the other side, Springfield, Ellis there. He's been struggling a little bit in his last 10 games. I think it was 7 of the last 10 he had allowed 3 goals or more. I know that is regular season. But then looking at their matchups there, it has been close. Lower scoring games, 4-1, 3-2, 3-2, and then 4-3. But this is the much healthier, not healthier team, but I would say just more experienced team. Now they are getting a stud. I think he's 19-year-old there. He's from Czechia or Russia. Sorry, confusing those two countries. I shouldn't, but he's one of their players they called back, Demidov or Demirovsky. Anyways, guys, he's back on their team, so there should be a little more offense for them. But I do think Providence at home. Shout out to Nasty. I do think they get her done here tonight. And on the other side here, Lehigh and Wilkes-Barre. Again, goaltending just not the strongest going into the playoffs, and I think that's very important because there's a big difference. I was just listening to some podcasts between the AHL and NHL goalies, and you got an AHL goalie that's just not right. It's going to be tough, especially when you got players that teams that haven't made the playoffs. They're getting called back down to the AHL. So I'm actually on Lehigh here. Goaltending, I think they got Parker Galligan or Kagan. I'm butchering his name, but he's definitely the stronger of the 2 goalies right now. Lehigh Valley also have called back down one of their players from Philadelphia. I don't have it written down right now, guys, but I do think this team's live. Wilkes-Barre's kind of fell into the playoffs where, in my opinion, Lehigh, they're the bigger team. We're talking bigger teams on this NHL segment, guys. This is the bigger team too in Lehigh. So plus 105 on the Phantoms, Lehigh Valley Phantoms. This is also the Battle of Pennsylvania. Now that I'm thinking about it, Lehigh versus Wilkes-Barre Scranton. So should be a good matchup here tonight. Am taking the road dog at plus 105, and then you have Providence, Colorado money line. Quick golf for you guys here. We'll just bring that up. We're going to it's the Zurich, Jim. So this is the team event. Defending champ is the winner of the Masters. That's Roy McIlroy and Lowry. So this week here, I am going with, I'll give you guys the couple picks I got. I'm going Clark and Moore at 24-1, Griffin and Novak 24-1, and then Billy Horschel and Tom Hoagie Sandwich at 25-1 to cash in outright this week. So that's all my action, guys. Gogster 99s where you can see all that stuff. And we'll see you guys next Wednesday.
Get that cash, Gogster, my friend. It's time to go back to Major League Baseball. Here we have our cappers waiting in the wings. And just like the very impressive nature of our friend Mr. Gogster's NHL record, Wine Time through 43 bets has a 16.28% ROI here on the show. So let's keep cashing. First, though, let's bring up my co-host, the star of Say Hey Plays, Jose Snips Bouquet, to the show. Jose, that was very fun capping NHL. I'm a shaky mess.
Yeah, I don't know why. You don't know why either. It really sounds like you're coming off a drug addiction.
I'm a fucking mess.
Invested.
I can't stay asleep. I can't.
You have
numbers,
withdrawal
games,
right now.
action, Did I get off of the Operation Garcia too early? Everything just nonstop. I can't stop numbers. I can't take a goddamn breath.
You need a nap.
Yeah, right. But all that matters is that we win here. So let's do that.
By the way, I was shocked to hear that Gogster's father would pick the small team over the big team. I remember we talked. I mean, Gogster's dad, fucking professional hockey player once upon a time. I thought you picked the bigger team over the small team.
No, he couldn't play in the show. He had to go to Europe with small players.
Oh, so that's why I picked the small players.
Yeah, of course.
Okay. That makes more sense. Sorry, I was confusion.
And also, I will always have a bone to pick with Gogster's dad. You have a professional hockey player, and you don't force your kid on the ice play hockey. Like, what do you? Gogster's physical makeup. If you look Gogster, he's got the exact same physical makeup as Wayne Gretzky, but his dad didn't keep him on the ice every time. It's absolute whatever. I'm not going to talk about it, but I do have issues with Gogster's dad not raising him on the ice. Please welcome from Los Angeles, California, right now, 25-18, 58.1% plus 7 units, ROI plus 16.28%, average line plus 101. Our guy, Wine Time Sports in the house. Wine Time, how are you?
Jimmy the Bag, Jose Bouquet, good to see you guys, man. Happy Wednesday. We got baseball on all day today, so it's a great day. I'm heading out to the Angel game tonight, so I'm looking forward to that as well. And looking forward to cap the rest of this card with you guys. Man, I got a couple plays, but I think I'm going to add a couple here with you guys, so I'm excited to get to it.
I am very excited to get to it as well. Let's do exactly that here. We'll move this over, waiting for... Oh, no, I guess we need to keep it. Sorry, I guess Jose knew what he was doing when he was going to be back in a second. I'll keep it back here. Okay, let's get to work here. 6:45 p.m. Eastern with the Baltimore Orioles, 9-13, 4-7 on the road at the Washington Nationals, 10-13, 6-4 at home. We're at Nationals Park in Washington, D.C. Let's get into the weather first here. It is 75 Fahrenheit, mostly clear. We have 3.6 mile per hour winds right to left across the diamond. Non-issue. It's a beautiful night for baseball. Wish the Expos were this baseball team. We have 35-year-old Tomoyuki Sugano. I don't know what to do with him. There's so many hitters getting on. He seems to always get out of trouble, which shows his experience. In our last game that he pitched, I think I was on the over and lost it. But I guess I got confused with this veteran allowing so many runners on base.
Brett Beatty, 2 home run. Thank
for who?
Lord. Brett Beatty in the Mets.
There we go.
2-0 Mets.
There we go.
I'm listening to the game right now as well, and the broadcast was distraught, and I was like, why the fuck are they seeming so sad? I just realized I was listening to the Phillies instead of the Mets. So
what inning is it in?
It is the bottom of the second.
Okay.
David Peterson got out of a bases loaded situation as well in the top of the second. It was very shaky there for a second. So hopefully that is one of those things that locks them in. But yeah.
Minus 135 I paid for that over 7. Justin McKelvey says 4-1 Yankee. Oh, it's a 2-out home run for Philly Eagle Flyer at the tied after 2. Damn, I'm sure that his tied after 2s are still, heavy positive ROI. So
yeah, by the way, Philly, where do you bet those again? I've asked this like 16 times, I'm sure. Where do you bet those? I'm always curious.
2-2 in the Reds game. There we go. Okay. Oh, and Vientos dropped the tailor-made double play to load the bases. Okay. So it wasn't
he did.
Okay. So Coin says 71% ticket, 70% cash on Baltimore moneyline. Washington feels live here. We also have stacks play today. Number 2, Gunnar Henderson over 1.5 bases. So I have not quite figured out Sugano, nor have I ever figured out Trevor Williams, to be honest. But I think that what I can take from Sugano is he's going to get the job done. He's got 8 strikeouts and 5 walks in 21 innings. I guess
that's hilarious. I thought you were going to say he had 8 strikeouts last appearance.
No. His last appearance was his best appearance in Major League Baseball. He had 3 strikeouts and no walks. Von Polo says, "Give me Washington." This is what the Belt series. Is that what they call it? I forget what they call it again.
The Beltway, yeah.
Beltway series. Von Polo from Charm City is on Washington today. Justin McKelvey's got the over 10 plus 106 in his pocket. And let's roll here. Trevor Williams. We moved on the under in that last start. It was a very fishy line. And he had his first really strong start. It was a road start. Now he's back home. I believe he's only had one home start. Right now, lefties are annihilating him. Lefties are hitting 455 with a 1.217 OPS. So the question you have to ask yourself, and I'm sure that Justin McKelvey has answered that, is who are the lefties in Baltimore's lineup that he expects to smash Trevor Williams? And it's Gunnar Henderson. Rutschman will be hitting from the left side. Now we have Ryan O'Hearn as a lefty, Mullins, Kjerstad, Holiday. They're going to fill their lineup with lefties here against Trevor Williams. Righties are hitting 167 with a 384 OPS. Orioles are hitting righties. They're not hitting lefties. Orioles versus righties, 247, 789 OPS. Nats versus righties, 241, 726 OPS. Orioles bullpen, 4.55 ERA, 1.56 whip. Looks like it's going to be a problem this year. The Nats bullpen looks absolutely atrocious. 7.09 ERA, 1.80 whip. Battle of the Beltway, says Von Polo. Spenny Penny Bombs on Rutschman, homer at plus 525 and RBI at plus 140. And Mally Mouse says Trevor Williams used to be so good, not from the naked eye. He throws 85 miles per hour and looks very, very hittable. AM is on the over 8.5 here. Let's go over the line history. We also have Coin giving us the odds logic numbers, which is extremely helpful. Line history wise for this one, we have the Washington Nationals at plus 119. They opened up at plus 127. So we have a move towards the Nationals. And then on the total for this one, we have an 9.5 juice to the under at minus 110. This opened up at 9 and moved to 9.5. Wine time, you got 60% against the spread in the regular season of college football this year, and you are going for it in Major League Baseball. You're at 58.1% here on the show, and this is your first game on the card. Take it away, Beltway Series, Orioles Nats.
Yeah, this is an interesting game right here. I was on the over in this game yesterday. Couldn't get there. The Nationals scored 7 runs. Just the Orioles couldn't seem to get anything going on the board. Got shut out. Interesting enough right now, I'm looking at the Baltimore Orioles team total, and I see it over 4.5 juice to the over at minus 150. I think this total might be live today, and I think the team total for the Orioles might be live today. I'm not going to move on this minus 150 by any means. I'm going to have to look at a different line, I think. But I definitely think the Orioles could be live today, and I definitely think that this can go over today if the Orioles can do their part. I think the Nationals are going to be able to hit Sanguna and Trevor Williams. I mean, I expect him to get hit today as well, honestly. I think that's why we're seeing this total. What I saw it go from an open up at a 9. I believe it's at a 9.5 right now. It's shown on action. You know what it kind of shows is on these totals, bunch of money on the over. Coin said that, I think he said 37%. Let me pull it up right here. 36% tickets, 67% on Washington under, but totals going from 9 to 9.5. So the bigger bets are coming in on this under, but they're moving it up, which makes me think that there can definitely be double-digit runs scored in this game. So I'm going to stay away from this team total because minus 150, I don't want to take it. I'm just going to move on this full game over because I think definitely the Orioles are live and we're going to get a full 9 innings here. So the Nationals are definitely going to come up in the bottom of the 9th, which hopefully can help this over as well if we're not there by then already. So I'm going to move on the over right here. I'm going to see what I can get right here. I can get an over 9.5 at minus 105. I'm going to move on that right now. I'm going to place the bet and I'm going to give it out on Twitter. I like the over in this one. I'm going to go back to the well, even though I took a loss on it yesterday. I think there should be runs scored in this one. I think there should have been more runs scored in yesterday's game. So I definitely think they can get 10 on the board here. So give me the over.
Over 9.5, minus 105. These are such crafty veterans. Jose, take it away. Are you moving on this one?
No, but I'll say this. I think you can bet against the Orioles every day and feel pretty decent about it because their starting rotation is wretched, putrid, atrocious. Their bullpen is fine. But I one cannot bet unders at any of their games because, like I said, they have the worst starting rotation in baseball, and I have no faith in them fixing their own guys like that. Like they don't feel like they have the pitching infrastructure to get their guys where they need to go. I don't know what's going to happen. They're going to trade for someone. They've got to do something here at some point. I'm very interested to see what they do, but I can't bet on them here. I personally think the Orioles could be one of the we have those most profitable teams to bet on, least profitable teams. I think they'll be one of the more least profitable teams to bet on. They'll still have a decent record, but I just can't get behind this rotation. And as a guy that grew up in Virginia, both these teams I've seen frequently play each other, and it's a big deal in Virginia. And I've watched these teams, and I do lean towards the Nationals here to plus 118, but I'm opting to stay off here.
Yeah, I don't know. I've got a bias with Trevor Williams, and I just think he's craftier than let on. And the line's moving towards the Nationals. I think Sugano is a very crafty 35-year-old pitcher. I think he could throw 200 innings and throw 50 strikeouts. It's so
apparently so.
All right. We're going to move on, but Wine Time has moved on the over 9.5 at minus 105. Just before we do, let's do a quick update in case people are going to be moving live on anything. If there's opportunities to move live, we have a 2-0 Mets lead going into the bottom of the third. The live total is 7.5, so it's basically where it was at the opening line. That's 115 plus 115 to the over. Tigers are up 1-0. We've already got that cash on them to score first, but I should have taken advantage of the market there. It was very, very telling. You guys know, TJ and I put it on a platter, I felt, of our expectation of Reese Olson. The market told us that Kyle Hart was going to pitch well, and I was fortunate to get that one solo shot. It's 1-0 after 3, but I got the cake. We move on. Then Cardinals up 1-0 on the Braves at the top of the 7th. That live total is 3.5. Live total in Padres Tigers 6.5. Reds Marlins tied at 2 going into the bottom of the 4th. Live total is 9.5, heavily juiced to the under. Yankees are up 4-1. That live total is at 11.5. Let us know if there's any moves that should be made here for us.
I would like to declare that I think the Braves are broken, and I think they're going to have to make a change in their managerial staff before they get going again. They do not fire coaches like that. But I think it's about that time. I mean, this lineup has been horrid. And I think when you have your best player on your team tweeting out saying that someone would have been suspended or if they would have done that and all that shit, I think it's about that time. It's
a messy situation over there right now, but Anthopoulos will right the ship. Do we have Sun Dubious in the house? If not, there's no last name there. I think that is probably Sun Dubious in the house. Let us know if that is the legend Sun Dubious in the house. Says it's good to be back. Let's roll on to our next spot on the board. Perfect timing if it is the Dubious. Seattle Mariners, Boston Red Sox, Fenway Park, Boston, Massachusetts. It is I, says Sonny. Sonny, a big Boston Red Sox fan and Seattle Mariners fan. These are his two teams. Jose, of course, a big Boston Red Sox fan. We're at Fenway Park in Boston. Let's take a look at the weather in Boston for this one. 69 Fahrenheit. Feels like 63. 5.4 miles per hour left to right, and it dies down to 3.6 miles per hour. We have Emerson Hancock. We don't need to get into it again. All of you guys who said he was ass and terrible. The 6th overall draft pick in the 2020 draft. 5 innings, 2 earned runs. 1 homer, 4 Ks. AM says Hancock going to give it up like a drunk college girl.
Jesus.
Yeah, no, I get it. Everybody who faded Hancock lost in the Reds Mariners game. Hancock pitched very, very well. He allowed the 2-run home run, and AM and True Teller said, I told you he's ass. All he did was shut down the next 4 2/3 innings without allowing a run. We have Sean Newcomb, Hunter Englehart's college roommate, on the hill for the Boston Red Sox. And he's a big believer in Newcomb's character. And Newcomb's had some really bad bounces, some bad luck. His last start was that 1-0 win at the Rays. 4 2/3, 4 hits, no one runs, 4 Ks, and 2 walks. Mariners versus lefties, 214, 670 OPS. There's our guy, the Truth Teller in the house. Truth Teller being eaten off Operation Garcia. Love to hear it. Red Sox versus righties, and he's got his own angle on Operation Garcia, which we will talk about once it comes playoff time. He's brought his own angle to it. And let's get and Big Scott says Hancock might be bad, but he's nowhere near as bad as Newcomb. We have 61% of the tickets, 71% cash on the Boston Red Sox, 77% of tickets, 81% cash on the over. And Mally Mal says Hancock is an auto fade. Jesus Christ. God. The 6th overall pick in the 2020 draft, just the most disrespected person in Major League Baseball. Is it because his last name's Hancock? Is that it? Are you guys simplifying it down to just, do you think he's got a clown name? Mariners bullpen 3.47 ERA, 1.38 whip. Red Sox bullpen 4.47 ERA, 1.24 whip. We get into the line history. We have a 10. It's minus 104 to the over. This opened up at 10. It got up to 10.5 and right back to 10. Got up to 10.5 and right back to 10. Overall, we've had no movement at all on the total. When we get to the money line here, we have the Red Sox at minus 137. It's opened up at minus 141. So we've had no movement on money line or total here. And coin leaning towards the Boston money line. So so he says the only draft pick worse was Mouthcock. That's probably Yeezy's cousin. Let's go. Jose Bouquet, get us started here. Mariners, Red Sox.
Yeah, that was vivid. There was a lot of that. There was a lot of vividness in that detail breakdown. Thank you for that. Here's the thing. I feel so good about my Boston Red Sox. I think this season, that's not necessarily here again, but I think they are going to win the American League. I believe in this team. Brian Bayo's start last night really put some wind in my sails and made me feel alive again. Tristan Casas home run last night was excellent. Again, wind in my sails. I'm feeling great about myself right now and all my futures I put on the Red Sox this year. I have not bet on them enough, in my personal opinion. They've been kind of figuring it out. They've seemingly gone through, and I think they are very much a bet on team. Now, minus 140 with Sean Newcomb on the bump, I think might be a little aggressive, but it also is kind of I think hopefully a sign of how good this Red Sox team actually is, because against left-handed pitchers, Seattle's pretty good, and especially the last 10 days. Here it is. Last month, I should say. 178 plate appearances, 120 weighted runs created, plus 5th best in the league. Overall season, they're 11th at 102 weighted runs created plus. So you can see that their last few games, especially against left-handed pitchers, they have been dominating. So I'm like, okay, I'll perhaps stay off the Red Sox here again today. But I'm going to say now, this Red Sox team is, again, very good. I think they're a fade at your own risk. Bullpen-wise, give you guys the update. Whitlock through 32, so he'll be done for 2-3 days. Liam Hendricks got in through 7. I doubt he goes on back-to-backs. Justin Wilson sucked ass last night and threw 21 pitches. Greg Weissert, 10 pitches. He should be available, so you'll see 44, the closer, will be available for the Red Sox today. Justin Slayton, Greg Weissert, Brennan Bernardino, all available. And I believe, and I know this Boston Red Sox bullpen is a good one here. I'm going to say they're a top 10 bullpen in baseball, so I would say beware of hitting the Red Sox. Beware.
And after all of that, you're not backing them?
No. Too expensive for my taste. Too expensive for my taste.
Jesus. Could have cut that monologue down a bit, I think.
Yeah, it's my Red Sox, you know. I have to go long on one team, I guess.
Wine time. You cashed on the Red Sox yesterday. Talk to us about Mariners Red Sox.
Yeah, I'm back on the Red Sox in this game here. I got minus 135. You can get a minus 138 still at a lot of spots. I think they're live here against the Mariners here. We saw them with some clutch time baseball last night. Loved watching that game yesterday. Got close for a little bit. I'm not going to lie. A couple of those sacrifice flies out there, Julio Rodriguez. Fuck, man. Those guys from third couldn't get in on 2 of those sacrifice flies. But they still got it done. I believe they scored 9 runs, took care of business. I hate that me and my guy Stacks are on opposite plays on a lot of the time, but I'm back on the Red Sox here. I don't like this Mariners team. This is a team that going into this season I didn't believe in. I don't believe in this lineup, and I don't believe you can really succeed if you don't have a good lineup. They've got a couple guys that could hit, I guess you could say. Cal beyond the plate's one of their better hitters. Julio's good. They've got some decent hitters over there, but Randy Arozarena, they just can't get it done. They have been able to score lately, though. That's what they have been able to do since they've been away from Seattle. I think we have a high total here at a 10 for a reason. I think a lot of runs are going to be scored in this game as well. Might end up moving on this over Boston Red Sox team total over. It's just over 5.5 right now, and you're getting plus money, I believe, at, let me double check right here. Plus money at plus 110. I think it tells us something for a reason. I think the Red Sox are going to be able to smash again today. I like this lineup that the Red Sox have. I like where Jose's going with this team, man. I like the Red Sox this year. There's times to back them. There's times to fade them. And I think this series against the Mariners, they're not going to let the Mariners punk them here at home. They're going to take this series. So they're going to get it done here tonight. Probably won't end up moving on them tomorrow, but we'll see. But I'm on the Red Sox again today. I just think they're the better team. I do think Sean Newcomb might get hit a little bit today as well. So they might have to eat into that bullpen a little bit earlier than expected. So hopefully those guys are ready over there. But I do think the Red Sox are going to win this game. I took minus 135. It's a little juicy, but I'm back with it today. I'm taking the Red Sox here.
Red Sox are minus 135 for Wine Time. Another interesting part of Wine Time Spectacular MLB record is we're not giving him the best line available. He's using, and same with Jose. Both these cappers are giving you the lines that they bet, whereas often we'll give the cappers on our screen the best line available. These guys aren't doing that. They're giving you the line that they're betting. Wine Time on the Red Sox minus 135. Jose is deemed it too expensive. Jose, do you like what you've seen from Newcomb? Because Hunter thinks that he's had some real bad luck, bad bounces.
Yes, but this is probably his last start. Lucas Giolito off the IL soon. And Giolito apparently has looked like fucking garbage. So we'll see how that goes. But this is probably his last start because Giolito will come in. And if Giolito isn't good, then he'll pitch until Richard Fitz comes back. And Cutter Crawford also on his way back as well. So Sean Newcomb is not long for this rotation. I would say, like I said, probably his last start in the rotation.
Let's roll on. We will cheer for Hunter Engelhart, who will be capping baseball with us this season. We will cheer for his college roommate. We move on, though. Dodgers, Cubbies. Did I think I would cash the Cubs' first 5 yesterday after we were down 3-0 in the first? The answer is no. Do we think that Matt Sauer will be pitching here? We do, right?
I just hadn't seen a confirmed pitcher yet.
We haven't.
So that's why.
No, it's empty everywhere. But we think it's Matt Sauer, who now let's just do a little bit of due diligence on Sauer. He's made 3 starts for Oklahoma City in the PSL League, and he's looked very good. 11 strikeouts and 11 and
3-2 3-2 Cincinnati. Excuse me, top of the 5th.
We have 11 and 2/3, 11 strikeouts, 1 walk. He's allowed 2 earned runs. He's been very good. He is, was a second-round pick out of high school, Santa Maria, California. Of course, California, the pitching factory of the world.
What the fuck's going on over there, Wine Time?
Rigetti High School in Santa Maria, California. A second-round pick out of high school is very impressive. So this was a highly thought-of pitcher coming up, and was in the Yankees system, went over to the Royals system in 2024, now is a Dodger. So that's Matt Sauer, who we think will be pitching here. So Matthew Boyd, on the other hand, look, we talked about the inability of the Dodgers to hit left-handed pitching, and that was not why we won the Cubs' first 5. Shota Imanaga got touched up here. So Matthew Boyd, the pitcher who I'm a big fan of. Of course, he was part of the David Price trade. He was in the Blue Jays system. We traded him to Detroit for Price.
David Price.
Boyd 1 and 2, 2.01 ERA, 1.25 WHIP. He's looked quite good this year. He's coming to off a 4-2 loss at the Padres. He went 5 in the third, 6 hits, 2 earned runs, no homers, 3 Ks, and 2 walks. So there's a couple things going on here. First off, it's the weather. 63 Fahrenheit, 4.5 miles per hour, right to left, very slightly out. Ends up at 3.6, right to left, very slightly out. Let's get to the line history here. But also the main thing for Matthew Boyd is that he's a lefty that gets hit by lefties. Lefties are hitting 364, 871 OPS against them. We have a couple of them on the card. Some of the lefties that get hit by lefties, they still don't put lefties up against them, but they're not afraid to put up lefties against Matthew Boyd. So then the first thing we need to do is go to that Dodgers lineup and see if there are lefties that concern us.
Yeah, there's two.
There's two.
There's definitely two.
Now, Tommy Edman can hit lefties. He's a switch. Conforto can hit lefties, but it's just Shohei and Freddie Freeman. I guess you shouldn't say just about those two, but it's not a whole bunch of lefties that really concern you. Cubbies are smashing righties, 258, 778 OPS. Dodgers bullpen's been very good. The Cubs bullpen's been questionable. So let's get into this line history and then hand it over here to Wine Time Sports. We have the Cubs right now at minus 108. They open up at minus 105. I'd be very interested to hear what they are first 5 here. So let's just take a quick look and see what the line movement has been there. Again, I'll have to use a different book, but a similar offshore. Open this up at minus 110. Now it's minus 115. So very small moves. Let's get to the total here for this one. The full game total is sitting right now at 9.5. It's minus 108 to the over. Opened up at 9.5 at 11:03 a.m. because we didn't know who was pitching. 30 minutes later, this was a 10. And then it comes right back to 9.5. We still have had 11 cents to the over. A True Teller says, is Ohtani out? We don't have a confirmed lineup right now. And you would think that going up against Boyd, who gets hit hard by lefties, would be appealing to have him in the lineup. When we get to the cash flow, again, this is Action Network. We have our guy Coin giving us the odds logic numbers. But according to the Action Network, 71% of tickets and 91% cash on the Dodgers. And on the total, we have 79% tickets and 86% cash on the over. I mean, look, don't we have a huge advantage with Matthew Boyd on the hill here? Isn't this a spot where we might want to go back to that first 5 well? Wine Time, take it away, Dodgers Cubs.
2-1 Phillies, or 2-1 Mets, excuse me. They just scored, the Phillies did.
Okay, that's helpful.
Yeah. I'm on the Cubs here in this spot, minus 110 here. I mean, who do I think is the better team here? I'm going to tell you the Chicago Cubs right now. I like this Chicago Cubs team. He is playing with a lot of heart right now, a lot of dignity. It's just crazy to see them go out here and make all these late inning comebacks, especially at home. Playing some big time baseball, man. I talk about it a lot. Getting Kyle Tucker this last offseason, the best move anyone could do in baseball. He's an MVP. He's playing at an MVP type level. Suzuki right now is hitting the ball extremely well. Ian Happ at the leadoff spot, another really good hitter. They've got some good guys. Swanson at times, he wants to be consistent, and then other times he doesn't want to hit the ball for about 20 at bats. Still a solid defender. PCA playing some good baseball for them as well at the bottom of the order. No one really talks about him a lot, it seems like. I like this Cubs team, and I think they're going to take this series. It's crazy to see that this is the 3rd time these guys have played already, give or take. The first series was only a 2-game series. Now they're back here in Chicago here at Wrigley Field for a 3rd game. We saw all those Dodger fans swarm Wrigley yesterday. It's crazy the turnout they had, those Dodger fans at the game yesterday. Absolutely wild. Cool to see the Cubs win that even more after seeing that on social media. But yeah, with that being said, I'm on the Cubs here. None of my books have it available right now as of this minute. They had it available earlier. Nothing's available for me right now. I'm not sure what's going on here. So we'll see. We don't have a pitcher still for the Dodgers. But yeah, I'm on the Cubs minus 110 here. I think this is a good line here to take the Cubs, and we're going to take them here.
2-2 Phillies Mets. I don't mean to cheer again because I want you guys to cash your Mets, but Need to get to my over. I should have just taken the first 5 over. I mean, that's where I thought they were most vulnerable. But so, are you just full game here? One time?
I'm full game here in this spot. Yeah. I expect a good game out of Matthew Boyd. I mean, seeing this total at 9.5, it's obviously because they've been scoring runs, especially the Cubs here at home. I mean, scored 21 runs yesterday combined. I'm going to stay away from the total here in this spot. This is going to be a good ball game. These are two teams that are going to be in the postseason. That should be able to make some postseason runs if they stay healthy. This is going to be a fun baseball game to watch for sure. I don't see any of my Chicago Cappers in the chat. Troy Torrance, Saturated. They'd be stoked. They'd be stoked. Or Spoon.
Silent.
You know, these guys would be stoked if I said all this stuff about the Cubs. Nowhere to be found. Maybe you got to clip this out, Jose. But yeah, with that being said, Cubs here. I love it. I believe in this team. So
very silent. You did get Dougie Wise say this is ridiculous. So you got that. You got that. Justin McKelvey on the Cubs -108. We have AM bullish on the over 9 here. Wager Detective on the other side on the under 9. And Berkey in the house. Berkey, what a treat it is to see. Says best of luck, everyone. I haven't popped in for a while, but my heart is always here. Leche and go Jets.
I guess that's Winnipeg, huh? Not New York.
Yes, that's Winnipeg, man. That's no one's cheering for your football team, dude. But and one other thing I want just to touch on very quickly is you much prefer straight full games. It's not that you think necessarily that you have a better advantage. It works for you. You don't get off what works for you. You're winning right now. You're not going to change. So it's not necessarily that. It's a kind of, can you touch on it quickly just before we move on?
Yeah, it's just I haven't really, I haven't moved on a lot of first fives. Don't get me wrong, I'll definitely back them at times. When I cap these games, I look at the full game more so. It works out better for me. I know, you don't see me ever give out first fives. I just don't really have any good angles with them, and I haven't been successful with them in the past when I tried with them. Doesn't mean I can't now, but I go with full games more. I like to see the whole 9 innings, watch how it plays out.
It certainly screwed Jose and I yesterday. Cubs full game. What was the number you got?
-110.
Mine, and that being on first five screwed us. When if we had just been on full games, it would have been much better.
I wanted to bag my head through my fucking wall, dude. Ugh.
It was sickening. I mean, if Buxton hadn't made that huge cash, it would have been a disaster of huge. But here, Jose, take it away because I'm still leaning towards Cubs first five here.
Yeah, I mean, of course, because we cashed on the Cubs first five, and if we didn't bet Cubs first five, we would have lost full game. That was the one time where I was like, "Thank the Lord."
Where the Cubbies came back.
They didn't lose 10. Oh yes, they won. Yes, I last time I saw a game, it was fucking 10-7. I was like,
they came back, dude.
Jimmy, as you could tell, I went to bed at 9:30 last night because of how fucking angry I was. I went to bed. I was like, you know what, Helga, I'm going to bed. She's like, what? It's 9:30. It's like I could not do this. I did not want to watch the end of the baseball games. I was angry, and I just went to bed angry. So I obviously didn't watch the last part of the games here. But that all being said, I did want to fade the Dodgers here yet again with Matthew Boyd, the lefty up here. Sure, they hit a Shota. I challenge you to do it again. Los Angeles Dodgers. And Matthew Boyd has pitched against them once already. 6 innings, 4 hits, 3 earned runs on a home run, 7 Ks, 3 walks. Pitched against them last year, 6 innings, 3 hits, 1 earned run. Ohtani, 14 plate appearances, 12 at-bats, 2 hits, 167 average, a home run in there. Freddie Freeman, 9 plate appearances, 8 at-bats, 1 hit, 125 average. Tommy Edman hits 125 against him. Only guy that really has hit him, and Michael Conforto, 3 plate appearances, 1 hit, or 2 hits. 3 plate appearances, 2 at-bats. He got a walk in there, a hit in there, so he hits 500. But like Mookie Betts hits him okay, 4 hits, 267 average. But I think Matthew Boyd can dance his way through this lineup a little bit. And I will also chalk up part of the Dodgers' success against lefties last night to a little wind as well. It was a little windy in Wrigley, blowing out. I was just looked up the Twitter page Wrigley Wind to see if they had an update for today. They did not pull one out yet. I generally trust that one, especially because, it's called literally Wrigley Wind. But I think I'm going to move on the Cubs here again, first 5. But I'm in the same boat as Wine Time. It's down for me, probably because they're getting the pitcher information now.
I find the Wind very different from yesterday. Let's just double check that though, as AM saying it's the same wind, so it's barely blowing today. Yesterday,
Wrigley Wind had it blowing out to center, 8 miles, a gust up to 19.
no, he's right though. From Swish, he's right. He's absolutely right. This was very, very similar wind, slightly blowing out. I didn't realize that. So we had about 6 miles per hour, 6.3 according to Swish. Again, I get why you trust Wrigley more. And then today it's 4.5. So similar. 2-0 Tigers there. So let's roll on here. AM says this club's bullpen has adopted the Emerson Hancock School of Pitching, which means they must be the highest thought of prospects in Major League Baseball on their bullpen. Wine Time has moved on the Cubs full game at -110. Jose, are you making anything official? Or are you still hemming and hawing?
No, I'm just waiting for the line to be officially official on my book. That's basically it. I'm going to bet first 5 money line. But yes, and Jimmy, I just want to let you know that Mr. Emerson Hancock has now been added to your rotation for the season.
Yes, he has.
Max Meyer, Brandon Pfaadt, and Emerson Hancock are so far the 3 in your rotation.
That's true. It's very true. Maybe David Festa finds a spot on there as well. T-Moss in the house. Great to see you, T-Moss. Let's roll here. Nancy Nate says, Dodgers game off my book. It's just because we're waiting to hear that Matt Sauer is on the hill, which we think he's going to be. It's available for me to bet, but there's no pitcher listed, and they're saturated now, coming in late. He doesn't know all the good things you said. Wine time.
Yeah, he didn't say that. He didn't hear you say that the fucking Cubs are better than the Dodgers.
True Teller says, y'all make me want to fade Hancock. Of course you guys want to fade Hancock because you don't think you were wrong. You guys think you're still right after calling him ass, allowing 2 earned runs over 5 innings. It's the psychology of decision making, and you guys are sure that you're still right. So of course you guys are going to do it and go forth into the night. We move on to our next spot on the board, 7:40 p.m. Eastern. White Sox, Twins, Target Field, Minneapolis, Minnesota. AM moving on the under 8.5 here. It is a bullpen day for the Chicago White Sox. Saturated, you miss Wine Time saying that the Cubs were better than the Dodgers, and no Cubs fans were in the chat to support him on that. We have Bryce Wilson and a bullpen day for the White Sox. I think it's fair to assume that Bryce isn't going to go more than 5-6 batters. But let me know if that might be wrong. David Festa on the other side, 4 in the third, 5 hits, no one run, 6 Ks, 1 walk, the 4-3 extra inning win versus the Mets. This is another, highly thought of prospect, not quite as highly as Emerson Hancock, but highly thought of prospect who didn't look good last year and looks much better this year. White Sox first righties, 204, 598 OPS. They're not hitting them. Nate Dogg, 420. Be well, my man. Twins versus righties, 227, 659 OPS. This White Sox bullpen is being better than expected, 4.34 ERA, 1.35 whip, while this Twins bullpen has been good, 3.67 ERA, 1.19 whip. Let's get into the line history here for Festa and Wilson. We have this total at 8.5. It's -107 to the under. It opened up at 8. It was juiced to the over at -113. Didn't become available till 7:15 in the morning. No one was sure who the White Sox were going to throw today. And then it moved to 8.5, 8.5, 2 hours after the line first came out. And it has stayed there. Now, when it first moved to 8.5, 9:14 a.m., it was -103 to the over. And then there was a huge move a minute later, -116. This was 8.5, heavily juiced to the over. And then it started moving in the opposite direction. It's bounced back and forth throughout. The over 8.5's gone down to -103, -105. Right now it's a -109. So we've had a half run move towards the over. Let's get into the money line here. From a money line perspective, we have the Twinkies at -248. They opened up at -226, 22-cent move towards the Twins. And I don't know, honestly, if that is because the White Sox bullpen's been better than imagined. So I don't know if that's saying, look, this White Sox bullpen's going to get touched. They're tired, and Jose can touch on that. Or is this line saying that Festa is ready to be a solid starter in Major League Baseball? When we get to the cash flow on the Action Network, we have 71% of tickets, 75% cash on the over. And then on the money line, we have 92 and 88 on the Minnesota Twins. This moving from 8 to 8.5, you'd have to think that this could be a cash cow spot, but Troy has not told us that is the case. Dougie Wise is on the Twins run line -1.5 at -120. Says the Twinkies will dominate. So here we go. Jose Bouquet. I think you started the last. I've mixed.
Well, I'll be quick because I have nothing on the game. This game, I don't trust games that have the same line as the back-to-back, like the same line as yesterday. Today, different pitchers. I think Bryce Wilson, ideally for the White Sox, goes 3 or 4 innings here, and then the rest of the day is bullpen. I like David Festa, but I don't like him to -250. And Rocco Baldelli came out and said that he knows that his kind of ass is in the jackpot, as they would say, and knows he has to have a season here today. So I think there's a little more urgency impressed upon the Twins here. Maybe they go on a little run, but no thanks. I'm off.
Is it actually possible for Bryce to do that? Like he's
thrown 3 before, or 3 this inning, or 3 this year, excuse me, already once.
Okay,
Yeah,
interesting. I'm honestly a little surprised it's gone from 8 to 8.5. Wine time, White Sox Twins.
Yeah, not a lot to say about this game right here, Jim. Chicago White Sox, not a team I've gotten a good read on this season. I've backed them a couple times, wasn't successful with them, and there's just no reason to really bet their games, in my opinion. I mean, in certain spots you can, but I don't think this is a spot here you can bet the White Sox, and I'm not going to bet the Twins at a -1.5. You know what I mean? I'm not going to bet a -250 here on the money line, but something's indicating to me that the Twins do take care of business today. Jose said, Rocco Baldelli, his job's kind of on the line this year. Maybe not even this year, maybe these next couple months, maybe these next couple weeks, depending on what happens here. But this team's got to get going. They had high expectations going into the season. I have no idea why. But Byron Buxton's starting to get hot right now. Carlos Correa, he's hitting 5th in the batting order right now. Pretty crazy to see him dropping all the way down to 5th. Maybe he's going to see the ball a little bit better here. I know he was hurt for a little bit. Haven't been really capping these Minnesota Twins games lately because they've just been such a frustrating team to watch. Don't like watching either of these two teams, so I'm not going to have a bet in this game for you guys. Nothing for me in this game.
Jose, can you touch on the White Sox bullpen rest, fatigue?
I thought you were going to ask for me to expound on their asses in the jackpot, which I would have gladly done that.
Never want to hear about that again.
Shout out to Terry. I can't remember the guy's name now. The old manager for the Mets. Their bullpen is fully ready to go. Only 53 pitches from Mike Vasil yesterday, and the rest of the bullpen got the night off. Tyler Gilbert threw 23 on Monday, and Penn Murphy threw 17. But everyone should be good to go.
Robert Cherry was not.
Wow.
I did read that. I had to read that a couple times.
I maybe a little comma in that I smell pussy would have made that laugh a little more for me, but I just shout out to them.
Topset picked up 38 units on Bucks team total over Pacers Moneyline SGP Operation DG. Says, thank you, Dennis Garcia, for the biggest NBA night ever for Topset. I'd love to hear that, Topset. For those of you guys that have been spending time on it and succeeding with it, means a ton. There is Salty Pete. As of yesterday, he was leading our hockey pool. Shout out to Salty Pete and Harbor Acres Cottages. Salty Pete and Harbor Acres Cottages was a sponsor of our big NFL contest this year, and we are extremely thankful to have Salty Pete running with us, man. They put a lot of extra cash into our prize pool, and we love Salty Pete and Harbor Acres Cottages. I'm just surprised it's gone from 8 to 8.5. Honestly, okay. I think that. Do you think that it's possible? Now I know Robert Cherry doesn't believe this. But do you think the Buxton catch is the turning point of the Twins season?
I think it was Baldelli telling them, like, I think there was a speech made last night of some sorts. I think there was a plant the flag, like, we've got to be better moment. And was the Buxton catch, I guess, the catalyst of that? Sure. But I think it happened before the game. I think it happened after the game, during the game. I think that was a big emphasis yesterday, that they just have to be better.
Because I want to move on them on the run line, but you think that they have enough arms in this bullpen to take care of the game? Because I like AM's under 8.5. I'm not going to, with the line moving from 8 to 8.5, I'm not going to move on it. But do you think they have enough arms right now in a decent looking bullpen to get the job done and keep it a low scoring, close game? Because AM's saying there's low volatility. If there's low volatility, you don't want to be on the -1.5.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with that. I think they have the arms to do it, but I just don't think their bullpen is good enough. So I'm more concerned about the Twins' bats than the White Sox pen being good, because I think Twins' bats can make them look good.
One time you've been on baseball teams, you saw that. Did you see the Buxton catch?
I actually did not. I'm not going to lie. I did not see that catch yesterday.
They lose the game if he doesn't make this catch. I don't know what maybe Jose knows the actual percentages of the chance of making the catch, what it was, but it was absolutely spectacular, and it saved them the game. And Mally Mal, DG's in our chat. Yeah, he's in our chat a lot. He was in it yesterday and the day before. He'll be around. Okay, I don't want to get too into, especially if I consider this low volatility, but God, I don't want to get too I don't want to romanticize the game too much, but I'm thinking of the Twins run line and the Twins going on a run. Let's move on. 7:45.
Catch, Jim. I just saw it. That's great. That's impressive right there, man. That is wild. 9th inning, 2 runners on base right there, 2 outs. That's a big time catch. There's not a lot of people that can move like that and catch the ball like that at that angle, especially in a situation like that. And Buxton's one of those guys. That's absolutely incredible.
Yeah, it was. And the way I've got lots to think about.
Not to be romantic about baseball, man.
No, it's hurt me badly when I do. One time when it's hurt me very badly. It does. I've tried so hard not to. And I told you guys, when I went down to Costa Rica in 2017, baseball was my favorite sport, maybe other than horse racing. And I got destroyed publicly and have never fully come back. Let's move on. 7:45 p.m. Eastern, Colorado Rockies 4-18, 1-12 on the road. At Kansas City Royals 10-14, 7-4 at home. Kauffman Stadium in Kansas City, Missouri. I just feel like Major League Baseball has a way of making you feel stupid. That's all. Just being dumb, like not intelligent enough.
I felt like an idiot last night. Fucking, that's why I went to bed at 9:30.
At least you can sleep.
I want to only sleep is the difference.
I used to get like that down in Costa Rica. I would just walk right in through my door and I would just fucking try not to sob and lie in my bed. So I get it. But let's stay focused here and not talk about bad capping times because we're running very well, except last night baseball didn't go that well. Rockies, Royals, Kauffman Stadium in Kansas City, Missouri. Let's get to the weather here. And
home run Braves 4-1 now. I finally spurred them on, those fucking bastards.
I'm an Edler backer, so I stayed off it though. 75 Fahrenheit. Now we got that over. Maybe possibly still in play for him. Maybe what inning are we in?
5, bottom of the 8th.
Bottom of the 8th.
Oh, okay.
Be tough.
75 Fahrenheit feels like 73. 7.2 miles per hour, right to left, and then it goes just right. It's slightly out, but then it's just right to left with no help. German Marquez. This is the type of situation I like to back a pitcher in. He's always been very good on the road. He's always had very sensible splits. He's coming off an 8-7 loss at the Dodgers where he didn't make it through an inning. His team stepped up for him. I don't see, this is a problem I have. You hear it in my voice one time. I'm romanticizing the Marquez situation, which could get me into big trouble. I'm a Lorenzen fan. I don't think he's an elite pitcher or anything like that, but I think he's a decent pitcher who can eat up 150 innings for you. He's coming off a 6-1 loss at the Tigers. He went 4 2/3, 7 hits, 4 runs, 3 Ks, and 3 walks. Rockies are hitting 217, 645 OPS versus righties. The Royals are the worst team against righties in Major League Baseball, and both bullpens are middling, which is, the Royals bullpen's a little better than that. 3.79 ERA, 1.37 whip, but the Rockies bullpen's very middling. 4.23 ERA, 1.49 whip. Let's get into the line history here. We have the Royals at minus 186. They opened up minus 184. So there's been no movement at all. We know they're the better baseball team. When we get to the total in this one, we have an 8.5. It's minus 118 to the over. It actually just moved to 8. No. Sorry. It had moved up to 9. I didn't realize that. Sorry. It had moved to 9. So it moved back to 8.5. That's all. It moved back to 8.5. Overall, we've had no movement on the side. We've had no movement on the total. Coin saying 57% of tickets, 65% of cash on Kansas City over. 80% of the tickets, 92% cash on Kansas City money line. Oh, AM, it's just one game, man. Don't worry. You're having a great season. It's just don't even worry about one game here. You got lots of action coming up. Marquez versus Lorenzen. We get let's use odds logic here instead of action. 57% of tickets, 65% cash on the over, 80% tickets, 90% cash on KC. All this tells me is Marquez is very live here to have a bounce back start. Very live to have a bounce back start. Wine time, take it away, Rockies, Royals.
I mean, yeah, you're looking at this market. That's what's telling me too. The line's not moving right now. Kansas City Royals, I mean, they're a decent baseball team. Don't get me wrong, 10-14 right now. They're probably a little bit better than their record. Rockies 4-18. I mean, this is one of the worst teams in baseball. I mean, Ryan McMahon's hitting under 200 right now. Just absolutely crazy. Haven't been paying a lot of attention to this Rockies team because there's not a lot to pay attention to. But you're right. I mean, Herman Marquez, this might be a good spot for him to actually pitch well here. We're seeing a total here at 8.5. I believe it opened at 8.5 as well, right?
Yeah.
The line's not moving. Both of these lineups not good. Maybe Michael Lorenzen, he has his moments where he looks good out there. By the 4th or 5th inning, he's moaning and groaning when he's throwing his 88-mile-per-hour fastball, but he's still efficient. He still hits his spots at times. So maybe both these pitchers pitch well, and this is an under spot. I was on the under in this spot yesterday, cashed with that, and almost didn't. You know what I mean? It should have cashed the entire game. Went to the 11th inning and somehow still cashed the under 8. It was a 4-3 game. Absolutely wild. But I don't know if I want to put my money back there in that spot. There's some late inning heroic comebacks in that game. Could be something similar today. But it tells me the Rockies are alive here and that I don't think this Royals team is that good anyways. Rockies are going to win some games at some point this year. And if you can get a good number, like a plus 160 on them right here, I mean, you're getting over 1.5 times your money. On a team that looks live here. I mean, no one's betting them right here, and the line's not moving. It seems like a rocky spot. I'm not going to do it, though. I can't do it here. Maybe I move on it closer to game time. Maybe I move on the under. Those are two heavy leans. Maybe I throw a half unit on each, and I don't actually give them out on Twitter. But I might move I might move on a half unit on the Rockies here, and I might move a half unit on the under as well. 2 leans. We'll see if I get there. But this is going to be a pass after that long breakdown.
I think that this is a spot to make money. I'm a little nervous doubling down, whether it would have to be a first 3 under or a full game under. I get why Aim's on the full game under. I also think that the opportunity to back Marquez here, the first 3 plus a half is probably too expensive at minus 135. The first 5 plus a half is probably more to the liking. But I'm interested in this. I'm interested in the under. I'm interested in backing Marquez off a horrific start against the Dodgers. It just feels like this is a tailor-made bounce back spot here. So Marquez and the under. It makes me very uncomfortable to have 2 units on this baseball game, but I think that's where we get to. The nuke worker in the house and Dennis Garcia joining us. We have been speaking about you a lot over the last few.
Yeah, I've talked about I was thinking Garcia so many times this last week or two. Man, he's made me cash, man. Shout out to Dennis Garcia, OG man. Operation Garcia, man. It's It's the real fucking deal.
And
I
this
think
is what-
that's the one guy that gets talked about the most, and he has no idea. Like he gets talked about so much, and he's just none the wiser.
And this is the comment that you missed just a few minutes ago, Dennis. Topset said, just woke up. What's up? Picked up 38 units on Bucks team total over, Pacers money line, same game parlay, and Operation Dennis Garcia. Thank you, Dennis Garcia, for my biggest NBA night ever. Right there. The Sky Dragon, as we used to call him, of course.
Yeah, shout out to Sky Dargan.
Okay, Marquez. I wrote Marquez there, but really it's Rockies. So I'm going to invest in this game.
Join me, Jim. I'm on first 5+0.5. I bet it just now -105. I agree with the breakdown. The Royals worst against righties. Let's just have a nice 5 innings here, Marquez, and let's scratch across a run. The Lorenzans saw them in 23, 5 earned runs, but I'm not going to take too much stock into a start for 23. But yeah, I agree.
I don't think Lorenzen is. I just think he's a decent innings eater, but he should be able to mow down this Rockies lineup. And Dougie Wise moved on the exact same spot. First 5+. He got -110. And DC Kepper taking Colorado to win on the money line here. I like it. I like it all. But it makes me very uncomfortable also to be betting on this shit baseball game. We move on. 7:40 p.m. Eastern with the Toronto Blue Jays 12-12, 4-7 on the road at the Houston Astros 12-11, 8-6 at home. In Houston, Texas for this. This is a real fascinating cap. So we have Bowden Francis, who I think is very, very good. Now he hasn't proved it for long enough. 2-2, 3.13 ERA, 1.04 WHIP, 20 Ks in 23 innings, 8 walks. He's allowed 5 home runs in 23 innings. Not good. His last start was very good, though. 3-1 win at home over the Mariners, 6 innings, 5 hits. He allowed the solo shot, 5 Ks and 1 walk. Lefties are getting to him. Lefties are getting to him this season for power, and not for a bunch of hits, but for power. And the Astros have one lefty that they've been bringing out. And of course, it's the mighty Yordan Alvarez. Now, there got to be other lefties. The expected lineup has 8 righties in it. Righties against Bowden Francis are hitting 154 with a 421 OPS. Another thing, though, and it's very, very important, is that he did not have any issues against lefties last year. So this is a very small sample size that I don't think we should put too much into. But it is, present. Then we have Ryan Gusto, 2-1, 3.18 ERA, 1.24 WHIP, 17 Ks, 17 innings, 3 walks, 2 jacks. He's been very good this year. He's coming off a 6-4 win over the Padres at home in Houston. He went 5 innings, 9 hits, 2 runs, 2 Ks, no walks. And this is his 3rd straight home start. A very, very nice place to back a pitcher. And he has also had issues against lefties. So we have Santander as a switch. We have Jimenez, Alan Rodin, and Nathan Lukes. That's it. Bo and Vladdy are righties at the top of the order. Gusto this year has allowed righties at 233, 546 OPS, while lefties are hitting 348, 1.027 OPS. Neither team's hitting righties. Jays 235, 628, Astros 232, 650. Jays bullpen 3.68 ERA, 1.11 WHIP looks quality. Astros bullpen looks very good, 2.72 ERA, 1.08 WHIP. So all of this leads us towards unders. And it all leads us towards the Blue Jays. Now, we don't need to run towards them, but maybe I could just bet unders, and because I don't want to have double unit. I'd be very much more comfortable with 1 unit on these games. I want to find a way to get away from that. But this total opened up 8.5 -107 to the under. Now it's -113 to the under. So I think that the under is very much in play. We have a question from Mally Mal to get a little more information on Ryan Gusto. He is 11th round pick in the 2019 draft, 26 years old, out of course, Santa Rosa, California. God, every picture you look up is from California. Last year, he pitched very well in Sugarland, AAA PCL. Pitched very, very well. I'm surprised that he never got a chance with the Astros. But he's getting a chance this year. He's earned everything in Major League Baseball. He was very strong at AA Corpus Christi after kind of struggling at High A. That was back in 2023. He's earned everything he's got. I think he's a good pitcher. AM says line moved towards the over yesterday, went under easily. But Coin saying 85% of tickets, 89% of cash on the Houston under. And Jermaine saying that Lorenzen at home should shut down the Rockies. Sweaty Butcher says Cali has 46,000 travel ball clubs. So let's take a look at the line history and then have Jose Bouquet get us started here. But these pitchers are going to pitch well in this situation. I think it's pretty clear to me that they are going to. The thing is it might really, though, be a double up because both bullpens are pitching well. So, Jose, do touch on the fatigue issues. As I said, there's been 6 cents of movement towards the under. And then on the money line, we have the Jays at minus 104. They opened up at minus 106. No movement. I don't need to. I just think these pitchers are going to pitch well here. Take it away, Jose. Bowden Francis, Ryan Gusto, Astros hosting the Jays.
Yeah, my honestly, one of my more annoying losses yesterday was this one. I took the Blue Jays. Bassett gives up a few runs in the first, and that was basically it. Blue Jays offense doesn't want to show up, and that's fine. I mean, I guess I should have been on the under because it does seem like both of these guys this line and the line yesterday indicates that both these lines are going to pitch. Both these guys are going to pitch well. I like the Blue Jays here if I had to pick a side. Again, I think it's kind of fishy that it's basically minus 115 or minus 110 each way, even money each way. So I lean Blue Jays in the under, but after last night's loss, I'm going to stay off.
I wonder
Just
if
being a salty bitch.
I wonder if this is, that we have pitchers with nice statistics. We should see this move to an 8 or a 7.5 to have confidence. I wonder if it's staying still is not good. Maybe it's a vividness bias on the Astros bats because they certainly shouldn't have it shown it this year. Maybe this is not a double up spot. Take it away, Wine Time. Jays Astros.
Yeah, a game I haven't moved on yet, but a really interesting game right here. I mean, Blue Jays haven't been able to get anything going at the plate here these last couple games. Astros going for the sweep here. I think this Toronto Blue Jays team should have some heart here and should show up here. Like I've talked about on a lot of occasions, I believe in this Blue Jays team. I like their batting order. I do think Bowden Francis could pitch well here in this spot against the Astros. I haven't quite pulled the trigger on the Blue Jays yet. I most likely will because I bet them almost every single game. Just haven't them seen able to get anything going at the plate the last couple of games. Makes me think, though, that this is a perfect spot for them to get right here. And this is a team that I do believe in and that wants to make a run. And they don't want to fall behind too early. They don't want to go under 500 in this loaded division here. So I think they can get it done here. It's not an official play by any means. I might end up tweeting this out later. Still a couple of things I want to go over in this game. I want to see the lineups get released as well. Nothing for me in this one. This is a pass for me, but I have a lean towards the Blue Jays. And I'll most likely end up betting the Blue Jays just because I don't think the Astros are good enough to sweep these guys anyways. I think the Blue Jays should show up here and play with some fucking heart and not get swept here by the Astros. So lean towards the Blue Jays heavy.
See, I don't think the Blue Jays are a good baseball team. And I've been waiting for them to go out on the road and start losing. I don't think they're a bad team. But you're much higher on my team, which gives me hope. But you're much higher on them than I am. Under 8.5 at minus 108 at Heritage. And AM says over the last 6 games, recent form ratings only. Toronto 29th, Houston 2nd. Let's roll on and let's talk about Wine Time's Angels, who have made them a lot of money. Pittsburgh Pirates, Los Angeles Angels here in Angel Stadium, Anaheim, California. First, we'll take a look at the weather. In LA, we have 64 Fahrenheit, feels like 68 miles per hour to right center. As soon as we get some 80-degree weather, this ball is going to be sailing out. Yeah. It's not hot enough right now. Jack Kohanowitz is a question mark here that, we'll need to discuss a little more. Very much a question mark. Andrew Heaney, who was an Angel for a long time, is pitching extremely well. He's got these weird splits where lefties are hitting harder than righties. And 269, 745 OPS as the bad end of the split. It's not a huge deal. The question is, does this Angels lineup know him really well? Not really, but I'm sure Trout could give you the best breakdown of Heaney possible. I'm sure Trout knows every single weakness and has probably told all the players about it, which does add another layer of confusion here. You don't have lefty bats. Shanwell, Rengifo is a switch. I mean, you don't.
Shonwell had what it was, a root canal. That's why he missed yesterday. He should be good for today, but he even might miss today. It's a question mark for him.
So righties are hitting 159, 470 OPS against them. So then the question is, so Angels are not hitting lefties, 221, 634 OPS. They're hitting home runs, not against lefties. Pirates versus righties, 221, 648 OPS. The Angels bullpen still looks to be a problem. 5.45 ERA, 1.62 whip. Pirates bullpen, 3.43 ERA, 1.19 whip. Sure, Truth Teller, I missed it. When was it? I see a retracted statement. Oh, on X. Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. I'll get that at some point. So Heaney, Kohanowitz. Let's talk about Kohanowitz here, because he's a highly thought of pitcher who's not looked good thus far this year, but that can change easily. 3rd round pick in the 2019 draft out of high school. And he last year was in AA Rocket City, where, he pitched pretty good. Then he came up to the majors and looked really good. And that we see this quite a bit when a pitcher comes up for a cup of coffee, looks great, knows he's going to be starting with the big club next year if he can earn the spot in the rotation, which he did, and then he gets lit up and smoked, can't handle the pressure. Talk about your bullpen, talk about Kohanowitz, talk about how you're getting, how you're betting this one.
Yeah, Jim, this is an extremely tough game because I'm going to be attending this one. I'm taking my buddy for his birthday today, him and his son. We're going to be at this game. I've never watched the Pirates play at Angel Stadium, and it just so happens the only team that Mike Trout hasn't homered against are these Pittsburgh Pirates. So I'll definitely have a prop bet on that. But getting to Jack Kohanowitz, he had a first 2 starts of the season were good. Last 2 has been very shaky, especially against the Astros on the road. Just didn't look good in their spot. He earned a spot. Don't get me wrong. It was between him and Reed Detmers. Reed Detmers threw a no-hitter 2 years ago for this team when he was like 21 or 22. He went up and down in the majors. They wanted him to develop that slider a little bit more. He hasn't even been throwing it a lot lately, but he's been coming out of the bullpen. This guy earned the spot. We'll see how he does here. I mean, this is a weak batting order that the Pittsburgh Pirates have here, Jim, but it's kind of a fishy line still here. I mean, the Angels lost yesterday. The bullpen, you kind of touched on it. Let me touch on it again. It's been bad, man. They've only got a couple guys in there, Jim. Severjohn, Kenley Jansen, I guess you could maybe say Brock Burke, that are pretty good. Ben Joyce still out right now. Everyone else is not good. I mean, we saw Ian Anderson yesterday. I mean, he might either be getting sent down or be released in these next 24 hours. Not sure about that, but that's going to be interesting to see. But yeah, the bullpen is definitely shaky. You're going to need a good 6-7 innings out of Kohanowitz here to get to Severjohn, to get to Jansen if they want a chance to win this game. The bats have been cooling down. Kyron Paris won for his last 13 strikeouts in those 20 plate appearances. Crazy after the start he had. Trout, it's home run or bust for him, or walk. You know what I mean? He's not really been doing much these last couple of games, but I do expect him to do something here today. Man, this is a tough game right here because the line just keeps moving towards the Pirates here on my book, just more and more. And I'm glad I didn't move on the Angels earlier because now I'm not sure what I'm going to move on this game. The total might be appealing here. Maybe we're going to see a lot of runs being scored here in this spot. I think this is a spot where the Angels are going to light Heaney up, but the same spot, maybe this Pirates team, hits well against Kohanowitz and they get to that bullpen early, which should be their goal. They should have Kohanowitz try to only go 4 or 5 innings and get to that bullpen early. If they do that, they'll be successful. But this is a tough game. Nothing for me in this spot as of right now. I have a slight lean towards the Pirates, which is crazy here because I'm going to be up this game and I don't really want to root against my team, but I'm going to wait to see how this market goes throughout the day, see the lineups get posted, see who's going to be in and out here for us. And then I'll make a play on this. I'll definitely have plays on this game that I'll tweet out later. If I bet, and if it's a Pirates bet, it's a Pirates bet. You know what I mean? I'm going to tweet it out still regardless, and I'm going to bet it regardless. But as of right now, I'm going to stay away from this game.
This line move is just going to get me off of betting it. The Angels opened up at minus 136. This is at 11:19 p.m. last night. By 2:30 in the morning, they're minus 160. 24-cent move towards the LA Angels. Minus 160 at 2:34 a.m. Then we get to right now, they're a minus 127. A 33-cent move away from them.
It's wild.
It's wild. Justin Biller, it's been insane. I don't have the full. Now I stopped betting it after game one because Sunday I made 17.3 units on it. Dennis said he wasn't stopping, and Dennis has made money again on Monday and on Tuesday.
Yeah.
And I stopped on Sunday, which I thought was a pretty sharp thing to do. I said I was going to do game 2 of first round. We'll get into all that, but it's just been, it's been. I am extremely thankful. Now, I lost a lot of money on it last year, and you got to go through the bumps and the learning process and all that. You earn things in life, and I feel like going through this process, I've earned it. But I don't think that you guys need to earn it. I think that if you have a friend who goes through the trials and tribulations and he can tell you about them, and that's good as earning it, I don't feel like anybody else needs to go through that shit. So, but Biller, it's been just absolutely ludicrously glorious, and we all have the great Dennis Garcia to thank. I'm going to have to stay off of it. I think there's stuff going on here with this line moving up and down. It just makes me uncomfortable. But I wanted the Pirates initially, and maybe I should now move on them, but I do always respect those first early line moves, even though there's limits. But there's not many limits around 11, 15. Dennis Garcia said yesterday was 29-21 plus 4.3 units. It's funny. I thought it was better than that. The Pacers were the team that scares me the most, that hurt me the most last year, and hurt me again in game 1. But the day before that was very good. And the Lakers are perfect for it. But now going back to Minnesota, things could change. I wish I had stayed on the Lakers here. 13-3 in that Laker game. Wow, Dennis. So Milwaukee and OKC games were both losers. Interesting. Wow. It's just, there's not. Our families are the most important thing, and then our bankroll second most important thing. This has been massively helpful. Why the hell am I not sleeping? I don't know. Jose, did you want to touch on Pirates Angels?
No, I was especially annoyed at this game last night because we talked about this giant line movement. It was like minus 130, goes up to minus 200. And I was like, okay, this must be the books indicating the Angels are going to win here. Then they get their ass stomped. So no, thank you. I didn't even bet the game, and I was annoyed about it. So no way.
Well, let's roll on to the Tampa Bay Rays and Arizona Diamondbacks. We have Taj Bradley and Edward Rodriguez. And Truth Teller, we'll talk about what Truth Teller's done with this whole angle too. It's interesting how he's moved on it, making it his own. It's very interesting, and I like it. The under 9 for AM and Pirates Angels. Let's talk Rays Diamondbacks Chase Field in Phoenix, Arizona. We have Taj Bradley going up against Eduardo Rodriguez. Eduardo Rodriguez, to me, looks like he's getting better each start. And the Rays are not hitting lefties, 211, 614 OPS. The Diamondbacks are raking righties. And Taj Bradley is having some difficulty, I guess, dealing with being such a highly thought of prospect. He allowed 6 earned runs in that loss at home versus the Yankees. He's got, I don't know exactly. I'm sure he's going to turn it around and have a better season than his numbers indicate right now. So my man, MMA Locker Room in the house. So Diamondbacks are hitting 255, 832 OPS. I don't know if this is the opportunity for Taj Bradley to get right. Rays bullpen 3.49 ERA, 1.14 whip. Diamondbacks bullpen 4.21 ERA, 1.12 whip. We know that the roof is open until Sunday when it will close. So let's talk about, I'll double check that, but that's what it said yesterday. You always want to double check these things. But 87 Fahrenheit at first pitch, 81, after 2 hours is perfect baseball weather. 6.3 miles per hour left to right, very, very slightly out. Dies down to 5.4 miles per hour. And here's Ronnie Lofton. This is his Diamondbacks baseball team. He says 3 bets in this one. Copy and paste this for sure. Diamondbacks team total over 5.5 at plus 145. Carroll over 1.5 bases and Naylor over 1.5 hits, runs, and RBIs. Coin telling us that 80% of the tickets and 89% of cash is on Arizona money line. And I get why it is. Let's just see and make sure that the market is also moving and concerned by it. So let's touch on the line history, and we'll get Jose Bouquet to get us started here on this one. So line history wise, we have the Cardinals at minus 157. Wow, big move. They opened up minus 139. I see minus 123 in the afternoon. So you'd have to bet this on the -1 line, but I'm okay with that. From a total perspective here, we have a 9. It's minus 111 to the under. It's slightly juiced to the under. This opened up at 9 and it moved to 8.5 a little after midnight, which is only the line had only been out for like an hour and 20 minutes. Got back to 9. That was the only dip to 8.5. Overall, basically just had a tightening of VIG, no move. So Diamondbacks on the -1 line. Jose, take it away.
I'm not interested in this game. I do think Taj Bradley is going to be fine. I just think he kind of ran up to some tough opposition in his first few starts. Yankees allegedly a good team at home, and they're a park they're very comfortable in. Tough start. His other start where he kind of got touched up was at Texas, who you guys know I think is the second best team in the American League this year. So I just chalked it off 2 tough opponents. I could see him going and pitching well against the Diamondbacks. But I don't want to bet the Rays at all, really, unless there's some kind of market outlier that is really saying Rays. Full season numbers, Rays are 16th against lefties, but that's 88 weighted runs created plus, not good. And for the last month, they are currently, as I try to find them here, 99 weighted runs created plus. So about even. So hitting them a little better, but I'd personally lean Rays in this situation. I don't like betting Eddie at -150 here. And but I just don't want to bet the the Rays here. So Arizona Diamondbacks against righties though are good. Like you know, Jimmy, like you probably know. It's 3rd best in the league overall. And in the last month, they're 11th best, 111 weighted runs created plus.
Do you remember on Friday how we had 2 huge market moves, one to the Brewers and one to the Astros? I didn't move on either of them. They were landslide, easy victories. The line moved forward, and at the end of the day, I don't know if I was tired, which often happens on a Friday. I was like, afterwards, I was like, why didn't I just understand the market was telling us something? Even TJ said, look, I didn't, tweet out anything, but he's like, I moved on the Astros on the -1 line. The market was telling us something. I feel like that might be happening here, and I don't want to leave that money on the table anymore.
I thought that was the case yesterday for the Angels, and they got fucking butt slapped.
No, that's true. That's true. Even though that term you used, I will never use in my life. Wine time. Take it away. Rays, Diamondbacks.
Yeah, it's a tough game right here. I got nothing in this one as of right now. Looking at the game initially, I mean, Diamondbacks playing some good ball right now. Rays not so much right now. Being 9-14 going into this one, just really inconsistent at the plate on offense, being able to score runs. Just haven't really been able to get it done yet this season so far. Getting them at a price at plus money, though, definitely looks a little bit appealing because I like both of these teams, though. So I didn't make a move on this game. I don't plan to bet this game. This would be a good game to watch. I got nothing in this one. This is a pass for me.
I'm going to be on the Diamondbacks -1 here on this one. The Rays are 0-4. They have yet to win on the road this season. The Tampa Bay Rays. Okay, let's move on. Next up for us, this is a fascinating one. Just 2 games left before wine time. Myself and Billy Brisbane get into NBA. Yes, the roof is open, my man. And Robert Cherry says, give me... Oh, no. Robert Cherry, still smelling it. I don't... But Robert Cherry is on the Rays. I will take one more look for the Diamondbacks, but it said that it's open all week until Sunday. But again, I the last thing I want to do is say that out loud and have it change. Yeah, it's open all week till Sunday, so we can be comfortable in that. Roof is open. AM on the Brewers Giants over 7. Now, I sat with this game for a long time. These are 2 of my favorite pitchers in the league, and I feel like I have the angle that I was looking for. But I want to talk it out and see if there's enough risk reward here. Freddie Peralta versus Logan Webb at Oracle Park in San Francisco, California. This would be a really fun game to go to, but you better go up an hour early. This game's going to be done in an hour and 50 minutes. We have 56 Fahrenheit, 10.7 miles per hour out to straightaway center. Again, it swirls, and it's again, this is the wind that you don't get caught up with at all. It's to the deepest part of the park, and it swirls. We have Freddie Peralta, who's looked phenomenal. 1.91 ERA, 1.02 WHIP. Coin says 15% of tickets, 74% cash on the over 7, and now it's a 6.5. Wild. Jermaine, this is in San Francisco, so don't worry about that. It's in San Francisco, not Milwaukee. We have against Peralta this year, lefties have hit him a little bit. A 255, a 706 OPS. The righties, he's just mowing down. 135, 466 OPS. So lefties have got him to a little bit. And there's some sneaky lefties in this lineup for the Giants. Yastrzemski, Young Ho Lee. You have Lamont Wade, who probably will hit leadoff here. You have Bailey, the catcher, who's a switch hitter. So we'll see here if they're being utilized. You have Logan Webb, who I believe has only had one start at home. He has had one start back in the West Coast, and that was last out at the Angels, where he looked good. 6 innings for it, 2 runs, 1 earned run, 12 Ks and no walks. He's got a 2.40 ERA, 1.03 WHIP, 38 Ks and 30 innings, 7 walks, and he's allowed 1 home run, 30 innings. I don't know if there's a pitcher in baseball that I would take against Logan Webb at home. Shout out to Paco Healy in the house. Great to see you, Paco Healy. So let's look at the line history here. Line history wise, we have a 6.5. I was watching it go from 7 to 6.5 last night. It was bouncing back and forth. This opened at 6.5, but it wasn't a real one. It was minus 121 to the over and plus 108 to the under. Moves to 7 when it's heavily juiced to the under at minus 121. Then it kind of bounces back and forth until it becomes a real 6.5 at around noon today. And that's where it is right now. It's just a real 6.5. We get to the money line here for this one. We have the Giants at minus 133. They opened up at minus 128. Or sorry, minus 136. Sorry, I thought it was less than that. But listen to this. It opens up minus 136, 11:14 p.m. By 6:43 a.m., it's a minus 161. Now, I agree at that point, that's too much. Against Peralta, that's too much. But I agree with the sentiment that you can't take anybody over Logan Webb, anybody here. So I'd need to see what the price is, for first fives and things of that nature. We have cash-wise, according to Action Network, 68% of tickets, 72% cash on the Giants, and on the total, 83 and 77 on the over. When we got it from Coin, it's 76% of tickets, 92% cash on San Francisco money line. So here we go. We skipped Jose for most of the Rays Diamondback spots. So Jose, why don't you get it started here, and we'll have Wine Time close up Rangers or open up Rangers A's, which can also give Wine Time a few minutes if he wants before we get into NBA. So take it away here for us, Jose Bouquet, Brewers, Giants.
Yeah, I find this game to be pretty difficult. That total being at 6.5 now across the board seemingly is tough. I could only lean under in this game. I like both these pitchers. And like you just said, Jimmy, is there a pitcher that you would take against Logan Webb in Oracle Park? It's very difficult to find those pitchers. So I lean under. But it's, I don't know. It's a tough one here. I could see why like AM's looking at the over 7, 6.5. I'm sure you love now AM. I could easily see why you like that. Our guy Dabby Cab says that 6.5 is too low for any pitcher. He'd take the over on that every game. So I see why people do that, but it was just a stay off game for me. The Giants right now against righties are hitting pretty well as well this month. 12th, 109 weighted runs created plus. Full season, they're 14th at 106. So be aware, but Giants just a little bit too pricey for me.
This first 3 is not moved since I looked at it immediately when it became available. It's not moved a cent. The under 1.5 is even money, which
that's
does
bait.
not. It doesn't appeal to me though.
Yeah, that seems like bait.
Yeah, that's so. I mean, the run in the first inning, is only minus 200. Like, it's not like, again, they take 40 cents a vig on these spots. So it's plus.
And what was the yes or the over 1.5 there? Minus 140.
Yes, exactly. It's 40 cents of juice on the threes, 40 cents of juice on the first inning. We have right now the Giants at minus 140. A very sharp offshore moved a big move towards Peralta on the first 5. A very sharp offshore is the worst price for the Giants. It's opened up at minus 149. 11 minutes later is a minus 135. So I could end up just staying off this game, but I don't want to do it out of laziness. So let's hear what Wine Time has to say about this one. Brewers Giants.
These are two really good pitchers right here that I don't like to fade at any point. It's 1-1 in the series right here. I have a lean towards the Giants here and Logan Webb here in this spot. It's going to be a nice night in Oracle Park, man. I got to get there one of these days, man. The place looks sick. But yeah, going into this game, both these batting orders, I mean, kind of inconsistent at times. These two teams that are playing well this season, the Giants, just off to a really good start. Brewers had a really slow start. They're already a couple games over 500. Brewers are playing Brewer baseball as they always do, just always seem to get it done at the right times, always have a winning record. This is just too tough, and seeing a total open up at 7, go to a 6.5. I don't want to take the under. It just seems a little bit too low, but at the same time, it's probably low for a reason. Both these pitchers probably deal today, and like you said, Jim, this is a quick game. This is an under a 2-hour game. We see a lot of 1, 2, 3 innings here in this game, most likely, which is going to keep me off here in this spot. Two good teams, though, right here. This is going to be a good baseball game. If you're at this game, this is going to be a good game to watch. But nothing for me in this one.
I want the Giants. They're pretty expensive.
I feel the same way. I'd only bet Giants. They're just a little bit too expensive.
But I still think I might get there.
Shout out to Spoons, by the way. Just got home from her field trip with a 6-year-old. Makes me appreciate how well behaved my child is.
Shout out to Morgan Spooner. You must have done a great job. All right, let's talk about our final spot on the board here. 10:05 p.m. Eastern with the Texas Rangers, 14-9. Now we have NBA after this. NBA is being very good to us. 14-9.
It would actually make some of us not sleep. That's how good it's been to us, apparently. For whatever reason.
Look, people.
That's how big good it's been.
People that care about me are very concerned about the lifestyle that we live. They're very concerned. 14-9, 4-6 on the road at the Oakland Athletics, 10-13, 2-8 at home. We're at Sutter Health Park in Sacramento, California. Let's get into the weather here in this offensive ballpark. 69 Fahrenheit, 7.2 miles per hour to left center, stays at 7.2 miles per hour. We have Kumar Rocker. I was on this under with Kumar Rocker. How's your cholesterol, Jim? I have no idea, Paco. I don't think I've ever said that word in my life.
I was like, what the fuck?
What's cholesterol? How the fuck do I know? Kumar Rocker, I was on the under last game. It was, two pitchers with really bad numbers, but we knew that they're better pitchers, and we had Kumar Rocker at home. Jeff Slaughter says he's concerned with this rash that he has on his ball sack. Don't worry. If I know anything about ball sack rashes, it means you're going to make a lot of money tonight. Kumar Rocker, 6.3 ERA, 1.47 whip. His last start, 7 innings, 5 hits, 3 earned runs, 8 Ks, no walks, 5-3 win at home versus the Angels. Now, he has a problem, and we're not sure how big this problem is going to be, but lefties are destroying him in Major League Baseball. This year, they're hitting .410 with a .993 OPS. So you immediately go to this A's lineup, and you have Butler, you have Mighty Soderstrom, Kurtz, and Blide. That's all that's listed right now. They're going to add more lefties to the lineup because righties are hitting 189.601 against them. Then we have J.P. Sears. Now, J.P. Sears has splits that I didn't even bother mentioning because they've only given 9 at-bats lefties have had against J.P. Sears. They're hiding lefties from him. Now, the 9 at-bats, I think they're hitting pretty well at 9 at-bats, but they're clear. He shuts down lefty bats. They're hiding them. So is Seager going to be in the lineup? If he is, Seager will be the only left-handed bat. The switch hitters, Heim and Tavares, will bat from the right. So here we go. Sears last start didn't allow an earned run at the White Sox. He's a very talented pitcher, 3.13 ERA, 1.09 whip on the season. Rangers hitting 229, 671 OPS versus lefties. A's are hitting 243, 723 OPS. A's bullpens looked a little better of late. This, to me, feels like a spot that is got the A's written all over it. But I don't dislike Kumar Rocker, even though I don't think this will be the best spot for him. AM says he's on the under 9.5, but also with an important caveat saying that he's close to writing off this park. We've talked about the weather. It's blowing out. It's positive offensive weather. We have Kumar Rocker. Oh, that's first 5. Sorry. Let me just quickly move over to full game. Here we go. I'm going to need this 2-2 game to go to extras if I want to cash this over 7 in the Phillies-Mets game. So we have a full game of minus 104. It's opened up minus 101. We got 3 cents of movement towards the Oakland Athletics. We get to the total for this one. We have a 9.5. It's minus 107 to the under, 2 cent move to the under. This opened up at 9 and bounced up to 9.5 a few different times. And then when we get to the cash flow, Black Lord King saying over. Paco Healy says Jim had a moderate to high risk of a cardiac event in the next 10 years. Needs to smoke bud heavily to outweigh the booze. I'm on it.
Mission accomplished. Challenge accepted, Paco. You're on, you son of a bitch.
Okay, so we have 68% of tickets, 73% cash to the over. And on the money line, 61% of the tickets, 62% cash on the Texas Rangers. Coin saying 68% of tickets, 79% of the cash on Oakland. This says Texas. No, yes, it does. It does. It says Kumar's going to be able to pitch fine here, but this total's gone from 9 to 9.5, which means there's increased volatility. Wine Time Sports, take it away. Athletics, Rangers.
Yeah, I was on the over in this game yesterday. Cashed it with ease. I want to be on the Oakland A's here in this spot. I'm not going to go back to the over because I got a 10 yesterday. I ended up getting to a 10.5. We're seeing a 9.5 right now. It's probably going to stick to this. I don't know if I trust the Rangers to be able to score 8 runs here against Sears again. And I don't know. I'm not a big fan of Kumar Rocker, honestly. I think the A's could probably hit him pretty well today. I'm going to add the Athletics here on the money line to my card. I'm going to see the best line available I can get right now. But it just seems like an Oakland Athletics spot right here. I mean, it's about 30% of tickets, about 35% of cash on them right now. The line's not really moving. Texas Rangers, one of the better teams in baseball right now, and they're just barely a favorite here against the Oakland Athletics. I've talked highly about this Athletics team so far this year. I like some of the guys they have in their order. I can get the Athletics right now in my book at minus 105. So I'm going to move on. I guess you can call them the Sacramento Athletics, whatever you want to call them. Money line minus 105 here in this spot. I think they can get it done. I've had a good ROI back in this Athletics team this year. I like some of their guys in that order. I like the top 5 hitters. So I'm gonna take the Athletics here in this spot.
And you have no concern that we're looking at the ace of the A's staff, who's pitching very, very well, against this kid who is allowing close to a run an inning, and this line is not moving to the A's.
I mean, definitely a little bit concerned. I hear what you're saying about that because this is the A's ace right here. But still, it's still the Athletics. And the Texas Rangers just been playing some good baseball to start. I know what you're saying, but I'm just gonna put that to the side here and still back the Athletics here. They've been good to me in certain spots here. And this just seems like an Oakland Athletics spot. They put a lot of heart out there, and I expect them to go out there and get a win today. I hear what you're saying, though, against the ace, against the worst person in the rotation who hasn't been pitching well. He's been vulnerable in spots, so I understand. But
I would rather this have moved to minus 135 and have to take the -1.
Yeah, no, I hope as it gets closer to first pitch. I mean, I haven't moved on this officially, Jim. You're going to keep me off it for now. I'm going to wait and see if I can see where this line goes. So right now it's minus 105. I mean, yeah, I hear what you're saying. If they go to a plus 100 here pretty soon, I would get a little worried, and I probably would shy away from them.
Well, I'm going to have to stay off here. I thought all day I was going to be on the A's, but sitting with it, Let's hear what Jose has to say. Jose, take it away. Rangers A's.
Yeah, I leaned over in this game. Rocker finally showed his strikeout stuff last time, 8 Ks, no walks. I was a little worried about him not striking anyone out to begin the season. Texas against lefties, 96 weighted runs created plus full season and 95 for the last month. So it's been okay, but I ultimately leaned under. This total being as high as it is, minor league ballpark, where offense is kind of, I don't know about what the right word is, promoted, whatever it is. But I leaned over. I didn't trust either team here, but I leaned A's. You have Mason Miller in the back of that bullpen ready to go today, as well as a pretty well-rested A's bullpen. Rangers here. Let's scroll there real quick. Holby Milner, 27. Sean Armstrong, 11. Luke Jackson, 11. Jacob Webb, 10. Chris Martin hasn't thrown since Sunday, so he'll probably close, but you'll probably see Armstrong, Jackson, and Martin today. And I don't like when my guys throw on back-to-back days, so I'd lean A's. But you just mentioned the market as well.
Yeah, no, it's I don't know. I mean, Spooner's saying Rocker is a bigger pitching prospect than Sears ever was. He is the better offense behind him. The line doesn't stink to me. I just think that, generally speaking, cappers will look at not us as a group, but just rec gamblers, just gamblers out there will look at these numbers thus far this season and say, well, Sears is a much better pitcher. And so, okay, I'm going to stay off the spot. Let's review all action. Great job on the MLB card. Only need to review the action from 6:45 p.m. and onward. Wine time, take it away. Orioles, Nats.
Oh yeah. So let me just go back to this really quick.
That's where you started with the over 9.5 minus 105.
Yeah, -1. Yeah, got the over 9.5 minus 105. Just tweeted that out. Actually, Cubs money line -110. Red Sox money line -135. Those are my plays so far. I did have 2 shots I didn't give out on the bet. It's just the Mets money line, the under 7.5. That one didn't make that official here on the show though, but have those going right now. Might add a couple plays here coming up here. I might be on the Pirates. I'm going to see where this line ends up going right here, along with the Oakland Athletics. I know I said I was going to move on them. I didn't yet. I most likely still will because it just seems like an athletic spot to me, but I haven't made it official yet. And yeah, that's it for me so far.
I like it. Keep up the great work in MLB. My friend Jose Bouquet, please review your action.
I only have the Rockies first 5 plus a half right now. I still don't have the Cubs-Dodgers game available. I was trying to move on that game, Cubs first 5, but I don't have it locked in, so I can't really give it out. So I'll just stick with those 2. Well, the one right now, I still have Mets money line live as well, but hopefully when that unlocks, I will move on the Cubs first 5 here.
For me, I've started the day with cashing the Tigers to score first. I have the Reds, which is still hanging in the balance.
Yep,
I have the over
4-2 bottom
7.
8th.
Yeah. 1 out, 1 runner on. I have the over 7 in Phillies Mets, so I'd need extra innings to be good to me. All I need is 1 run from each to get it started in the 10th, and then would take the pressure off and set me up. Again, I'm asking for a lot.
Yeah, Buto's on the bump right now, so it's going to get a little nervy. Alvarado warming up for the Phillies.
Yeah, a little nerve-wracking. This is the plan. I'm going to sit with all these spots as soon as the show ends and sit with it, sit with the notes. I've been copying and pasting everybody's action. But it'd be Cubs first 5, Twins -1.5, Rockies first 5 plus a half, and the full game under in Rockies Royals. Could be a double up spot in Toronto, Houston, which of course is now the full game under and the first 3 under. I did see DC Capper on the first 5 over 4.5. I've got to decide whether I'm still comfortable with the double up. Diamondbacks -1. And then I've got to decide if the Giants first 5 is too expensive or not. And I will make these decisions here. So that is our show. Thank you guys so much for rocking MLB with us. It is time to talk NBA. Jose, any last words before you rejoin us, my friend?
Nope. Let's get it. I'm sorry for passing a lot today. Want to build that confidence back up before we start betting a lot, I guess. But yeah, only a little bit of action for me today. So shout out to you guys. We are racing today, Nasty Nate. Don't you worry. We are racing today. And Robert Cherry, don't you worry as well. We did NHL, had 5 MLB games, NHL, and then back to MLB. So don't you worry. Don't you worry your little heart out. We'll be back.
Okay, all right. And we know what Robert Cherry's been smelling all afternoon as well. I love my guy, Robert Cherry. He's had my back since I started.
The same thing that Suzanne sucks, Jimmy. The same thing that Suzanne sucks.
You're right. That was great. That was a great reference to one of the best hockey movie of all time. Great job, Jose. It is time to talk NBA, and I want to race camels. So got a thing for these camel races. We have Wine Time Sports ready to go, and we have another NBA expert joining us. Please welcome from South Jersey, our guy. He's been very patient, and I thank him so much for his patience. We're a little late for getting here. Please welcome our guy, Mr. Billy Brisbane. Brizzy, my man, the start of the Locker Room Talk podcast. How are you, my friend?
Doing good. Can't complain. Nice little Thursday. Not Wednesday. Stomach is killing me, but we got a nice little NBA slate. Been hot in the NBA, so hopefully I can continue it over to today.
Let's do exactly that, fellas. And let's get right to work. Let me move this off of here. Okay. Wager Detective says Jersey in the building. Let me just get all the MLB stuff off here so that my computer will move cleanly. And let's get to work. Move this off. And here we go. NBA Game 2. East first round. The Orlando Magic 41-41, 19-22 on the road at the Boston Celtics 61-21, 28-13 at home. We're at TD Garden in Boston, Massachusetts. And let's get into the line history here, as well as the expectations for who will be in the lineup. And as Mally Mal and others are talking about, there is an expectation that Tatum will not be in the lineup. Let's take a quick look at what's. Oh, sorry. Let me do this again. Let's just take a quick look at what's gone on here in the last few hours. If there's been any changes here for Orlando, Boston. There's been so much talk in the NBA over the last couple of years of everybody being friends and being too nice to each other. We're seeing some tough basketball, and it's a breath of fresh air. And this lineup, this series has been tough. Tatum is still listed as a game time decision. I know we all have heard that he's doubtful, not expected to play game 2 is the story from Jason Tatum. So let's roll again with Operation Garcia. I said I would go through the game 2s, and I made 17.1. I said 17.1 units on Sunday, and I shut down. It's very, very, very difficult to shut down something that you're winning at. I should have stuck to my plan and done the game 2s. I didn't. And what's done is done. I'm coming back for the NBA Finals. I'm very, very, very pleased with how this has all gone. And I'm cheering for everybody who's still rolling with Operation Garcia. And Dennis Garcia is still using Operation Garcia. Saturated says, at what point do you take all overs? Never. And Truth Teller is taking all of the player props that are under 11.5 points to the under. And that was very successful for him yesterday. Now, I just think the situation has maintained success, and that's what's going to happen. So I think now it was more successful taking just the under 11.5 than it was taking all the games. But I do believe that the market will catch up here, and that's why I tried to get out early. It's very difficult, again, making those decisions. Let's get into the line history here for this one. We'll have Brizzy get us started for Magic Celtics, and then Wine Time for the Heat Cavs, and then we'll go back. I have only made one bet. Yesterday, I moved on the Rockets -3 at -115. It was 115 at 365. It was -113 offshore, and I just decided to send it in regardless. Here we go. We have the Boston Celtics at -10.5 at -109. They opened up at -12, got up to 12.5. Now, this is 2 days ago when there was probably a thought that Tatum was going to be fine. He's not, and we've seen this line drop. Now, it went down to 10.5 and then back up to 11. There was backup this morning when we knew Tatum was going to be out. Now we have a 10.5. It is juiced to the Boston Celtics. From a total scenario, we have a 196.5. We've watched razor sharp picks be very successful, taking unders on these low totals. This total opened up at 200.5 and is down to 196.5. Joey Work in the house. Joey Work, man. OG. Wonderful to see you, Joey Work. We need to get you Captain MLB on here. You are missed. It is wonderful to see you. A big part of our crew when I got started down in Costa Rica right there, Joey Work. It's wonderful, wonderful to see you, man. It truly, truly, truly is. We have Coin giving us the odds logic cash flow. 75% of the tickets and 95% of the cash is on Boston under. Joey, let's talk. We've got to get you back in business with us, man. Let's talk. 75% of the tickets, 95% cash on the under here, according to Odds Logic. And then according to the Action Network, we have, and again, we are slowly or maybe quickly moving away from it. 79% of the tickets, 75% of the cash on the Boston Celtics, 72% of the tickets, and 76% cash on the over. Orlando. So again, the stats that I'm going to tell you guys here that I'm going to be talking about throughout the series will tell you why and explain why Operation Garcia is phenomenal and will pay us out every year. And for how long, that's a decision that you guys got to make as cappers. And I didn't do it perfectly here. Orlando, in the last 10 games of the regular season, was shooting the ball better than they had all season. 46.5 from the field and 36.1 from three. They'd gotten over the issue with not having, Jalen Suggs, putting them in the right spots. It took them a while. It took them, 25 games? They got over it. They were playing at the 28th fastest pace at 95.75 possessions a game. Boston, on the other hand, finished 8-2. They were playing at the slowest pace in the NBA, 93.58 possessions a game. They were shooting the ball a little worse than they had been, 46.1 from the field and 35.7 from three. They get into the playoffs, this pace of play. And we talked about it. We talked about the Lakers game one pace of play compared to the Grizzlies Thunder. The Grizzlies Thunder had 20.5 more possessions in game one than the Lakers Timberwolves. And here, again, Magic Celtics, they went down to 87 possessions a game. Slower than we've seen, since the fucking 80s. The Magic shot 42% from the field and 37% from three in game one. The Celtics shot 45.1% from the field and 43.2% from three. We got True Allah, 4th and 1 Entertainment in the house. Best bet, Banchero double, and Orlando plus the 10.5. Banchero went for 36 in game one. Wagner went for 23. And we made so much money because no other Magic player scored more than 7 points. We had Corey Joseph, whose jersey I have right over there, go for 0. We had Wendell Carter Jr. go for 4. We have KCP go for 6. Now, the Magic held Tatum to 17, Jaylen Brown to 16, but Derek White, what a veteran. This guy's got ice in his veins. 7-12 from three, put in 30 points. Peyton Pritchard has exploded into a phenomenal talent. He went for 19. He outscored the bench alone 19 to Orlando's bench to 17. So now we have no Tatum. Score was 49-48 Magic at halftime, and then Boston took over in the third and fourth quarter because that's what champions do. Now these champions, led by Al Horford, are very angry about the perceived thuggishness, which I don't agree with, but the toughness that the Magic have been dropping, especially on that Tatum wrist injury. Here we go, Brizzy. East first round game 2. Magic, Celtics. Floor is yours.
Yeah, the big thing here is the Tatum being out. Boston went 8-2 straight up without Tatum on the floor. Definitely not my favorite line to back. I mean, Boston went 8 ATS last 22 games as double-digit favorites. This line kind of feels like the bookies are trying to set you up to take the Orlando backdoor cover. 9-5 is double-digit favorites, but this total is extremely low for a reason. I just can't back a team that only 2 people scored double digits. It feels like we've been saying this forever now since the Suggs injury, that this team is just missing that third piece when you're going up against better teams in the league. This is definitely one of those type of spots where I think you're going to see an inspired Boston performance with their supporting cast. Usually playoff home teams have their role players step up. I mean, you got Pritchard last night, named 6th man of the year. I'm kind of rolling with Boston here in this spot. Orlando 28-13-1 towards the under. Last 42 first-round games. The under has hit 12 of their last 15 games versus the Atlantic Division. Boston, I think, should be able to hold Orlando under 90 points again. But I kind of hit this with a same-game parlay type of action. Nasty Nate's going to love this one. Peyton Pritchard, 10-plus points. Boston to win, -120. With Brown kind of still working his way back, I feel like Pritchard's going to have to play a very important role in the offense tonight. He's had a remarkable year with the most 3-pointers made off the bench in NBA history, second most made threes in Celtics season history, only bench player this year to have 1K points, league best plus minus off the bench. So I went Peyton Pritchard, 10-plus points, Boston to win, -120. If I had other angles one, I would probably bet the under 196.5. Slight lean towards Orlando should probably come. I think this could be one of those games that are going to be tied at halftime, and then Boston just comes out in the second half and puts boots to ass. I like Boston in this spot tonight.
See, I think that Boston is going to beat them badly from the jump. And I don't know if I want the 10.5. I think they're going to be but I mean, the team total, first quarter team total over 27.5, I've been staring at. Again, if they were to win the first quarter 26-19, would that surprise me? No, and it would take money out of my pocket. So I'm hesitant there. And again, these are 365. I can find better lines than this, but the Celtics first half team total is 54.5 at -105. I am right with the cappers who think that the way Dougie Wise is talking about, he says Boston will step up in honor of Tatum's vagina. That comes from our friend Dougie Wise. I think that this team is going to step up here in a big way. I'm just nervous about taking them to score over their totals when they, just like Brizzy said, could instead just shut the Magic down. I don't want to be right and lose money. So I still don't know what to do. Take it away, Wine Time. Floor is yours, my man.
Yeah, guys, there's going to be a lot of plays for me right here, Jim. So write these down because I haven't given them out officially right here. But I'm going to fade the Orlando Magic in every way possible here in this game. I'm going to move on Magic team total under 93 -110. I think it's hard to believe that they're going to score 90 points in this game right here. This low total is low for a reason. The whole game's mostly likely going to go under. But at the same time, I'm not going to go ahead and move on that. I'm also going to move on Anthony Black under 6.5 points / Boston to cover the spread -10.5 plus 200. And guys, and shout out to my guy, Operation Garcia, because he made me so much cash this last weekend. We're going to do something a little bit different right now. We're going to move on Wendell Carter. This is a parlay, Jim. Wendell Carter under 8.5 points. KCP under 7.5 points. Anthony Black under 6.5 points. That's plus 500. It's a full unit. We're going on this right here. We're going to take this. We're going to take it to the fucking bank right here, guys. I don't think the Magic are even going to score 85 points in this game right here. And neither of those guys are going to go over their point props. So, yeah, that's my action for this one, guys. This is an absolute Boston Celtics smash spot, and the Orlando Magic don't even score 85 points.
Wow. I have to sit with this and make sure I'm betting this the right way. I'm a little I'm nervous that I could screw this up because I'm with you guys on my expectation here. I wonder if for starters the Celtics double result should be, I guess a parlay piece of some kind.
I mean, minus 240 as a parlay piece. I mean, what are you gonna do if they parlay it with the Cavs money line?
Well, I'm getting minus 225 with
maybe the Rockets money line.
No, because I've got the Rock. I've got my investment in on the. Look. I'm with you. I'm with you guys. I like what you did with Pritchard over 10.5 points in the Celtics money line. I know intimately that I can screw this up. If I say, the Celtics are going to destroy the Magic, and I think they're going to score points, and they destroy the Magic by shutting them down, I'll screw it up.
That's what happened to me. Not what happened to me, but that's what happened Monday night in that Detroit New York game. I ended up taking the Pistons team total under, but I thought the Pistons would probably cover the spread, but it'd be like an under game. And that shit just went way the fuck under. It didn't matter what side you took, as long as you took a team total under, that shit didn't cash by 20 something fucking points. And that is kind of where this series is kind of adjusted, where I think Vegas kind of got smacked up on Monday night off the unders, and now they're going to switch it to minus. I mean, bro, a 196.5 total, bro. That's
crazy.
We're anticipating the unders of that Knicks fucking Pistons game. There's no way they didn't get smacked on the fucking unders in that game. You could have live bet the fucking under and still cash that shit in the second quarter.
All right, I'm gonna need time here. True Lot 4th and 1 saying without Tatum, Wagner and Ben Carroll will eat, but do the reverse. Without Tatum, Orlando can win. Can't remove what Tatum brings in the playoffs.
Yeah, but that's not the problem. Orlando scored 86 points and Wagner and Paolo accounted for 59. They still got blown out.
Exactly. Yep. That's what I love it.
You can't remove what Tatum brings in the playoffs for an extended amount of time, but you can for a game against the Orlando Magic without Suggs. Corey Joseph playing though, come on. But I still need this. I got to figure this out for longer. But I love the cap. Love what you guys are on. We have Pritchard over 10.5 points and Celtics money line. Wine time. I'm too lack of sleep, flustered. I'm gonna need you to send this to me after the show. I'm just a fucking mess. I'm a shaky mess. Can you review your action?
Yeah. For that one, guys, we're on Magic team total under 93 minus 110. We're also on Anthony Black under 6.5 points parlayed with Boston minus 10.5. We got plus 200 on that. Then we're on Anthony Black again, man, under 6.5 points. KCP under 7.5. Carter under 8.5 at plus 500.
Oh, I like it. And send it to me after the show so I can track it. Adrian J, you have missed out, I believe. This is the 4th year that our friend Dennis Garcia has been doing this. I didn't track it closer until year 2. And then I didn't bet it until last year. And it's going to change each year, clearly. But last year, I made a lot of money in the play-in and in the first round. I got up 7.5K or so. And then in rounds 2 and 3, I lost about 15. And it was really dark times for me. The market caught up to it. Now, in year 1 for Dennis, he won in every round, and it's simply taking every single player prop on the board on the under because of the outlier performances by the star players, or the Bobby Portises who put up 28, the heightened defensive intensity, and the pace slowing down enormously. My belief is that the market catches up, and again, I don't know if that's fair to say. We just don't have enough sample size.
I think it's going to
need 10 years.
When we get to WNBA season for the playoffs, I think that would definitely work for the WNBA for the whole entire playoffs of it feels like they always juice the player props up a couple of points if it's Clayton Clark or some shit like that. I think that should be a cash cow in the WNBA playoffs.
I imagine we'll find out. It's also for the NBA Cup. I beat myself up so bad for not using it in the finals, which I had said I was going to do. And then sure enough, the Thunder scored 80 points or whatever, and it was a huge. So I'm going to bring it back for the NBA finals. That is what it is here. That is what it is. So that's what it is. So I do think you're late, Adrian J, and I do think you'd need to bet it starting next year. But again, there's cappers who are still using it, and the author of the Garcia Project is still using it every day. And I said I'd do it until the end of game 2 in the first round, but I made 17.1 units on Sunday and stopped too early. Kong says, I think the Orlando team total under is a beautiful look. Let's roll on to game 2 here. 7:30 p.m. Eastern. We have the East first round game 2, Cleveland up 1-0. We have the Miami Heat 37-45, 17-23 on the road at the Cleveland Cavaliers 64-18, 34-7 at home. Let me get us up here into our next spot on the board. So we're in Rocket Arena in Cleveland, Ohio. And Dougie Wise says, just be very selective. He's using it. I think you need to take them all, personally, but I understand there's different ways of using it, and I will be cheering all you guys on. So here in this one, and we'll break it down. I think it was Dougie Wise, and I've got it copied and pasted, and I'll have to look up, and I won't do it right now because I'm just a little flighty. Dennis said, except the final. The final was -2 units. Basically break even considering the first 3 rounds. Interesting. Okay. That was in year 1, right, Dennis? Year 1 of it. And Dennis thinks we should do it in WNBA as well. So we'll get to that. The feeling here is there's only one reason why we should be on the Miami Heat, and it's a legitimate reason. And that is Spoelstra. There's nothing else on the basketball court that made me feel like we should back the Heat here. It's just that he may be the best coach in the NBA, and he'll be able to make adjustments. Does he have the roster to make adjustments? Maybe. This total is at 213. It opened up at 215. The interesting part of this is it went down to 211.5, and then there was buyback. On the spread, we have Cleveland now -12.5. This opened up at 11.5, got to 12, and now is at 12.5. I have watched countless times this year when the Cavaliers have destroyed teams after 30 minutes of play, 35 minutes of play. They don't stop grinding away, and they don't stop, kind of imposing their will on the opposition. That's probably the best way to say it. When we get to the cash flow, we have 92% of the tickets, 90% cash on the over. And then on the spread, we have 69% of the tickets and 66% of cash on the Cleveland Cavaliers in line moving in their direction. Tommy didn't just say that, says I see Ty Jerome at under 10.5. And he says after that crazy heater in game 1, I'll pay to see him shoot that well again. Coin saying from Odds Logic, 61% of tickets, 71% of cash is on the under in this one. So very different numbers and very helpful information from Coin. So Miami in the final 10 games of the regular season went 6-4. They had the 20th fastest pace in the league at 98.52 possessions a game. Cleveland also went 6-4 through those 10 games and had 100.41 possessions a game, which was 12th in the league. They get to the playoffs in game 1, and it's 87.5 possessions a game. That's why this will work, and it will work, and it will work every year at the start. Will it work throughout? That's something we still have to figure out. In the last 10 games, Miami shot very well, 49 from the field and 40.8 from 3. In the series, they shot 48.8% from the field and 41.9% from 3. Dennis Garcia says Spo covers spreads, just rolling with it. Tone Miggins levels play of the day is coming in here at the PRA for Smith Jr. We'll talk about that in our final game, as well as a Freeman homer and Houston money line from our guy Tone Miggins. Let me make sure that's copied and pasted. Thank you for sharing that with us, Tone. So here we go. Donovan Mitchell, Darius Garland, and Ty Jerome were incredible. A 3-man backcourt rotation. They combined for 85 points, and there was no answer for them from Spoelstra in game 1. 27 of those 85 points were in the fourth quarter. Mitchell was awesome. 9 of 10 from 2. Garland and Jerome, 10 of 17 from 3. And then Jared Allen and others, Mobley, they didn't do that much. Jared Allen went 12 points, 11 boards. Jerome went for 16 in that fourth quarter, his postseason debut. 28 points. That's tied for the second most points off the bench in Cleveland Cavalier franchise playoff history. Mobley didn't do much. DeAndre Hunter didn't have a point in 16 minutes. The bench, not including Ty Jerome, went 2 of 14 from the field. Cleveland averages 121.9 points per game. They only got 21 assists on 45 baskets. That's the reason why I'm not already on the Heat. They didn't play that well. The Cavaliers didn't play that well. Bam went for 24-9. Tyler Hero went for 21. Davion Mitchell went for 18. Khalil Ware on his 21st birthday, 2 points, 3 boards, 2 steals in 19 minutes. We cashed the Reds. Thank you, Coin. Wine Time Sports. Heat Cavs. Take it away.
Yeah, you touched on it already, Jim. It's Spoelstra who I trust here in this situation. I'm not even going to trust full game here. It's rare that I do this, but I'm actually going to move on the Miami Heat +7 -110 here in the first half. I think he's going to come out with a good game plan. The Miami Heat can hang tight there in that first half. I'm not sure what's going to happen full game. I don't know if they're going to be able to cover this full game spread. Cleveland's probably going to put their foot on the gas there in that second half, but I'm going to move on the Heat in the first half because I think he's going to have a good game plan to start this game. And to at least keep them within 7 points here in the first half, I think is definitely manageable here. Going to need Tyler Hero and Bam to score some points there. Davion Mitchell, one of the people that went over the props in Operation Garcia, man. I was surprised at how well he played in that game, showed up big time. But, yeah, I'm going to be on the Heat here in the first half. It's a Spoelstra back. I think he's going to have a good game plan to start this game. I'm not sure what's going to happen full game, but I think they can stay within 7, probably be even a little bit closer in this game at the first half. But and then I'll probably end up moving on the Cleveland Cavaliers full game if that's the case. But Miami Heat +7 -110 first half for me.
It's interesting. I do like the first half better than the first quarter. I even like the full game better than the first quarter for some reason, which I don't really have any statistical reason to like that. By the way, Spenny Pennybomb's in the house. He's got Al Horford double-double at +425, and Horford's one's been, speaking out about what happened to Tatum. That's a very interesting look, Mr. Bombs. Let's hear from Brizzy. Take it away, Heat Cavs.
Yeah, at first glance, it does feel like too many points where Miami should be able to pick up a game in this series, but I think it's probably like game 3 or 4 we should be betting Miami. I feel like it's kind of like playing with fire, trying to fade the Cavs, especially the way that they looked in game 1. Numbers-wise, Spoelstra has been good in these spots. 11-4-1 ATS last 16 games is double-digit underdogs. Some signs that I don't want to bet Miami here in this spot and why I think they could get blown out. They shot 48.8% from the floor and still lost the game by 21 points. Cleveland outscored them in the fourth quarter 34-21. Miami only shot 12 free throws in game 1. Like, those are just all the makings of like shit that you don't want to like have on the road. Total wise, the first game went over in this series, but the Cavs have gone 15-6 to the under in their last 21 first round games. I mean, I think Spoelstra should be able to make some defensive adjustments himself. I kind of like your guys' first half angle more than like the full game, but I kind of like the Miami team total under 100.5, -128, first half team total under 50.5, or Cleveland team total over 112.5. Like I just feel like Cleveland's just going to blow them out here in this spot. Not too giddied up to play, but I think that's what makes the Ty Jerome prop a little bit like, yeah, he might come back down to earth, but coming back on the earth after scoring 28 points in game 1 can still get you over 10.5. It's like, I mean, how far is too low? I mean, he was a former national championship winner. He looked locked in game 1. I feel like it kind of went over people's head with it being on Easter at like a dead time slot, and he went over his point prop 9 out of his last 10 games. So this is something that he's been doing all year.
I hear what you're saying. I do feel like there was only one outlier performance in game 1. And if that didn't happen, if Ty Jerome didn't go off in the fourth quarter, I mean, it's a completely different world that we're dealing with in this series. But I do really hear what you're saying. or I'd already be on the Heat, and it's possible that I'm giving Spo too much credit, maybe, against what Bickerstaff has done with this squad. So I've still got work to do on this spot.
I think it's game 3 and 4 for Miami. Like when they go back to Miami, I could definitely see them.
Oh shit! I said Bickerstaff. Fuck, my bad. But I Atkinson. I do. BJ says Heat don't match up well with Cleveland. Jim, don't we think that Spoelstra and Khalil Ware, he was not good on his birthday. He's a kid. He's 21. Don't we think that Spoelstra can figure out with Bam and Khalil Ware? Because it wasn't Allen and Mobley that hurt them. It was the guard play. And I
think you got the Ware minutes and you just go small. Fuck. We love Kellen Ware for what he did in the regular season for the couple of weeks he was cashing his player props over, but I think you cut that shit, man. You just rolled Davion Mitchell out there because you can't be getting fried by Ty Jerome, and Donovan Mitchell didn't even really get going yet. And Donovan Mitchell was due for a couple of 30 balls in this series. And Darius Garland kind of had a modest day. I felt like Jared Allen just smashed he hit, his box score isn't the most impressive, but rebounding wise, I mean, he was the only person that was really smashing on the glass. So it's I just want to stay away from this game more or less of maybe use the Cavs as a filler parlay piece or something like that. Cause in theory, it sounds good betting the Heat, but it's games 3 and 4. We all know how this goes. A team down 0-2 when they're back at home, you bet them in the first half, full game. It's I'm not going to jump the model. Yeah.
It's interesting that we've talked about these two games. In the first game, that was won, by 17 in the Magic Celtics. In the second game, we have a won by 21 points by the Cavs. And we know that the Celtics want to destroy the Magic. And I don't think the Cavs are coming into this game going, we need to destroy the Heat. They got much bigger things on their mind, bigger picture. I've got lots to think about in these two games here, which I will go do.
Devil's advocate to that.
Sure.
I think the Cavs are a little bit pissed off that they're just a number 1 seed that's getting thrown on to NBA TV every fucking year in the playoffs. It's how do they not on primetime television of they're on NBA TV again? This whole entire series has damn near been on NBA TV. So I don't know if you're Cleveland, you kind of know you kind of want to put on a show of yeah, motherfucker, turn into this game. Fuck that TNT game.
Yeah, there's lots to go over. I'm going to have a bet on the Heat. Only one, I assume. And I'm not entirely sure what to do at this point. So I'm going to have to keep thinking about it. Let's move on to the final spot on the board. We only had one move in that game, and that was Heat first half +7 from our Wine Time Sports. Let's roll here. Brizzy's going to get us started here. Now, BJ told us already that he was on the Rockets. He moved on a couple days ago. And yesterday I was going over the numbers. I was like, of course he is. How could you not be on the Rockets in this one? Now, look, you could say that there's a pedigree here for the Warriors and that they're going to, put their foot on the throat of the Rockets. But when I was studying the stats of the game, I was like, this is too good, I think. I got the Rockets yesterday -3, -115. It was -113 offshore. Dougie Wise free bands play days. Rockets -3 at -120. His bonus plays Butler under 23.5 points here. Saturated on a different look with Butler over 1.5. 1.5 steal. Is that what is SB? What's wrong with me? SB, I'm thinking of a couple different things here. DC Cappers on the team, total over 103.5 for the Houston Rockets. And Dennis Garcia says Houston rebounds here. Okay. Yeah, you're messing with me, Saturated. I barely slept for 2 days. And then even more than that. All right. Tell me didn't just say that says love Jabari Smith over PRA tonight. Coin saying 53% of tickets, 86% of cash on Houston, 78% of tickets, 93% cash on the under. That's why, blocks makes more sense. Thank you, Saturated. Let's get into the line history here for this one. We have a 3.5. There are 4s at a lot of places in the marketplace, but this opened up at 3 offshore. It moved to 3.5. Then it got to 4 at 8:09 this morning. And then it came back to 3.5 at 8:59 a.m. When it came back to 3.5, it was really juiced towards the Warriors. It was really juiced towards, I'm tripping out again. It really juiced towards the Rockets. Sorry, I thought that was a little different. Then that flipped. That flipped at, what time did that flip? At 4 in the morning. Then it was became very juiced towards the Warriors, and now we're back to the 3.5 being juiced towards the Rockets. We get to the total here, but we still have had a 0.5 move overall. We can call it 0.75 of a point. Let's call it that. From a total standpoint, we have a 204.5. It's minus 109 to the over. This opened up at 205, dropped down to 203.5. Now it's up at 204.5. Yeah, Kong, I feel you. I hear you. I've got work to do on that for sure. By the way, Jerry Davis bet the Allen under 10 boards last game, 7, including 4 offensive in the first 7 minutes, finished with 11. Oh, it sucks. So here, let's talk about it. So again, the reason why Operation Garcia has worked so well, you had Golden State Warriors playing at the 21st fastest pace, 98.13 possessions a game in the last 10 games of the regular season. Let me get this set up for us here. And then while we had Houston playing at the 9th fastest pace, 100.7 possessions a game. You get to the first game of the playoffs in game 1 of the series, and we have an 89 possessions a game. We have got all the way down, 11.7 possessions less a game here. And again, Rez, I think we're just fine. We've made it to extra innings. I think we'll be just fine, Rez. We need some luck, but I think we'll be just fine. DC Capper on Houston, first half minus 2.5. Shooting wise, the Warriors were shooting pretty much their season average in those last 10 games, 46.4 from the field, 37.7 from 3. And they did exactly that in game 1, 47.4 from the field, 37.5 from 3. On the other hand, the Rockets shot the ball terribly, and they were shooting well 10 games leading up to this, 48.4 from the field and 38.9 from 3. In game 1, they shot 39.1 from the field and 20.7 from 3. The reason why I had to immediately join BJ and others on the Rockets is they dominated the boards and believe they can do that all series long. If they do that all series long, they have a chance. It's still unlikely against the team with this pedigree, but they have a real chance. They grabbed 22 offensive rebounds in game 1. The Warriors grabbed 6, and they just weren't getting the second chance points. That doesn't, that it's an outlier. It doesn't make any sense that if you got 22 offensive boards, the Warriors got 6, that second chance points would be just 22-12. It doesn't make any sense. They're going to be able to expand and succeed if they continue to win the board battle, which they'll do here. This was a Rockets team that was, shooting the ball 34 of 87, horrible. They were just horrible. They shot 6 of 29 from 3. The Warriors didn't shoot that well, 12 of 32, but better than what Houston did. Also, Houston was down 23 points, and they came back. And those of you on Jabari Smith Jr. props, look, I get it. I mean, he sounded like a real leader after the game. Steph goes for 31. We know what Butler's been doing. He closed the regular season going 28, 24, and 30. And then in that win over Memphis, he goes for 38, 7, and 6. And then he goes for 25 points, 7 boards, 6 assists, 5 steals in game 1. They did what they had to do. The Warriors knew they had to win a game. They went and did that. They won a game. I guess I wish I had more money on it. I guess I could move on the double result because I only have one. I have 250 on it. I don't have that. I should have put more on it now that I'm looking at it. Take it away, Briz. Now the Warriors are capable of trying to put their foot on the throat of the Rockets. I just don't think they do. Take it away for us, Brizzy. Get us started with Warriors Rockets.
Yeah, I thought Golden State's defense was very impressive game one, holding Houston to 85 points. But one thing that you can kind of point towards that won't change overnight, you kind of hinted towards it, is the size advantage that Houston has over the Warriors. They're going to need some shooting variance to bounce back their way. Like, they shot 6 for 29 from deep. But I definitely think they got the message that the regular season's over and this is the playoffs. The market's kind of screaming another under here as the total dropped 8.5 points from where it was game one. The Warriors have failed to score 100 points in 4 other 6 meetings versus Houston this year. And this isn't the same Warriors team of past. Like, they're the number one defensive rated team since the NBA All-Star break. Houston finished with the worst clutch field goal percentage shooting in the NBA during the regular season in crunch time. So it's like, I kind of don't like betting Houston full game. I think it's first half, get in, get out. Shouts to LJ, shouts to everybody else in the chat. I like Houston first half here. And then player prop wise, we got to talk about the player prop story here. You do what you want with the information. Alfred Sengun is definitely going to have to play a bigger part in game 2 than he did game 1. But Golden State allowed third most rebounds to opposing center. He went over his rebound prop line in the last game, and then they did a stat correction after the game. And they knocked off one of his rebounds, and he finished with 9, and he went under his player prop. But prior to that, 3 out of 3 regular season meetings, he went over his rebound prop versus the Warriors. I definitely think you just played off the merit of they stat changed it last time. Nobody's going to want to bet it today. I think Sengun definitely gets a double-double. But I kind of like Jimmy Butler's rebound prop as well at 5.5 at minus 146. I think Jimmy's he has a switch that he turns on from the regular season to the playoffs. Playoff Jimmy's been locked in, walking in with the bulletproof chest, looking like 50 Cent in the last game was fucking hilarious.
I can understand. And also hearing LJ on, Rockets first half, but Warriors full game from a guy who watches all these games, watches his team, knows his team inside out. The Rockets makes me very uncomfortable. Let's hear from. So do we have anything official at this point? Or are you still working on it?
No, Rockets first half is definitely in the book here. This is the same exact shit that the Lakers game was on last night. When the Lakers played Minnesota, if you bet them first quarter, first half, you got paid out. And if you parlayed up the money line, you got paid out as well. But it was when a team is down 0-1 and they're going back, playing back at their home floor, they're going to have to start off hot. And there's no secret that the Rockets have problems closing out games. How do you have the worst clutch field goal percentage in the NBA during the regular season? They're going to have a lead and play with a lead to win this game. And if that's the case, I think it's going to have to start. They're going to have to start off early. Curtis hitting some bullshit shots, man. In the beginning of that game, he was kind of bailing them out, fadeaway threes at the end of the shot clock and shit like that. That shit's not.
Everything on the Lakers worked. The double result, I had my feet kicked up all game long. So that is possible here. LJ says, who can you trust on the Rockets to make the big shot? I'm trying so hard not to say Van Fleet. Wine time. Take it away. Warriors, Rockets.
Yeah, I got a couple more plays in this game right here, guys. 3 plays in this game for me, guys. I think the Rockets are going to take care of business at ease too. Warriors came here to get 1 game. They got that 1 game already. Going to go back to home. The Rockets better get this game right here. If not, they're done. They're over with after this game if they lose this. We're on the Rockets, Cavs, Celtics money line parlay at plus 116. I think that's easy fucking money. We're also on the Warriors team total. And let me first break this down right here, guys. Looking at this first half, guys, the full game, guys, you mean to tell me the Magic game is 8 points less full game, but their first half over under is 2 points more than the Warriors game? This makes absolute no sense at all. No sense at all. So I'm going to move on the under 99.5 in this Warriors Rockets game. This is an easy under. And I'm also going to move on the Warriors team total under 48.5 minus 115. I don't think the Warriors are going to be able to score more than 40 points here in this first half. It's indicating right here. The Celtics Magic first half is 101.5. This game's 99.5. But yet the full game for the Magic Celtics is 8 points more. That's screaming at this. Say again.
I was peeping that too, bro. That's one of the first things I wrote down in this game of like the first half.
It's screaming for us. It makes no sense. Absolutely no sense. So I'm going to move on the under in this first half because I think points are going to come at a minimum here, especially for the Warriors. I think the Warriors already got their game here. The Rockets are going to take care of business with ease. This probably should be a double up spot here. If I'm being completely honest with the Houston Rockets, I'm not going to do it. I'm just going to fade the Warriors team total and that they can't score too many points here in this first half. So yeah, 3 plays for me, guys. Rockets, Cavs, Celtics, moneyline parlay at +116. So all the favorites today we're on the NBA, and then we're on the Warriors team total under 48.5 -115, and then the first half 99.5 -110. I think that this is a slam dunk right here, guys. Like I love these plays. I love them.
I wonder what the right risk reward is, because the Rockets, again, at 360, you can get better double results than at 365. They're giving me Rockets double result at +110, which isn't great. But if I tied that with the Celtics double result +203, God, I got a lot to think about.
Wait, what were you getting the double result line at?
For Rockets or for the parlay Rockets double result, Celtics double result?
No, for the Rockets game, because on FanDuel it's +1 or 2.
Okay, I'm surprised. So the 365 is giving me better than that, +110. +110, so I get the +203 if I take them both. Shout out to Dennis Garcia, my friend. Go get it. Gorky on the Warriors money line. In fact, I'm a little surprised that we have as many Warriors backers in the chat. And I guess we probably don't want everybody on the one side because that doesn't seem to work out that well. That was very enjoyable capping those 3 games with you two gentlemen. My change in my season happened when we started going with the 3-headed monster here on Wednesdays. That was when I started really turning around my season. And now, with Operation Garcia's help, I got like a 5% ROI on 500 bets. It's listening, working together. Sure. Sometimes it takes a village to beat the books. And that's what we've done here. Let's review all NBA action before we camel race. Let's review all NBA action. Brizzy, your Pritchard over 10.5 points Celtics is very interesting. I'm sure a lot of cappers like that. I just got my Paul Pierce jersey dry cleaned, as well as my McDonald's West jersey. A couple old jerseys I haven't used in a long time. Got them dry clean, get them back in rotation. Yeah, man. Brizzy, hit us. Pritchard over 10.5 Celtics -120. Are you still working out other spots? Is there anything else you're looking at?
Yeah, we're gonna go with the Pritchard 10.5, 10+ points, Boston to win. Second play was Houston first half, and then the parlay for the day, Celtics, Cavs, and I like the Avs in the NHL tonight. I'm just gonna smack those 3 money lines together.
We'll see about the Avalanche because everybody on the Avs. Everybody's been on the Avs all series long. The line's been so heavy on the Avs. I sure made a lot of money on the Stars in overtime in game 2, but I can't wait. So, and a lot of people on the Avs, I get it, my friend. And Wine Time, official NBA action, and then you need to send it to me as well, Wine Time.
Yeah. Guys, this is a loaded card for us today, man. Magic team total under 93 -110. Anthony Black under 6.5 points / Boston -10.5 +200. Anthony Black under 6.5 points. KCP under 7.5 points. Wendell Carter under 8.5 points plus. It's about +485. I rounded up to a +500. We're going to give it to a +45 though. Heat +7 -110 first half. Then Rockets, Cavs, Celtics moneyline parlay +116 here. Warriors team total under 48.5 -115 in the first half. And then in the first half of that same game, we're going under 99.5 -110. 3-4. That's I believe that's 6 plays I'm giving out, guys. We're loading up today. I love the NBA playoffs, and this is when I succeed, and I know we're going to succeed tonight. I know it's a lot of plays. I haven't been giving out that many plays lately, but we're hitting it hard tonight, and I love it. So I'm ready to attack, guys. Let's get it.
Very thankful to cap with you, fine gentlemen. Go out there and get that cash. One time, great work in MLB as well. Brizzy, do we have any extra UFC action that you want us to know about, my man?
No extra UFC action. You got to stick around for the Cage Warriors action on Saturday before the UFC event. But Locker Room Podcast just dropped last night, UFC Kansas City. And we had Millie Mills in the locker room with Malcolm Wellmaker making his UFC debut this weekend on the UFC Kansas City card. So it's a busy week in the locker room. UFC's back in action for the summer. So make sure you guys check out the Locker Room Podcast video.
Great stuff. Great stuff, Brizzy. Great stuff. Wine time. Jose, my friend, it is time to Camel Race. It is time to Camel Race. We have 50. Oh, there we go. There we go. He's going for it. He's going for it. Oh, no, he's not. Loaded bases, 1 out, 3-2 Phillies. This might be a can't lose situation for the over. Might be. No, it's not. It's not quite. But look, if we get 1 run here, the problem is then the Mets aren't going to try to get that 1 run. They're not going to sacrifice him over. So still a lot in play here, but nothing wrong with a capper with hope. And that is what I have, my friends. Jose Bouquet, I have hope. And I'm pumped up, man. 2-0 start. This was a juicy one, though, and a costly one. How are you doing, Jose? You don't look great.
I'm not great. I'm not great at all. I'm on the Mets.
Yeah.
I'm not good at all. Now that you mention it, but
Okay.
let's race some camels.
Let's race camels. That'll make you feel better. This is not for pool action. The pool is in play. This is just $50 for your bankroll to our PSR Gold members. And we thank you so much for being PSR Gold members. It means a ton to us. So thank you to all of you who support our channel. How many PSR Gold members do we have, Jose?
80. Shout out to you guys.
80. Nice. Okay, nice. We're getting back into
Round
the 80s.
numbers.
Got to get to the 100. Let's race, my friend. Let's fucking race. $50 on the line. Let's go.
Let's go. Indeed, we are off here in a beautiful sunny desert, sponsored by Pub Sports Radio. Sam Colmer in the lead right now. Ryan Keselowski up there, chosen one coin, all fighting for a spot here. Ryan Keselowski in that long neck up there in the lead. Chase J, K Wolf, saturated in the mix. Little Domo and Browns Hughes down there as well, Jimmy. This is going to be a fun finish.
Our guy Jarek White making a huge move. Look at the gait on that camel. Striding. No, Jarek White moving the wrong direction, but Lil Domo still with a neck out in front. And here comes Nut Flush Allen. Nut Flush Allen has taken the lead. Can he get his camel home? Because Barry Roselle says no. Barry Roselle says no, sirree, Bob Nut Flush. I'm coming for this camel glory. But here comes AM, our newest gold member in Rockford, and Sir Mackey. Sir Mackey making a huge move. And it is Sir Mackey.
Wow.
This man loves pie, just like Robert Cherry. Sir Mackey.
I wonder if he also smells it.
He probably not. Robert Cherry, I don't know what his fingers been up to, but this guy smells it. Sir Mackey loves pie, getting paid in full. Is very close. Gerald Jones right there. Coin as well.
I love how they just keep going, too. You can't stop a wild camel when it's on its full gait.
No, absolutely. Those things are flying. Now we have King Oo. Says he couldn't see his camel. And we also have Truth Teller. Oh, now he's found his. Let's find out, King Oo.
There you are, King Oo. Oh, hold on here. Let me find you. Yeah, I know exactly where you are here, King Oo. Scroll, King Oo. Oh, boy, there you are. 57.
There you are. A disappointing race here. Redbeard says Sir Mackey loves his pie. I don't blame him. Oh, wow. Double play. You're alive.
Good. And there's 2 outs. Or I don't know what happened.
No, double play. It's done.
Yeah, there was a one. I don't know. There was 2 outs. I just saw a fly out there for the third out there.
So it wasn't a double play?
No. I saw that.
And our favorite pitcher coming in for the Phillies.
Great. Good. This is for everything right here, Jimmy. This is for everything. This is for Jordan Romano's fucking reputation on this show. If he shuts this down, I will give him credit and say he's a good closer. He has Soto, he has fucking the polar bear, and whoever the fuck after that. So if that Canadian motherfucker can close this down, I'll give him the credit, but he's going to shit down his leg like he always does.
I don't know why there's such negativity towards my guy, Romano. I don't know why. I don't get it.
He stinks. That's why.
TJ says he'll blow it. No, he doesn't stink at all. Go over his name. He was an all-star 2 years ago.
Everyone makes the fucking all-star team. Fucking Elias Diaz made the all-star team. He got released a year later.
He was the all-star game MVP.
Yeah.
Not
He got
just
himself a
making the
nice
all-star.
truck. Shout out to Venezuela.
Thank you guys so much to all of our gold members. Everybody with action right now. I hope you get paid in full. Let's do a quick review of action again. I've got some stuff to figure out in NBA here. Whether I
TJ's
trust.
right, Jimmy. I had like foreskin 2 years ago. That's old news. That's right.
Oh, there he is. There he is. There's Romano. Looking good. ERA 13.50. What's wrong with that? I ask you.
Let's find out.
He looks partied out, this guy, man. He looks partied out, dude. He's been on a bender. He has been
I just want him to fucking blow this. That's it. Just give up the home run immediately and let's just go home.
So the Heat, whether I move on first half, I'm not sure. But I want to have a little bit more money on the Rockets. So I think if I tie the Boston Celtics double result and the Rockets double result, I think that's a good way of doing it. Let's review action in the National Hockey League. I talked myself into the Washington Capitals. Talked myself into them on the -1 line.
Either.
I will be. I don't know yet. Oh, that was a terrible. Well, you got the runner moved across.
You're ahead of me, so I don't like this. I'm scared.
All right. We got the runner moved across. Soto, God, he looks like he's like, 40.
Pitch.
He looks like he's 40 out there. He does not look good. But all you need to do is get this guy home here, and then we can't lose, which is very good.
Just a fly ball, Pete. That's all you fucking do anyways.
Gogster's on first period, both teams to score in Dallas, Colorado. I'll be on overtime there. I'm going to move on the Capitals -1. That's in addition to my action. And I'm in on the Oilers with I'm pumped up. Gogster's on first period, both teams to score in that one as well. So then we have Cuban Connect is on the Heat Cavs first half over, and he's on the Avalanche first period. We have a ton of MLB action. Jose will go over his shortly. Wine time on the over 9.5 in Baltimore, Washington. Wine time on the Boston Red Sox. He's also on the Chicago Cubs full game. I'm going to be on the Cubs first 5. I'm going to be on the Twins run line. I'm going to be on Herman Marquez to have a bounce back performance. First 5 plus a half and the under. Jose's also on that, but I'll let Jose go through his action. Is the Blue Jays Astros a double up spot for 3 in full game? I'm not sure yet. I need a little bit more time. Diamondbacks -1 will be bet. And Giants first 5, is it too expensive? I've got some things to figure out with that MLB card. Jose, and we added Toronto, Houston under 8.5 for TJ and Pittsburgh money line for TJ as well. And we have an 0-2 count on young Pete Alonso. Romano looks very good out there, as you would expect. Now, if Romano screws you here because he's so good, that hate will grow even more.
Oh, my God. Just exponentially. And I'd be more pissed at Pete Alonso for missing a fucking middle slider first pitch. Jimmy, don't you ruin whatever's going to happen for me. This fucking guy. It's ridiculous. My only play so far, because my book, I still don't have the fucking Dodgers bet, is first 5 plus a half for the Rockies, -105. He fly ball deep. Go, you son of a bitch. A double for Pete. That bum fuck. Let's go. Thank God. Oh, okay. Now Jimmy gets his over too. Everyone's happy. Look at us.
Now I might just push the over though, but that'd be fine. Still 2-0 day. I took the Pete Loshak Pasafe route here on that over 7.
It pays to be safe sometimes.
Yes, saturated. I'm going to be on the Cubbies first 5. Cubbies first 5. I'm going to get this action out here shortly.
Damn, Gorky thinks I'm assuming the Rockets are going to be swept. Good Lord, Gorky.
Yeah. It's. Oh, and we have an intentional walk, too.
Walking Nimmo? Good Lord.
Romano looks partied out, man.
His 4 pitches, and it looks exhausted, apparently, to you.
Oh, he just had a late night. He's got a few new STIs, I believe they call them now.
Yes, come on. Yeah. Come up with the times. Infections, not diseases.
Thank you. And let's go out there and get that cash. To all of you in the chat, we have absolutely nothing without you. Thank you. Gorky, Mally Mal, the nuke worker. Saturated. Got to keep him saturated. MMA Locker Room, TJ, Redbeard, Jim Dewigger, A, Yo, D. Please support Pub Sports TV as well. A big part of what we're doing. Mr. Jeff Slaughter, King, Dougie Wise. Thank you guys. The Truth Teller, Old E. All you guys, thank you so much. Justin McKelvey, Star the Stacks, Play of the Day, Redbeard, Rez Mob, getting that cash. Tell me you didn't just say that. Polo this, Polo that. Had my back since day one. We had a Joey Work. Citing Mr. Dennis Garcia rocking with us. BJ as well, rolling with us. LJ from H-Town in the house. And a 2-2 count here. Romano looks good. Jerry Davis here. Coin. True Allah, 4th and 1. Kong. DC Capper. Thank you guys so much for all that you do for us. Little Domo in the house. And shout out to Chill Will, Little Domo, Uncle Mike, all you guys. Shout out and thank you. Here is Romano looks good. Jose, can you please bless our action and lead us into the future?
I don't know if I can, Jimmy. I don't know if I can bless our action right now.
Oh, you hear this from Slaughter? Is this look at this offer, man?
I say I might be heading to Lake Charles this weekend to meet Cab. I might be interested. I'll let you know here soon, Jeff. I'll see you tomorrow morning, Jeff. I'll be back in studio tomorrow. Starling Marte, for the love of God, you hit 330 against these Phillies. For the love of God, just ball one. Thank you. Just please, Marte, give me some hope. Put some wings on my arms. Let me fly, Marte. I get crushed every Tuesday for the last 2 Tuesdays now. Thank the Lord. That better be scoring, Pete. You fatty. Thank the Lord. Thank you. Thank you, Starling Marte. And thank you to the New York Metropolitans. Oh, my God. Romano, I tip my hat to you, Jordan, for doing exactly what we all thought. I tip my hat to you. See, now Jimmy, now the opposite. He sucked, and now I like him more now. This is how this works. Thank you, Jordan. Thank you for capitulating for me. Good Lord.
And
I needed that one.
And before Jose blesses our action, let's chase us into the future. Shout out to Mike Taylor and Rudy J in the building. Our lead-in show, our new show, a San Antonio proud show that leads us in to betting with the bag and Loshak in the bag. So shout out to In the Building. Check it out if you get a chance. Shout out to Mike Taylor, Rudy J, and Jose.
Yep, it's a traditional radio show for those who have watched. Tomorrow they'll be back in full force in studio. So definitely recommend watching. It'll be very interesting. You'll learn about the guys as you watch. Good guys, interesting guys, and it's an entertaining show. Nice way to get the morning started. Oh, God, Jimmy. I just want to shut it down now, Jimmy. After that, I just want to know, But I have to make up territory after Tuesday.
That helped me very much taking that 7 and not the 7.5.
Yeah, well, yes, it did. Again, it pays to be safe. But thank you guys all for watching here, as always, here. Coin, Nuke, Dougie Wise, all you guys, appreciate it. Saturated, TJ, thanks for being in here. Sharpie, thanks for joining the show here as well.
Yeah.
Appreciate you as Sharpie. Let's go out here and get some money. By the way, well, one last reminder, the Alamo Card Show is coming up soon. It is almost May. It is almost Johnny Manziel season. So a reminder of the Alamo Card Show as well. It's going to be a whole lot of fun. Thank you all for watching. Let's go fucking make some money and let's say, hey, los bookmakers.